Hi everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel, so I can have more motivation to make more quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Night had fallen, with dense trees surrounding the area. However, the lights were still on in this large mansion. Inside the mansion, 2 men were conversing. The man with blue gelled hair was carrying a vase. His expression looked rather unhappy. Hurry up with that. If there's any dust that makes the master's cough worse, we're done for. The other man walked closely beside him, carrying a large wooden box. His eyebrows furrowed and lips curled upward. He spoke in an annoyed tone. Even on the wedding night, the young master still wants a separate room? The blue-haired man heard this and immediately warned, "Be quiet. How dare you speak of this? Do you not fear death?" While they were busy talking, they didn't notice that behind a pillar, a girl had been quietly observing them both. The girl with large eyes, face delicately made up, her red lips parted in surprise. She stood watching, unable to resist covering her mouth with her hand. Her expression was utterly shocked. "This is the Liu family residence. I've really been reborn." She tried to recall the moment before she found herself here. Initially, to win Best Actress, I had to film a blockbuster with a huge budget. She was at the film set then, surrounded by a sea of flames. She was sitting on a motorcycle, twisting the throttle to speed forward. Suddenly, the bike had an issue that made it impossible to stop. Both she and the bike plunged straight into the raging flames. Remembering this made her break out in cold sweat. "I never expected an accident to happen. I thought I had died." Although she was lucky to survive, the current situation wasn't much better. Worried, she bent her legs, ready to find a way to escape from this huge mansion. She didn't understand how she could have ended up here. "I can't believe I've transmigrated into the novel that was recently published, When the Sick Beauty Turns Dark. But she's the evil supporting character who shares my name. She ends up dead for interfering with the main couple." Just thinking about it gave her chills. Fortunately, she had managed to reach the gate. She recalled the events that would happen in the novel. Chi-do waiting in the bridal chamber, but nearly getting strangled to death by the male lead. At this moment, her phone suddenly lit up with numerous messages. Opening them, she became anxious reading these messages. "He didn't even attend the wedding. Are you well? I've liked you for a long time. I really want to be with you. I've prepared a surprise for you. Waiting for your return." After reading these, she thought to herself, loving a psychopath is truly the height of despair. But it didn't stop there. More messages kept appearing. "Lu Dingxian, I've thought about it for a long time. Let's break up. I know you don't like me. You married me only because of the engagement between our families. Tomorrow, I'll ask the Ko family to send you divorce papers. It's not your fault. It's because I'm not worthy. I wish you and the one you love eternal happiness together." Reading this, she immediately expressed her disagreement. "Just kidding. The melodrama in novels is what makes her interested. If this were real, she could run a kilometer without getting tired." But after thinking it through, she put her phone in her pocket and continued running. Reincarnation was difficult, but life was more important. The first step to escape from the male lead was divorce. She ran to the main road and saw a taxi parked nearby in the distance. "Perfect, there's a taxi." She sighed in relief, remembering what was written in the novel that the Liu family owned the entire villa area. She thought she wouldn't be able to catch a taxi. Without thinking further, she quickly ran to open the back door and shouted to the driver, "Uncle, can you take me to the city? Don't worry, I have money," she thought to herself. This marriage was arranged by the Liu family and the Ko family. I still need to convince the original owner's father. Lost in thought, she didn't realize that inside the car besides the driver, there was another person. After thinking, she rushed inside and sat down. Seeing this, the driver turned around and reminded her, "Oh, miss, this car is occupied." She immediately replied, "Then we can share the ride. I just need to get to another street." After speaking, she quickly took out her phone from her pocket and held it up, ready to start her act. "Hello, Dad." Fortunately, she remembered very clearly everything in the novel. Based on her remaining memories, her father loved the original owner very much, so she just needed to act it out. The man next to her had been silently observing from the beginning. On the other end of the phone, a voice suddenly rang out. I know, what's wrong? Why is my daughter crying?" Her tears had been flowing without her realizing. She wiped her nose. With a trembling voice, she replied, "Dad, I want a divorce. I want to come home." The person on the other end suddenly shouted, "What? But didn't you argue to marry that little boy?" She sniffled and said delicately, "No, I was wrong. I was really stupid before. Even though Lu Dinshuyan was disabled and ill-tempered, I never hated him. Hearing this, the taxi driver was somewhat surprised. He startled and exclaimed, "Huh," then looked at her through the rearview mirror. She didn't notice the driver's reaction and continued, crying even more miserably. But today, Lu Dinshuyan not only didn't touch me, but he hit me. He threatened me never to appear before him again. The person on the other end seemed to have become angry, his voice growing increasingly louder. "What? How dare he hit my precious daughter? This marriage must end. I'm coming over right now." She continued, speaking in a miserable tone. "Dad, don't make this into a big deal. Lu Dinshuyan won't let me off easily." The man beside her glanced at her, his expression now darker than the darkest night. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears. With a smile on her face, she spoke into the phone. "I just want a divorce. Don't let me harm the harmony between our two families. In short, I'll send you the address later, Dad. Send someone to pick me up first. We'll figure out the rest when I get home." At this point, she was overjoyed inside. Success. After her performance, she hung up the phone. Seeing that the car still hadn't moved, she asked, "Hey driver, why aren't you driving?" The response wasn't from the driver, but instead was the voice of someone else. "I know you don't like me, and you married me only because of the engagement that our families agreed upon." The lights in the car were now turned on. The deep, warm voice continued, "It's not your fault. It's because I'm not worthy." These sentences, weren't they from the messages she read earlier? How? Confused, she turned to the person speaking. "Huh? I didn't send these messages to anyone beside." She saw a man with a handsome, dignified appearance. His eyebrows and eyes were focused intently on the phone in his hand, his face expressionless as he read the final lines. "I wish you and the one you love eternal happiness together." Upon hearing this, she immediately screamed, You are." Her cheeks flushed and her eyes widened. She was stunned by the beauty of the man before her. It was just like in the novel. He was so noble, charming, and handsome. She realized that she might have met that person. The male lead, Lu Dinshuyan, turned to face her. His eyes looking at her weren't particularly kind. It looked as if he wanted to throw her to the fish. Lu Dinshuyan spoke coldly. "Had enough looking?" She didn't respond to him but opened the car door and rushed out. "Sorry, I got in the wrong car. Just treat this as a joke." She still tried to keep her mind clear. "He's handsome indeed, but I don't want to die." Lu Dinshuyan wouldn't let her escape so easily. He watched her back and quickly ordered the driver to catch her. The driver in the car responded, "Yes, Mr. Lu." The sky was getting darker. The wind blew strongly, gently swaying the surrounding branches on the way back to the original villa. The lights had remained bright all this time. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from inside the villa. "Ah!" She was thrown flat onto the bed. Her body couldn't react in time. Lu Dinshuyan sat in the car, his hands loosening the tie around his neck. He lowered his head and smirked. "Ko Chi-do, how amusing. Even though I've never said such words, you could make them up." Lu Dinshuyan spoke while looking at her with threatening eyes. Ko Chi-do was terrified. She sat on the bed, pulling her legs up. "I'm finished." Lu Dinshuyan sat there. He raised his head and coldly asked, "Will you tell me yourself, or should I make you talk?" Ko Chi-do heard this and looked at him fearfully. She immediately shouted, "What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. I said those things just to get my father to agree to the divorce." Then she put on a pitiful expression. "Oh heavens, anyway, you have money, power, and exceptionally good looks. Your charm is enough to captivate thousands of girls. Plus, the Lu family and Ko family are friend families. My father always insisted as long as I marry into the Lu family, I will love you forever. So I had to make up such lies to avoid getting married." As she said this, she appeared extremely sad. Lu Dinshuyan heard this and smiled secretly, saying to her, "I never realized that the Ko family's daughter had such a talent for speaking nonsense." Ko Chi-do saw that he didn't believe her and shouted loudly, "Everything I said is completely true." Suddenly, Lu Dinshuyan pressed a button on his wheelchair and quickly moved toward her. He asked sternly, "Don't you think I'm ill-tempered?" Ko Chi-do saw him approaching and nervously stepped back. She immediately exclaimed that a perfect CEO having some quirks is understandable. Lu Dinshuyan moved even closer to her again. He asked very seriously, "Don't you think I'm disabled?" Afraid he might do something bad, she tried to speak well of him. "How could that be? Aren't you actively receiving treatment? I believe you'll recover soon." But at this moment, she suddenly remembered the reason for his disability was due to a car accident when he was young, and his parents died because of it. Lu Dinshuyan heard this and suddenly felt something was wrong. His eyes immediately became sharp as he glanced at her. How did you know I'm receiving treatment? Ko Chi-do heard his question and realized. Now she remembered that in the novel, to make other rivals let their guard down, he had given up on struggling with his disabled legs. After that, she avoided his gaze and stuttered a response. Well, that must be treated actively. Hasn't the Liu family been searching for doctors everywhere? Aren't you getting treatment? But now in her heart she was thinking, since this was kept so secret, surely that taxi earlier was a cover for his trip. Thinking of this, she pretended to be cheerful. I smiled and said to him, besides, I really like you and I hope you can heal your legs. Lu Dinshuyan once again pressed her with difficult questions. You say you like me, then why do you want to divorce me? Though Ko Chi-do was worried, she still tried to remain calm and replied, I don't like you. You can't force me, right? If you don't get a response, then no matter how much you like someone, it's still the same. Moreover, I have my dignity. I also have good conditions. Finding someone else isn't impossible, of course. Although I can't find someone as perfect as CEO Liu, she said while blushing and smiling. Lu Dinshuyan laughed upon hearing this, saying her love was pathetic. Then he reached out to grab her coat and pulled it, asking, You said you wanted to prepare a surprise for me. It's not a new lover, is it? Ko Chi-do embarrassedly replied, Oh no. This is my personal preference. In her mind right now, she was thinking that the original owner dressed like this indeed wanted to seduce Lu Dinshuyan. Unfortunately, he doesn't like this. Thinking of this, she used both hands to cover herself and shouted, We don't owe each other anything. Please just let me disappear from your sight. So let's get divorced. But Lu Dinshuyan suddenly approached, saying it's not allowed, then used his hand to lift her chin up. Didn't you say that you could accept my flaws? Then he used his finger to caress her lips and slowly continued. You still have value. I'll keep you if it's not because I throw you away. Ko Chi-do heard this and thought anxiously, Oh my God, it's really over now. Lu Dinshuyan was now getting closer to her face, moving nearer to her. He playfully whispered into her ear, Even in death, you still belong to me. Ko Chi-do heard these words. In her heart, she cursed him, truly a sick person. Lu Dinshuyan smiled gently. Then he said to her, Ko Chi-do, wife of Lu Dinshuyan, I'm not someone you can marry when you want and discard when you don't. Ko Chi-do opened her eyes wide and anxiously replied, But forced melons aren't sweet, although outwardly saying that's true, but now in her heart, she kept admiring the beauty of the man before her. Heavens, even more attractive than in the novel. Lu Dinshuyan furrowed his brows. He coldly asked her, Why do you think at just 20 years old County RA couldn't wait to marry you into La family? When she heard this question, she pondered for a moment. The original host initially thought her father was helping her, but I know it was only beneficial for the Ko group. Ko RA in the novel was already in the tiger's mouth near the rabbit, surrounded by enemies on all sides. So Father Ko sought protection, but the original host went looking for death, exhausting what little affection remained. And in the end, both the original host and Ko RA met tragic ends. After reflecting on everything, she quickly answered him, I'll explain to Father today. It was just because I wanted to attract your attention that I became irritable. Lu Dinshuyan, while turning the car, turned his head back to tell her, Seems you're not that stupid. And Ko Chi-do now understood that Lu Dinshuyan did this because he felt leaving right after the wedding would bring negative rumors to the Liu family. At this moment, he suddenly changed his expression, then used a threatening tone to say, If you keep quiet, Ko RA will be safe. But if you don't know what's good for you, I guarantee Ko Group won't exist tomorrow morning. Ko Chi-do hearing this immediately nodded in agreement. I understand now, she was thinking. For now, just put this matter aside, because anyway, once the female lead appears, Lu Dinshuyan will definitely divorce her. And after he finished instructing, he still lingered to look at her a bit, then spoke in a criticizing tone. Also, that lipstick is too ugly. Change it. Although unhappy being criticized like that, but to preserve her life, Ko Chi-do still obediently replied, Yes. Master Liu, travel safely. After Lu Dinshuyan finished speaking, he went to his assistant's side and slowly instructed, Investigate all of Ko Chi-do's activities today and don't miss any details. The assistant standing beside immediately replied, Yes. Mr. Liu. At this moment, suddenly Lu Dinshuyan's expression became very cheerful. He smiled to himself, thinking that Gu Ji-do was indeed an interesting girl. After leaving that room, Gu Ji-do was now worried. She was now anxious, thinking about her current situation. She thought she would lose her life dealing with Bing Qiao. Indeed, she couldn't provoke him. Then looking up at herself in the mirror, she was surprised and exclaimed, This face looks exactly like mine. It's hard to look at. Unbelievable. Such beautiful skin turned into a villain just because of one temptation. The more she looked at herself in the mirror, the more intrigued she became. Suddenly, she remembered what Li Dingxian had told her, that he liked sexy women. If she could do it, he would consider looking at her a few more times. But despite remembering this, Gu Jidu immediately abandoned this thought. In her opinion, he was just trying to deliberately deceive the original owner. Moreover, she thought heavy makeup would hide the natural beauty of her face. Thinking this, she took a deep breath. She lifted her head, looked in the mirror, and encouraged herself, no matter what. Miss Jidu, the person who tried her best to get Li Dingxuan's attention, is no longer here. I now can have hundreds of millions of fans and by chance, become a trending queen in the entertainment industry. Gu Jidu, now that I'm alive again, I will live for myself. As she spoke, she smiled with satisfaction. Early the next morning at the Li mansion. At this time, the servants were busy cleaning. A man who was sweeping suddenly spoke up. Yesterday, I heard the madam was carried back by bodyguards. Another person nearby who was mopping replied to him. Anyway, they sleep in separate rooms. Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice interrupted. Where's the butler? The person who just spoke was none other than Gu Jidu herself. She strode in fiercely, then crossed her arms and looked at everyone saying, prepare the car and call some female bodyguards. I want to go shopping. The reason she wanted to go shopping was because she thought the original owner's fashion sense was terrible. Those sexy outfits, probably not many people would dare to wear them. The butler had now appeared. He immediately bowed his head and replied, yes, madam, I'm getting everything ready. At this time, the servants, after seeing her beauty, were all shocked with their mouths agape, continuously praising. Oh my goodness, who is that? So beautiful, like two different people. Gu Jidu put on dark sunglasses, then carried a bag in her hand and strode off. Now she was thinking that Li Dingxian had reminded her Gu group was in crisis, and she needed to prepare fully for the divorce. When she arrived at the shopping center, as soon as she entered, staff members warmly welcomed her. Welcome, valued customer. Gu Jidu walked in, took out her card, and declared boldly, I'll take it. All the staff behind were overjoyed, smiling brightly. Yes, thank you for your patronage. Looking at the luxury items in the center, Gu Jidu smiled to herself thinking, I will attend an important party tonight, and I must dress up for myself. After buying the dress she wanted, she quickly got in the car and drove to the hotel where Lu Dinshuyan would host tonight's party. The car arrived very quickly. Gu Jidu confidently stepped out. She was now wearing a purple dress that was very eye-catching, but also equally seductive. She smiled thinking about Lu Dinshuyan. If you want me to be your wife, then I won't hesitate to be bold and show it. Gu Jidu elegantly strode into the hotel. As she knew, this place was the Night Golden Court, the top hotel in City A under the Lu family name. And at this moment, wherever she walked, people would immediately look up and praise her. So beautiful. I've never seen such an extraordinary girl. Which family's daughter is she? That dress is a limited edition luxury item. I tried to buy it several times but couldn't get it. Gu Jidu heard these discussions about herself and was very pleased. She recalled that in the novel, it was written today Lu Dinshuyan was hosting a party here for people of high status from all social classes under the pretext of marriage. While thinking, suddenly a man stepped out, blocking her way. Excuse me, miss. Please show me your invitation. Gu Jidu calmly replied, look who I am. Now she remembered another thing, that initially the original owner didn't know about this, and Lu Dinshuyan said she wasn't feeling well, so she was absent. No more hassle. Gu Jidu directly slipped past those two people and coldly replied, what kind of invitation does the boss want? Those two men heard and asked doubtfully, the boss? At this moment, everyone around started to realize she was Gu Jidu, President Li's person. Gu Jidu saw that people had recognized her. She was smiling happily when she heard someone gossiping behind her. Goodness, that vixen, how did she suddenly become so beautiful? Using new tricks to seduce President Lu again? After finally getting the Lu family name. Even at the wedding, only one person attended. Guess when Lu Dinshuyan will kick her out? Right when the Gu family is in crisis. Although she clearly heard these words, Gu Jidu still showed no anger, because she understood that because of Lu Dinshuyan, the original owner, had become a famous laughingstock in high society. But it's okay. After tonight, everyone will know about Gu Jidu. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered her bodyguard beside her, go to the underground casino. The bodyguard quickly bowed and responded, yes, miss. While walking, Gu Jidu thought, the luxury casino here is state approved. Those who can come here are all influential young masters. And Lu Dinshuyan's main purpose in hosting this party was gambling. When she reached the counter, she raised her head and said, I want to buy chips. At this time, the men nearby, after seeing Gu Qidu, all excitedly praised, "What a beautiful lady, I've never seen before, Miss Plays Big." After buying chips, she quickly walked into the casino. Right now it was very noisy here. There were continuous screams and shouts. Excellent. Gu Jiu stood still observing and thought to herself, to consolidate his position as the heir, he must find a partner. This person's reputation spread across the world, with influence no less than the Liu family tycoon, the new CEO Liu Zilong. To win Liu family's project and establish a long-term partnership, Li Dingxian had specially arranged someone to please him tonight. As she thought, Gu Jiu walked closer to the big-bellied man who was holding a girl. He was laughing gleefully with the red-haired man in front of him. "Ha ha ha, darling is so lucky." Gu Jiu slightly pulled down her glasses to see more clearly. This was Min Weiping, an oil tycoon, who was Liu Zilong's subordinate, and he was responsible for eliminating rivals in the casino. The red-haired man, after seeing himself lose, became frightened and screamed again. Gu Jiu quickly placed her hand on the table and said cheerfully, "This looks interesting. I'll join in too." Then she glanced at the red-haired man with a smile. "But 2 dice are too few. It's not fun at all. How about adding 5 more? The red-haired man was caught off guard by her action and couldn't react in time. He just hesitantly replied, Min Weiping, after seeing Gu Jiu, became even more interested and exclaimed, "Oh, if the beauty wants to play, of course it's fine." The girl standing beside him also laughed happily. Seems like someone new. Meanwhile, Li Dingxian was sitting up high looking down. His face looked extremely gloomy. Gu Jiu, who told her to come? The man beside him, seeing him like this, fearfully stuttered, I don't know. Madam came directly to the casino and exchanged your card for a 100 million chip. Li Dingxian, upon hearing this, became angry and ordered to find and catch her. But at this moment, the man with light brown hair holding a wine glass standing beside him calmly said, "Let me tell you, Dingxian, you care about the person arranged by her. Could it be the legendary sister-in-law?" Li Dingxian immediately turned and asked, "What? But?" The other man remained composed, looking down at the casino floor and continued saying, "She will win." Down at the casino now, someone was announcing loudly, "Island side has 22 points, blue side 17 points. Island side wins." The people surrounding were all shocked with their mouths agape. Won again. Lost 1 game, but won 3 consecutive games. Gu Jiu smiled and said, "I'm so sorry. It seems today is my lucky day." As she spoke, she reached for the money. Now she was very confident because she knew from the novel that she would win 1 more game. Min Weiping, who had been watching Gu Jiu's winning streak, spoke up cheerfully, "How about playing with me, beautiful? I'm willing to lose all my money to you." The girl who was now with him, hearing these things, felt jealous. Her face turning. Jiu heard this. She turned and smiled at him. "All right, however much you have, I'll win that much." The man standing next to Liu Zilong saw the situation before him. He excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Min has joined the game." His words caught Liu Zilong's attention, making him look over. After a long while, there was finally a result. The man standing in the middle of the table slowly announced, "Total of 12 points for the red side. Blue side 19 points. Blue side wins." People around regretfully cried out when they saw this. "Oh no, the beauty's luck has run out." Losing 3 games in a row, Gu Jiu at this moment no longer had the confident look from earlier. She was very uncomfortable and gritted her teeth, saying, "That's it, too unlucky. I'm done playing." Min Weiping, seeing her like that, became even more provocative. "Come on, beauty, let me give you a handicap. Always winning is quite boring." The girl standing next to him immediately joined in flattering, "Darling, you're so generous." Gu Jiu, hearing this, remained calm and coldly said, "If you say so, let's play big. Add 10 more chips." Min Weiping, seeing her like this, was naturally delighted. He laughed and shouted, "Ha ha ha. As expected of a beauty, I'll put in 20. Ha ha, let's play big." Gu Jiu didn't hesitate either. She quickly placed her chips and said with a smile, "Let's go." The dice were rolled and the results were in. Red side 25 points. Blue side 19 points. Red side wins. The men standing on Gu Jiu's side happily shouted, "Ha ha ha, we won. That's awesome." Gu Jiu also sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. We won." My little heart was about to jump out. Min Weiping lost. Though very angry, he still tried to keep his voice calm. He, as long as the beauty is happy, I'm here to please you." Suddenly there was laughter. "Ha ha ha, rarely see such an interesting game. Really makes me want to join." Liu Zilong said while slowly walking over. Beside him was a beautiful girl holding his arm. Min Weiping, seeing him, immediately shouted, "Big brother, At this moment, Gu Jiyu glanced over. Then she secretly rejoiced, thinking finally fell for. The trap, seeing the situation below, the man with light brown hair turned to ask Lu Dingxian, "Is Lu Zilong moving too fast? Sister-in-law's game is going even smoother than Ding Xuan's plan. Could it be that brother Dingxian invited sister-in-law to gamble?" Lu Dingxian frowned. He coldly said, "She better not do anything foolish." Then he ordered his subordinate, "Tell those below to pay attention and prepare to replace Gu Jiyu." The bald man, hearing him, immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Lu, but down below." Gu Jiyu was using a challenging tone, along with her arrogant expression, and said, "Another round? What, you guys take turns to play? Can't handle it anymore?" On the contrary, the men behind her were a bit scared and whispered to each other, "Lu Zilong is a famous gambling king. This is kind of bullying." Min Weiping was angered by Gu Jiyu's words. He immediately shouted, "How dare you speak to Big Brother like that?" But Lu Zilong seemed calmer. He raised his hand to stop Manhwa and then looked straight at Ko Chi-do and said firmly, "This girl is right, but I still want to play with her. Any number of chips is fine." Ko Chi-do calmly replied, "All right, don't underestimate me, sir. Place your highest bet. I bet 100 chips. Do you dare?" Lu Tulong's expression remained unchanged. He slowly said, "Fine, I bet 400 chips. Are you satisfied?" As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere was about to explode. Everyone excitedly shouted, "That adds up to 5 billion. The biggest game I've ever seen. No one has ever dared to bet against Lu Tulong like this." At this moment, Ko Chi-do was preparing to place her card while she was also nervous, wondering who would be the winner. The dice fell quickly, showing results. Red side got 29 points. Blue side got 26 points. Red side won. Ko Chi-do shouted joyfully, "I won. Ha ha ha." Lu Tulong exclaimed with a surprised face, "Damn it, impossible." While Manhwa, been standing beside, was also watching in shock. People around immediately started buzzing with discussion. How could Lu Tulong, who is this beauty? She really won 5 billion. This news will be hot. The brown-haired man standing up there saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Sister-in-law actually won? This is not good." Lu Din Shuyan, with an expressionless face, coldly uttered 2 words, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Ko Chi-do was extremely happy, hugging all the money to her chest. She thought this amount would be enough to help her get out of difficulty. Others, seeing her like that, continued saying, "This is the first time I've seen Lu Tulong lose this much money. Isn't she afraid of offending the Lu family?" Seeing Lu Tulong's expression, looking unwell, Manhwa Bin worriedly called out, "Big brother." But Lu Tulong now displayed a frightening smile. He said slowly, "Girl, you've won, but I haven't asked which family you're from." Hearing his question, Ko Chi-do quickly replied cheerfully, "Oh, sorry. As the hostess of this party, I was having too much fun and forgot to introduce myself." When Lu Tulong and Manhwa Bin heard this, they simultaneously exclaimed, "What, the hostess?" At this moment, she turned her back to where Lu Din Shuyan was sitting and said, "Coincidentally, my husband is here to pick me up." After speaking, Ko Chi-do turned to Lu Din Shuyan and happily called out, "Darling, I'm here." Everyone looked in her direction and shouted in shock, "That's Chairman Lug." The brown-haired man, hearing her call Lu Din Shuyan husband, was somewhat puzzled, glancing at Ko Chi-do, who had quickly run to stand beside him. She placed her hand on Lu Din Shuyan's hand and turned to everyone with a smile. "Everyone, welcome to my and Din Shuyan's wedding reception." Others, hearing this, were shocked upon shocked. Then they eagerly discussed among themselves, "So she is Ko Chi-do. She's so beautiful, but how did her personality change? Indeed, we can't believe what others say." Lu Tulong also confusedly asked, "Didn't Chairman Lu basically ignore her? Did he come here intentionally?" Ko Chi-do pushed up her glasses, then smiled and said to Lu Din Shuyan, "Mr. Lu, I hope the previous game brought you some enjoyable moments." As she knew from the novel, although Lu Din Shuyan had helped Lu Zilong win a large sum of money, their final cooperation didn't go smoothly. Lu Din Shuyan looked straight at Lu Zilong and slowly spoke, "Mr. Lu, if you're not happy, I can play a few more rounds with you." The light brown-haired man quickly followed up with his words, and Gu Jidu understood that the reason these two were being so humble was because if Lu Zilong kept losing money like this in front of everyone, he would definitely become very angry. Moreover, both of them knew he was a gambler, but didn't know he was actually a fraud. Lu Zilong, after hearing that invitation, immediately put on a calm face and declined. Then while walking past them, he said, "It was truly an interesting game. I had a good time." Gujidu saw this and smiled, thinking, indeed, only losing everything in a bet would be the most interesting game for him. Lu Zilong then turned to look at her. He smiled and extended his hand. "Miss Gu, I've long heard you're the most beautiful woman in country A. Today I see the rumors are true." Gujidu also slowly reached out to shake his hand and gently said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. You're even more handsome than the rumors say." This interaction between them was all witnessed by Lu Din Shuyan. His expression had now turned gloomy. The light brown-haired man, still unaware of Lu Din Shuyan's current mood, jokingly said, "Losing money and being so happy, could it be because of a beauty's charm?" Lu Zilong, after holding Gu Jidu's hand, quickly bent down and placed a kiss on it. "Haha, if you ever divorce Mr. Lu in the future, contact me by any means possible." And this action of his made Gu Jidu slightly flustered. She blushed and thought to herself, the perverts in this novel are all so adorable. Still lost in thought, Lu Din Shuyan's cough rang out, bringing her back to reality. He sat there staring at the two and coldly spoke, "Mr. Lu, you make me laugh. Tonight's wedding party has just begun. Why not go up for a few drinks first?" Lu Zilong heard this and smiled in response. "That's quite all right, Mr. Lu. Thank you for your invitation today. It's truly enviable that you could marry such a wife. I look forward to our future cooperation," he said, gently placing his hand on Lu Din Shuyan's. But Lu Din Shuyan remained completely indifferent. He slowly replied, "Very well, Mr. Lu." After receiving Lu Din Shuyan's agreement, Lu Zilong quickly turned to leave. "Then I'll go first. We'll discuss cooperation later." Lu Din Shuyan watched Lu Zilong's retreating figure and coldly replied, "No problem." At this moment, Lu Zilong slowly took out a cigarette and smiled, saying, "If Mr. Lu takes the position as head of Le Group, it would be so interesting." After saying this, he left with Min Wei Ping. The light brown-haired man watched the two leave and smiled, asking, "Is Lu Zilong on your side, Din Shuyan?" Lu Din Shuyan spoke slowly. "The translation is here for you." Suddenly at this moment, Ko Chi-du's voice caught his attention. Lu Din Shuyan looked over and saw her standing at the casino, waving her hands and shouting vigorously, "Can someone help me exchange these chips?" He immediately called out Ko Chi-du's name loudly, giving her quite a fright. Lu Din Shuyan turned his back to her and coldly said, "Come here." Ko Chi-du reluctantly replied, "Oh," secretly cursing him as hateful in her heart. At this moment, everyone around suddenly started asking one question after another. "How's the situation? Has Ko Chi-du helped Chairman Lu cooperate with Lu Zilong? Why did Lu Zilong agree to cooperate right after losing money? Haven't they never cooperated before? Did Ko Chi-du let Lu Zilong play?" After Ko Chi-du walked over to him, Lu Din Shuyan asked her in a deep voice, "Miss Chi-du, what are you doing here? Do you know what you've caused?" When Ko Chi-du heard this, not only did she not admit fault, but she became angry and slammed her hand on the table, shouting at him, "Why didn't you tell me you were organizing a wedding? Therefore, I came to the casino and helped you spend some money. And the reason you acted like this is because you knew you couldn't just sit and wait to die. You had to turn the tables." Lu Din Shuyan was somewhat surprised by her behavior and slowly asked, "Are you trying to pursue Lu Zilong?" Ko Chi-du crossed her arms and smiled happily, replying, "Everyone knows Mrs. Lu has always tried to cooperate with Mrs. Lu. Isn't it good to spend some money to win his favor?" Lu Din Shuyan continued to question, "It seems you have no intention of giving up." In his heart, he was now wondering if she wanted to help him. And after hearing his question, Ko Chi-du calmly said, "I just suddenly changed my mind and wanted to take a gamble. Lu Zilong has always liked gambling, but who really dares to play with him? You're all people who were born at the finish line. When trampled and humiliated under others' feet, it seems rather exciting, doesn't it?" Lu Din Shuyan was left speechless by her words. He opened his mouth to scold, "Crazy woman, you really think so?" Ko Chi-du continued speaking calmly, "It was all just luck. Anyway, it wasn't my money that was used to gamble, so losing wouldn't matter. Through the first two gambling matches, I had completely grasped the nature of the dice and the sound quality produced by the dice cup. Before my debut, I worked at a casino, using beauty to find wealthy men. After years of hard practice, I finally found the secret to throwing dice. I made a lot of money from it, and later, I was able to sign a contract with the company as an intern. Sir, dice is the game I'm most professional at. Moreover, If Lu Zilong feels unhappy about losing money when he lost, you can also step forward and continue to lose under his hand. At this point, Ko Chi-do showed a cunning expression and thought to herself, although I haven't practiced for a long time, there were some timing errors in the calculations, but luckily I still won. Then she raised her hand again and asked Lu Dinshuyan back, so you came to give him some face to discuss cooperation. After all, as long as the result is good, right? After hearing her words, Lu Dinshuyan was also convinced. He smiled and said firmly, you got lucky this time. Seeing him like that, Ko Chi-do pressed forward. She lowered her head, playfully teasing, don't you want to praise me? Looking at her sparkling eyes and sweet coquettish voice made Lu Dinshuyan feel moved. He blushed and quickly turned away. First, we still need to see Lu Tulong's next cooperation attitude. Anyway, let's split the money. First half of this win will be mine. When Ko Chi-do heard him say that, she quickly raised her head and exclaimed, what? She looked at him with confusion and asked loudly, I worked hard all day to earn money with my skills. You did nothing but want half. How come? Lu Dinshuyan glanced at her. He coldly said the capital was mine. The casino is also mine, and the games were arranged by me. Ko Chi-do puffed her cheeks in frustration and retorted, then why don't you say I belong to you too? Lu Dinshuyan looked at her and gave a cunning smile, saying that half seems too much. Knowing she couldn't argue with him, Ko Chi-do tried to hold back inside. Not much, not much. Couples sharing equally, family harmony, everything prospers. Lu Dinshuyan held out the card and said to her, tomorrow 2.1 billion will be loaded onto this card. Hearing that, she angrily shouted, you're my husband. How can you be so petty? I wish you'll never have a single friend in your life. But you and Lu Tulong should still get along better. At this point, Ko Chi-do excitedly laughed, because she thought someone with blood disorder paired with pride must be very exciting. Lu Dinshuyan heard but didn't understand the implication in her words, so he asked, making Ko Chi-do startled. Afraid that he would discover her dark thoughts, she quickly explained, after all, you guys are important partners. You still need to build a relationship that's good and healthy. Lu Dinshuyan suddenly changed his expression. He slowly asked if she seemed to like Lu Tulong a lot. Ko Chi-do scratched her cheek and awkwardly smiled at him. I really don't dislike men who spend money on women. Before she could finish, her arm was grabbed tightly by Lu Dinshuyan. He forcefully pulled her down. His other hand reached out to take off her glasses. Lu Dinshuyan tilted his head. He looked straight into Ko Chi-do's eyes and asked, whose money do you think you're betting with? Ko Chi-do looked at him fearfully and said softly, husband, you're hurting me. Only then did Lu Dinshuyan let go of her, then continued to remind Ko Chi-do there definitely won't be a next time. Hearing that, she sighed in relief and said, I know. No matter what, I helped you tonight, so can you promise me one thing? In her heart, she was now silently cursing Lu Dinshuyan. Just one sick playboy like you is already more than I can handle. Lu Dinshuyan gave her a suspicious look, then watched as she spoke. You thought that I still insisted on divorcing you. But her next words completely surprised him. I want to enter the entertainment industry. Seeing Lu Dinshuyan staring at her wide-eyed, Ko Chi-do immediately explained, since I was young, I've dreamed of becoming a star. But later I was determined to marry you. So I decided to temporarily give up that dream. But Lu Dinshuyan didn't care and told her directly, with your abilities, you'll only become an object of ridicule for everyone, nothing more. Ko Chi-do didn't let him finish and quickly jumped in to explain further. I'll just be an amateur, only participating in a few shows to satisfy my regrets. Even though she had said this much, he still insisted on objecting. Hiding someone's identity is difficult and risky. Ko Chi-do still wouldn't give up and became even more enthusiastic in trying to persuade him. I've earned you over 2 billion, and also won major projects and partners. You didn't attend the wedding ceremony and didn't even notify me about the reception. This wish is really very small. As she spoke, she put on a pitiful sulking expression. Lu Dinshuyan at this point stopped trying to stop her. He rubbed his forehead and then said, forget it. Just don't bring any disgrace to the Lu family. Do what you want. Hearing him say this, Ko Chi-do's face immediately lit up with joy. She bounced around exclaiming, thank you, dear husband. Lu Dinshuyan turned his face away. He said awkwardly, if you're done making a fuss, go down to the party and don't touch anything else. Ko Chi-do heard this and anxiously asked him, yes, that's a big deal. Is my hair okay? Do you want me to put on makeup? Now she was really hoping he would drive her home. Before Lu Dinshuyan could figure out how to answer these questions of hers, Ko Chi-do suddenly moved closer. She brought her face close to his and gently asked, "By the way, please tell me, how does my new lipstick color look today? Is it prettier?" This distance made Lu Dinshuyan feel a bit embarrassed. He immediately turned his face away and coldly said, "Just go quickly." Ko Chi-do cheerfully replied, "I understand." Seeing that Lu Dinshuyan hadn't said anything too negative, she thought he must quite like this lipstick color. All of tonight's objectives had been achieved. Time to celebrate a perfect debut. Thinking this, she put on her glasses and proudly walked away with her head held high. At this time during the party, a group of girls were gathered whispering and gossiping together. "Have you all heard? Ko Chi-do came here herself and claimed to be the mistress. Does she really think she's Mrs. Lu? She really has no shame. Mr. Lu completely treats her like she's invisible." As they were saying this, they saw Lu Dinshuyan coming in. They quickly changed their attitude. "Ah, Mr. Lu is coming. Mr. Lu is so handsome. Young Master Zhang is there too." Lu Dinshuyan looked at everyone and then declared loudly, "Thank you everyone for coming to today's party. I hope you all enjoy your meal." After hearing him speak, the crowd cheered excitedly. "Thank you, President Lu. Let's raise our glasses to President Lu." Now the three girls who were badmouthing Gu Jiu earlier just discovered she was standing right behind Lu Dingxian. At this moment she was smiling and talking happily with him. "Where's the soulmate cake? I want to eat some dessert." Lu Dingxian ignored Gu Jiu and coldly replied, "Find it yourself." Seeing this, the three girls gasped in shock. How dare that woman stand next to President Lu? She looks so beautiful. Who is she? A guest at the party suddenly called out, "Ah, I saw her at the entrance. That's Gu Jiu. She looks completely different from before." President Lu really appeared with her. He's never done this with anyone before. Meanwhile, Lu Zilong, who was standing far away, heard this and turned around. He raised his glass to greet Gu Jiu. Gu Jiu saw him and smiled, then turned to wave at Lu Dingxian, saying, "I'll walk around here for a while." But Lu Dingxian looked very displeased. He frowned, then just briefly said two words, "Come back?" Other girls who saw this scene became even more confused. What's going on? Why did Lu Zilong greet Gu Jiu? Another guest spoke up, "You don't know. Earlier Gu Jiu beat Lu Zilong at cards in the casino." When the girls heard this, they all shouted in shock, "What? Is she crazy?" Lu Zilong seems to have cooperated with President Lu because of this, but how? Lu Dingxian then tilted his head. He whispered to Gu Jiu, "Tonight's party has nothing to do with you. Go home first." Hearing this, Gu Jiu asked in surprise, "Things have gone this far, and you still want me to go alone?" Lu Dingxian looked at her and said, "Wait for me in the car." Knowing he would go with her, Gu Jiu was satisfied and happily replied, "Okay. Darling, don't keep me waiting too long." As she turned to leave, she happily thought, performing like this probably won't make much difference. Everyone will remember that I'm the hostess tonight. That's enough. Everyone around, when they saw her pass by, couldn't eat and kept glancing at her. Because of this aura, she's really beautiful. I should probably say hello. But the girls from earlier, seeing Gu Jiu being so well-liked, became more jealous and started gossiping, again changing her style to attract President Li's attention. What's the use? Didn't the Lu family already kick her out? I feel she seems to be trying to get closer to Lu Zilong instead. She probably knows if she can't win President Li's heart, divorce is inevitable sooner or later, so she changed her target. She's a vixen to the bone. Meanwhile, Lu Dingxian, sitting here, had heard all those words. He slowly called Yi Jin's name and ordered, "Thoroughly investigate all those who have spoken ill of Ko Chi-do behind her back tonight for me, then kick them off the Kim family's evening party guest list. I will take care of her once again." Daikin heard this and was confused, turned to ask Brother Dinshuyan, "Why suddenly so interested in sister-in-law?" "Because as I remember before," Lu Dinshuyan clearly said, not to let her come to the wedding for fear of losing face. Lu Dinshuyan's expression remained calm. Then he spoke up in the name of, "She is my wife. These people don't respect Madame Lu at all. That's all." Daikin then nodded. "I understand. On the other hand, Lu Tulong has sent someone to contact you. He said he wants to invite Brother Dinshuyan and sister-in-law for dinner sometime, considering the contract as a gift for the newlyweds." Lu Dinshuyan heard this and smiled, instructing, "Tell him to set a date. I will attend the party as planned." Daikin continued to ask, "What about sister-in-law? Should I notify her later, or what?" Lu Dinshuyan slowly picked up his wine glass. He took a sip, then slowly replied, "She won't go. She will enjoy her honeymoon in City A without me. Daikon replied yes, saying he would arrange it later. He was confused thinking about the honeymoon Lu Din Shuyan was talking about. After finishing the conversation, Lu Din Shuyan now felt relieved to drink. He was thinking it's just right Ko Chi-do will participate in some programs. This is the best way to avoid causing trouble for himself. Meanwhile, Ko Chi-do was walking when she suddenly sneezed. She suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth. Forgot to tell Lu Din Shuyan she will participate in professional photo shoot for magazines already, but then she thought, maybe it's not that necessary. The program magazine was only mentioned in the novel. There's too little information, so I'll participate alone. While thinking about this, suddenly from afar someone called out. Chi-Chi Ko Chi-do looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking with two other men. He rushed to hug her shoulders and cheerfully said, "My daughter looks so beautiful today, I almost didn't recognize you." Ko Chi-do looked at him, then thought to herself, in the novel, where perverts run rampant everywhere, Father Ko was a particularly rare good character. Thinking this, she happily said to him, "This dress is specially for tonight's wedding." Dad Father Ko heard her say this and chirped praise. "My daughter is so beautiful. Initially the Lu family said you wouldn't come, so I didn't intend to come. But then I heard that you appeared at the wedding and attracted a lot of attention, so I had to come." Ko Chi-do. After he finished speaking, she turned her head and said, "Thank you, Dad, but I'm a bit tired from today's events and was planning to return." Hearing her say this, he smiled warmly, then suggested later, "I will take you back to my house. I want to stay with you for a while." Ko Chi-do didn't object anymore. She sighed, replied, "Yes," and thought to herself, father was truly a strange feeling in the real world. I had been orphaned since I was very young. Relatives reluctantly took me in. Later, when I debuted and became famous, I completely cut off contact with them and moved out to live alone. After thinking about this, she finally happily leaned on her father's shoulder as they walked together. He was smiling as he turned to her and said, "I was very worried that young Lu would treat you badly. If you're ever wronged, you must tell me immediately." Gujiru was touched. She hugged his arm tightly and said gently, "I miss you too, father." Now she is happy, thinking that this reincarnation perhaps was heaven's way of compensating for the love she missed. Her father was also very happy hearing those words from Gujiru. He reached out and lovingly patted her head. Suddenly Gujiru remembered something and exclaimed, "By the way, father, today I won some money from a bet. I'll set aside some for the family." Hearing this, he just smiled and said, "Gigi, you know how to gamble?" "No. Just knowing my daughter is happy is enough. That money you should keep it to buy what you like." As soon as he finished speaking, Gujiru held out a card. 2.1 billion should be enough for our family for some time. Hearing her mention that amount, both he and the bodyguard were startled. Father Gu held the card in his hand and stammered, How much?" Gujiru quickly got into the car and calmly replied, 2.1 billion will be transferred tomorrow, father. Everything will be fine, trust me. Father Gu's eyes welled up with tears as he choked up, saying, "My daughter is so understanding. I'll only take 1/3 of it." Seeing him like this, Gujiru laughed. "Father, this is just half. The other half is with my husband. I'll tell him gradually on the way." Half an hour later, while driving, she was now sitting at her dressing table. Gujiru sighed, saying finally, she managed to put his mind at ease before he left. Just to talk with her a bit longer, he deliberately took the long way. But with this amount of money, the Gu family could survive through this period. As she was reaching back to pull the zipper, suddenly Lu Tingxian appeared behind her and leaned in to ask, "Would you like me to help?" Gujiru was startled by him and exclaimed, "Ah." Then she turned around and shouted, "Why didn't you knock?" Lu Tingxian looked very calm at this moment and slowly replied, "The door was open. Besides, this is my house. You're my wife. What shouldn't I see?" Hearing this, Gujiru blushed and stammered in response, "It's not that you can't look," but in her heart at this moment she was thinking, "Playing tricks? You're still too green." Lu Tingxian coughed lightly, then said sheepishly, "Well, I'm not very happy today, Gujiru. Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the car?" Hearing his question, Gujiru became worried and quickly explained, I met my father. He brought me back." Lu Tingxian continued to ask her, "Did you give him that card?" Gujiru looked at him puzzled and started to ask how. Before she could finish her question, Lu Tingxian quickly said, "Gujiyu, if you want to help Gu with just money, it's not enough. You have to beg me." Gujiyu became anxious upon hearing this and continued asking, "If I beg you, will you help me?" Li Dingxian looked up at her. He smiled and said, "That depends on whether you can make me satisfied or not." After hearing him say that, Gujiyu waved her hand dismissively and said, "Forget it then. In the past, I tried very hard to please you. But what did I get in return? From now on, I'll rely on myself. Hearing her say this, Li Dingxian challenged her. Let me see what you can do. Gu Jiyu responded with great confidence. If what happened today isn't enough proof, then just wait while I take a bath first. You surely won't be bathing with me, right? With that, she turned and walked away. Li Dingxian quickly turned his face away, then scolded her for talking nonsense. Gu Jiyu stood there glancing at him. In her heart, she was still angry that he had taken her money and still dared to act superior. After finishing her bath, Gu Jiyu stepped out of the bathroom exclaiming happily, "Ah, the bathtub is so amazing." At this moment, Li Dingxian came in. His butler was standing in front of her. He complained that she took too long, thought she might have fallen asleep in there. Seeing him, Gu Jiyu immediately became defensive and shouted, "What do you mean by coming here?" Li Dingxian sat there with a completely calm face and replied, "This is the master bedroom. If I don't sleep here, should I sleep on the sofa?" After hearing this, she immediately asked, "You want to sleep here? As I remember, didn't you want to sleep in separate rooms before?" Li Dingxian suddenly put on a sad face, then he said softly, "All right," while Gu Jiyu was screaming inside that she didn't want to keep him here either. Then she quickly ran to the door, turned back, and forced a smile while saying to him, "My sleeping posture is quite strange. Afraid I might kick you off the bed, so it's best if I change rooms." Hearing her say this, Li Dingxuan's face darkened, asking if she wanted him to tie her to the bed. His words truly intimidated her. Gu Jiyu, frightened, immediately sat properly on the bed and smiled, saying, No need. Mr. Li, I will definitely be honest and sleep without crossing any boundaries." Li Dingxian stared at her intently, then ordered the butler to leave. After the butler left the room, he still didn't leave, but stood at the door shouting, "Young madam, please take good care of the young master. If the young master gets hurt, we can't bear it. Please be gentle. See you tomorrow morning." Gu Jiyu heard what he was about to say. Wait a moment, but then heard the door slam shut. She sat on the bed worrying about taking care of him. Then who will take care of me? Gu Jiyu slowly walked to the dressing table and removed the towel wrapped around her head to prepare to dry her hair. At this moment, she looked in the mirror, observing Li Dingxian behind her, and thought to herself, "What does this guy want to do now?" Turned around and saw him sitting there, trembling all over. Gu Jiyu was worried, remembering this moment in the novel. Although Lu Dingxuan's condition had improved, he could barely stand up. Was it because of unbearable pain? Getting in and out of the big car was the most difficult time for him, but he absolutely refused others' help. Seeing her staring at him all this time, Lu Dingxian felt uncomfortable, loudly snapped, "What are you looking at? Don't worry, even if you're wearing nothing, I won't touch you." Gu Jiyu heard him say that and got angry, turned away, and said mockingly, "Oh, how touching." Now she's thinking that she was really stupid to feel sorry for him. In the novel, he was often hurt by this, especially after meeting the female lead. Lu Dingxian felt that his wife didn't like him because he was disabled, so he often drank a lot of alcohol, like when he hit his head against the bed corner and cabinet, bleeding heavily. Lu Dingxian was trembling, slowly supporting himself when he suddenly sensed a fragrance from behind. He was confused, turned to look back, and saw Gu Jiyu holding his waist, helping him up. She was now showing a face that looked very displeased. Even after being helped onto the bed, Lu Dingxian still didn't forget to complain. "Gu Jiyu, I don't need." She didn't let him finish and immediately replied, "I know, however, I was entrusted by the butler to fulfill my duties as a wife." At this moment, she was thinking that the original owner had trained for him. This wasn't too difficult for her. Lu Dingxian heard this and called her meddlesome. Gu Jiyu didn't mind and calmly replied, "I just worry you'll get hurt, that's all." Lu Dingxian then reached out his hand. He wanted to say something, but Gu Jiyu had already turned away, her cheeks turning red. Damn, he's even more handsome up close. And when he reached out, he accidentally touched her long hair. Lu Dingxian immediately withdrew his hand, then sighed and said, "Forget it, I want to sleep." After Gu Jiyu had changed her clothes, approached the bed, and saw Lu Dingxian had fallen asleep some time ago. She slightly bent down close to his face and smiled quietly, saying gladly, "He looks more human when sleeping." She thought perhaps these days he's been busy with cooperation, going to therapy at night, so must be very tired. While thinking, she reached to cover him with the blanket, then sighed again. "If I treat you better, would you still want to kill me?" After saying these words, she realized something wasn't right, then immediately let go of the blanket. What am I thinking? I'm the obstacle between him and the female lead. If I want to survive, I can only escape from here. The more she thought, the more headache she felt. Gu Jiyu irritably lay down beside him, then covered herself with the blanket. "Forget it, just sleep." At this moment, Lu Dingxian slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head towards her, smiled, and said softly, "That depends on how well you treat me." Morning came very quickly. After a long sleep, Chi-do woke up in a daze. She sat on the bed, rubbing her eyes and looking beside her to find that he had already left some time ago without even saying a word to her. Knowing it was almost time for filming, Chi-do glumly got out of bed. Then she opened her phone to check. At this time, she saw someone had sent her a message. The person on the other end introduced themselves as Lu Min, sent by Mr. Lu to be her assistant. If she had any requests, she could contact them. After reading this, Chi-do thought Lu Dingxian was quite thoughtful, perhaps because of yesterday's 2.1 billion. Thinking this, she put the phone to her ear and said, "Hello, it's me. Did Lu Dingxian tell you about my participation in the program?" Without waiting for the person on the other end to say yes, she smiled and continued, please look up the program, Love Me Please for me. When does it start? When the other person heard the program name, they paused for a moment then asked, but this seems to be a blind dating show. Should I report this to Mr. Lu? Chi-do replied without hesitation, no need, he already knows everything. Arrange for me to participate as soon as possible and help me prepare a fake identity. After everything was settled, Chi-do smiled at herself in the mirror and thought this was the ideal time for her to start a career. About an hour later, the assistant came to pick her up. Lu Min sat in the driver's seat, reached back to hand Chi-do a paper and said, Miss, everything has been arranged. This is your new identity. Chi-do quickly took it and cheerfully smiled. Such high efficiency. From now on I'll call you Sister Min. I hope for your help in the future. Lu Min replied, yes, then turned to tell her, your identity is that of a high-achieving student, graduating early from the acting department of a top university in country Y. Your parents passed away when you were young, and you grew up in an orphanage. Hearing this, Chi-do thought silently, I'm sorry Mom and Dad. Lu Min continued telling her, young madam, your style is very different from before. Don't worry about that for now. As for the name, before she could finish, Chi-do interrupted, just call me Chi-ju. Considering the possibility of identity exposure later, using this can avoid some troubles. Because she knew that anyway, wanting to enter the entertainment industry, being exposed was just a matter of time. After hearing this, Lu Min instructed Chi-do further. Today's show will have a film crew. The first broadcast will be held in the evening. Then she turned to look at Chi-do and asked, time is running short. Are you okay? Chi-do now wore a very interested expression. She pushed up her glasses and replied, don't worry, I can handle it myself. Everything is under control. Lu Dingxian's car had now returned to the villa. At this time, Yi-chun was pushing Lu Dingxian's wheelchair into the house while asking, Mr. Dingxian, you always went straight to the apartment before. Why today? Lu Dingxian immediately interrupted him and said, this is my house. I can come back whenever I want. As soon as they entered the hall, someone came out to greet them. Welcome back, young master and young master Dike. We will prepare dinner right away. Lu Dingxian looked up at the butler and asked him, where is Miss Chi-do? Hearing his question, the butler bowed and calmly replied, young master, the young mistress and Lu Man left early. After learning this information, Lu Dingxian immediately ordered Dike to verify with Lu Man. Dike obeyed, quickly taking out his phone. After calling for a while, he rushed to Lu Dingxian and exclaimed, Brother Dingxian. Lu Man said, sister-in-law, when to film a show? Did you give permission? Lu Dingxian showed no particular reaction, sitting there calmly saying, so that's what happened. This woman acts quite swiftly. Daikan, looking very serious, continued asking him, so you agreed to let sister-in-law participate in variety shows like blind dating love shows? Lu Dingxian finally became confused and asked, what variety show? Daikan quickly answered him, tell me with Love Season 2. As soon as he said that, Lu Dingxian's face suddenly darkened. Daikan continued speaking confidently. The first season of this variety show became famous all over the internet, and every couple ended up together. So season 2 is even more popular. Lu Dingxian thought Ko Chi-do must be trying to cause trouble. Then he angrily turned to Daikan and told him to go bring her back. But Daikan awkwardly smiled and told him, I'm afraid it's too late. Then he pointed at the TV and asked, right now, the first live broadcast has already started. Shall we watch? Lu Dingxian remained silent for a long while. Then he asked, which company is in charge? Call them here. Hearing his question, Daikan bowed low and nervously said, Brother Dingxian, Lu family is the biggest investor. That's why sister-in-law could get in so easily. If it really doesn't work, we can go as VIP guests. You have a certain status in the industry, don't you? To this question from Daikan, Lu Dingxian angrily shouted, why should I go? Daikan was startled by his outburst. He didn't understand why Lu Dingxian was acting so strange, then smiled and said, you're right, we won't go. Then shall we watch the live broadcast? Ledin Shuyan quickly wheeled away and coldly replied to him, if you like it, go home and watch it. Take care, no need to see me out. Hearing him say that, Daikin didn't know what else to say and just waved goodbye to leave first. But then, Ledin Shuyan turned and told Daik, can't wait. Leave your phone and unlock it for me. His mobile phone was broken, so he would use Daikin's phone for a day. Daikin was confused by these words, not knowing what was wrong with him. He didn't understand why today he had become so strange. After waiting for Daikin to return, Ledin Shuyan only turned on the machine to watch the show now. At that time, there were 5 people in the show, including both males and females sitting together on the sofa. Suddenly the screen switched to show Gujiju. Along with that came commenting voices, look at that! Oh my god, is this Chi-do? This person is at least 1.7 m tall. How can this be Gu Chi-do? Am I the only one who thinks she's glowing? At this moment, Gu Chi-do quickly took off her glasses. Her face beamed with a bright smile as she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Chi-do. The surrounding discussions immediately exploded. She's so beautiful. Oh my goodness, I love it. What kind of glow-up is this? Who is this person? Where's my Chi-do? I've never heard this name before. She must be new. But why wasn't she in the previous promotional posters? Ledin Shuyan looked at her on the screen, silently pondering about the name Chi-do at this moment. Gu Chi-do suddenly, for no reason, felt a chill down her spine. Shiryu sat on the sofa, immediately stepped forward to welcome her when she entered. Han Sun also sat still, winking at her. Gu Chi-yu was even quicker. He suddenly stood up, rushed to her and said, Sister, let me help you. Gu Chi-do looked at him then smiled. Thank you little brother. Right now she was very happy because she finally met her little brother. After everyone had taken their seats, there were more discussions. Wow. Xiaoyu and Shiryu are competing for the new sister. Xiaoyu likes this type of sister. I can smell the gunpowder. Already competing, the new rookie sister is so popular. Gu Chi-do glanced at Gu Chi-yu. She thought to herself about her brother. He was the only one who opposed Gu Chi-ju's marriage to Ledin Shuyan. For this reason, he made a scene and left home. But the original owner put her whole heart into the marriage and ignored this brother. This could be considered a farewell in the novel. Gu Chi-do accidentally died while participating in this show. 2 others were injured and eventually retired. He was really happy to see me. No matter what happens, I will save him. At this moment, Gu Chi-yu also turned to look at her and shyly said, Hello sister. Gu Chi-do was still lost in thought. The original only briefly mentioned Gu Chi-yu's death. However, the original owner didn't believe it was just an accident, so she asked Ledin Shuyan to investigate the truth. But Ledin Shuyan just thought she was causing trouble without reason and refused to investigate. The original owner was devastated because of this, making Din Shuyan despise her even more. She couldn't count on Ledin Shuyan to solve this problem. As she was thinking about this, 2 people at the door, a man and a woman, walked in. The girl with a lovely face cheerfully smiled and said hello. Hello everyone. The viewers immediately shouted when they saw them. Oh, Duzhua and Lu Hong. The height difference is so cute. That actress is here too? So that's it. In the previous announcement, only 6 people were mentioned. Great. Lu Hong is still carrying luggage using Duzhua. Gu Chi-do looked at the 2 and thought, he is Lu Hong. He's so handsome. Then she remembered what Lu Min had told her, that guests would participate in pairs. She had invited veteran actors to join. However, Lu Hong didn't seem very willing to cooperate. But due to immense public pressure to avoid criticism, they had to arrange for him to appear with an actress. Suddenly, Shiryu stood up and excitedly announced, Everyone has arrived. Let's start the introductions, shall we? I'm Shiryu. Please help me out. Following Shiryu was Han Sun. He shyly introduced his name and said he was a singer. When it was Lu Heng's turn, he just coldly said briefly, Lu Hengyi. The girl who came with him earlier smiled gently and said, I'm Duzhu. Feel free to call me Zhuzi. 2 girls sitting on the sofa behind also spoke up in turn. I'm Mei Siku. Like brother Lu Hengyi. I'm from Globe Entertainment. I'm Wu Si, a professional model. Gu Ji-yu waited for the 2 girls to finish then spoke. I'm Gu Ji-yu, a new actor. After him was Gu Chi-do. She observed everyone and coldly said, Chi-ju from Cultural Company. After looking at everyone here, she recalled that among them only Lu Hengyi was mentioned in the novel, a character with a tragic fate who committed suicide due to depression. The girls at this time, after hearing Gu Chi-ju's introduction, got excited and exclaimed, Chi-ju Ji-yu, your names are so similar. Yes, you 2 look very alike too. Gu Chi-do heard this and was very happy. She turned to smile at Gu Ji-yu. This must be fate. Please help me out. Gu Jiyu looked at her. He shyly replied yes. Suddenly at this time the program announced to start that please write down your own ideal type. The discussions became even more lively again. I like this part. What kind of girl would Hongyi like? I wish I was the type that sure you this is clearly spoiling about their target. Everyone quickly shipped them together. After the announcement in less than 5 minutes Gu Jiyu quickly finished writing smiling as he held up his board. On his board were the 2 words her. Gu Jiyu saw this and lowered her head thinking, what the hell? Such an exaggerated act makes me cringe like a hippo. Sure you had also finished writing by now. On his board were 6 words, gentle, kind, and filial. Next was Han Sun. He wrote intelligent and thoughtful, fair-skinned, and about 1.7 m tall. Then he added further that, I think beautiful eyes are the most important point. While everyone else wrote very interesting and detailed answers, Hong Yi's board only had 2 words. After reading these words, silently someone jokingly called out that, I can stay silent forever if Hong Yi wants, but Juzi had also finished writing. She shyly held up her board which wrote, straightforward, reliable, gives her a sense of security, and taller than her. Next were Mei Si and Wu Si in turn. The last person to hold up their board was Ko Chi Du. She smiled and exclaimed, I like this, then turned her board around. On it was written, cute like a child, looks like a puppy. When others saw it, they immediately started shipping her with Ko Chi Duk. Meanwhile at home, Lu Din Shuyan watched this and fell silent, pondering for a long while. Then he raised his hand to type a message. At this time, Lu Man was also standing in the observation room. She said with satisfaction, this is great. Everything is going according to plan. The young girl is performing like a fish in water. Unlike her first public appearance, suddenly a message arrived and Lu Man opened it. It was a message from Daikan. In it he wrote, after filming is done, ask Ko Chi Do to contact me immediately. After reading it, she felt strange. Isn't young Master Zhang always treating her as a sister-in-law? Why the sudden change? At this point in the show they were assigning bedrooms. Thoivu, Han Tuan, Mitu Ka and O2 who arrived first each got their own room. The room on the 2nd floor has cameras that can be turned off. Filming will start tomorrow after room assignments are done. Thoivu then looked at the girls and cheerfully said, if the luggage is heavy, I can help. Han Tuan also quickly added, let me help. Meanwhile, Luke Hang not coldly instructed, go back to your rooms and arrange your belongings. Then he walked up the stairs first. Seeing Du Truck wanting to carry her suitcase, Ko Chi Du turned and said, no need to help me. You must be tired too. Then she offered to help Du Truck instead. Du Truck was surprised and worried, saying her suitcase was very heavy, but Ko Chi Du didn't care. She directly carried both suitcases and ran straight up the stairs. Ko Chi Duk and Du Truck standing below were very shocked seeing this image of her. At this moment at home, Ladin Shuyan observed Ko Chi Du's behavior and became very confused, thinking it was the same yesterday. This woman had never been this strong before. Perhaps should ask the manager to investigate. Back to the show, Luke Heng, not after seeing Ko Chi Du carrying suitcases up the stairs, turned and asked if she needed help, but Ko Chi Du just ignored him. She walked right past him and didn't forget to request, Chi Duk is quite tired. Please help me by assisting her. Mr. Heng not. At this point, the show suddenly announced today's broadcast has ended. Thank you everyone and see you in the next episodes. Finally back in the room, Du Truck gratefully said to Ko Chi Du, thank you for helping me with all this luggage. Ko Chi Du heard this and smiled with her hand on her hip. It's nothing. I can't refuse someone as adorable as you. Being praised, Du Truck blushed and replied, yes. Now Ko Chi Du just discovered a message from Lu Man. In the message she wrote, CEO Zhang Dike can request you to contact him after it's over. Ko Chi Du looked at his business card and thought, Zhang Dike, can I remember he was Lu Din Shuyan's cousin, and he was the one Lu Din Shuyan trusted the most. In the final part of the novel, to protect Lu Din Shuyan, he died at the hands of power contenders, she thought while turning to speak to Du Truck Tuesday. I'm going outside to take a phone call at this moment at home. Lu Din Shuyan was puzzled, scrutinizing her profile picture. Suddenly the phone rang, startling him. Ko Chi Du stared at the phone wondering, why hasn't he answered after half a day? Wonder what's happening. While still confused, suddenly someone called her name. Ko Chi Duk walked in from outside saying he followed her because he saw her go out. Ko Chi Du looked at him, then smiled and said, you came just in time. Quick, close the door so no one else sees you. Ko Chi Duk followed her words and slowly closed the door, then sighed and asked, sister, why did you come here? Aren't you angry with me? Ko Chi-do now remembered that in the novel, she had quarreled with Ko Chi-duk, and the reason was because of Lu Din Shuyan. Remembering this, she lowered her head and said, I know you did that because you wanted what's best for me this time. I came here specifically to find you. At this moment, Lu Din Shuyan was ordering the butler to answer her phone and put it on speaker. Remember that you're speaking on behalf of Jong Daik-kan. The butler, though not understanding what was happening, still followed his instructions and turned on the phone where Ko Chi-do was. Immediately, Ko Chi-duk's voice came through. Finally, you've realized you want to divorce Lu Din Shuyan yet? Lu Din Shuyan and the butler, after hearing these words, both fell into silence. At this moment, Ko Chi-duk suddenly raised his voice at his sister. As I said before, Lu Din Shuyan is a scoundrel. You treated him very well, but he still has that attitude. Ko Chi-do immediately gestured to Ko Chi-duk to lower his voice or others might hear, and it would be troublesome. Ko Chi-duk said sadly, but then she interrupted to explain. I only came here because I was worried about you. It has nothing to do with Lu Din Shuyan. Ko Chi-duk continued to hold her hand and pleaded earnestly. Sister, you still won't listen to what I say? I just want you to be happy. Ko Chi-do smiled and said softly, Little Duk, I understand, brother. I promise you that I will never make mistakes again, she said while patting his head. I will resolve this matter with Lu Din Shuyan at an appropriate time. The butler, after hearing this conversation, looked worriedly at Lu Din Shuyan. Ko Chi-do continued speaking, so you can feel at ease participating in the program. This is an important opportunity for you. Ko Chi-duk heard her say this and nodded happily. Sister, I will listen to you. Then he smiled brightly and said, Sister, I see you've changed. It's so good that you're back to your old self. At this moment, Ko Chi-do discovered the phone was still connected. She quickly said to Ko Chi-duk, Go back first, we'll talk on the phone later. Ko Chi-duk turned to leave, but still held back to ask her, By the way, sister, you can use this variety show program to find someone better. That way you'll probably forget about Lu Din Shuyan soon. Ko Chi-do waved her hand to tell him to hurry up. Then she spoke into the phone. Hello, is this Jong Daik-kan? The butler anxiously replied to her. Young madam, young Master Jong is busy. I'm answering on his behalf. Ko Chi-do, knowing it was the butler on the line, asked again, Is Mr. Jong Daik-kan at the Lu family mansion? Is he with Lu Din Shuyan? Being questioned, the butler stammered in response. They're discussing business matters, researching about business, and I'm here alone. She replied without any doubt. I see. I think Jong Daik-kan just wants to confirm something. Please help me pass on a message. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to explain to Lu Din Shuyan that I came to this recording only because I had a conflict with my brother earlier. So I came to find my brother and, by the way, fulfill my dream of becoming famous with no other purpose. After hearing her words, the butler replied, Yes, I will pass on the message. However, young madam, please be mindful of your status and return immediately. Ko Chi-do immediately exclaimed cheerfully, Status doesn't matter. No one will recognize me. I'm Ko Chi-do, and I don't think Lu Din Shuyan would care about me that much. I need to go back to my room now. If there's anything else, call me later. After saying that, she hung up directly. Lu Din Shuyan's face turned purple with anger when he saw this. He angrily said to the butler, This damned woman seems to be very happy. Then he ordered to have Jong Daik-kan rearrange the upcoming schedule and give me some time to go out. After instructing the butler, Lu Din Shuyan picked up his phone again. His face now became very frightening. Ko Chi-do, you'd better not think about running away. Meanwhile, Ko Chi-do was very happy after returning to her room. Lu Kang-not saw this and coldly asked, Seems like you and your sister have made up? Ko Chi-do immediately cheered. She's my most beloved sister. But then he felt something wasn't right and shouted, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Kang-not looked at him with a completely calm face. I am an actor. Your expressions can't fool my eyes. You and Chi-do are close, but seem to have some conflict. Ko Chi-do heard him speak and became worried. So you've been secretly watching my sister? Do you care about her? Lu Kang-not replied indifferently. I was invited by the culture company to help her. What concerns me more is, she looks at me like she's looking at a dying person. Ko Chi-do immediately objected. It's strange that you notice such things. Do you have paranoid delusions? Lu Kang-not glanced away and continued his unfinished words. She does the same when looking at you. When Ko Chi-do heard him say this, his face turned purple with fear. Then he sat down on the bed and said, "How could that be? My sister doesn't even know you, and she would never harm me." Hung-e quickly replied, "I'm not mistaken about this. She must have noticed someone was plotting against you and me." As he said this, he thought, could it be that Gu Ji-do knows about his depression? Gu Ji-yu also asked him with concern at this moment, "Mr. Hung-e, your symptoms seem quite serious. Would you like to see a psychologist?" 06 Hung-e heard his question but didn't address the issue. He just remained silent, then told Gu Ji-yu to clean up quickly. Meanwhile in the room, Gu Ji-do and Yu-ju were taking photos together. After taking the photo, Yu-ju happily said, "Let me forward it to you. Hope we can help each other more in the future." Hearing this, Gu Ji-do also happily replied that it's no problem. Then she looked at her personal page and saw her fans were increasing faster. Suddenly Yu-ju exclaimed, "Ah, someone has already liked it before me." Then she turned to Gu Ji-do with a smile and said, "Ji-do, the first person to like your post was Director Wei." Seeing Gu Ji-do didn't know, she began to explain, "You don't know? He's one of the most successful producers and most powerful in China in recent years. He's only released 3 films, but they all became huge hits. Now, most A-list stars in the entertainment industry got their breakthrough roles in his works. For example, me, Hung-e, and actress Ho Fu-chan. Seems like you need to learn more about this industry." Gu Ji-do thought to herself after hearing this. He was never mentioned in the novel. These fan numbers are much higher than in my real world. Looking at his personal page, Gu Ji-do turned to Yu-ju and asked, "Seems there isn't much information about him?" Yu-ju replied very seriously, "Director Wei has always been very private. Even during filming, he only directs from afar. No one knows his true background. This is the first time I've seen him use his Weibo account like this. If you catch his eye, you'll definitely become a star immediately." Hearing this, Gu Ji-do became very excited and thought he must have been captivated by this beauty. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can't let it slip away. But at this moment, Lu Dingxian was very distressed, complaining that he had accidentally hit the like button again. Originally, he just wanted to follow the hot search to see if there were any updates on her Weibo. Looking at the comments, someone had asked Director Wei is very interested in her. "Do you also like Gu Ji-do? Will she be the female lead in your next film?" After reading this comment, Lu Dingxian thought no. If she receives too much attention, her real identity will eventually be exposed. But if that happens, she definitely can't stay in that damn show. Wonder how actress Gu Ji-ju will react to this. At this moment, Gu Ji-ju was lying in her room wearing a face mask, relaxing with Yu-ju while using her phone and asking Gu Ji-ju, "The show will officially start filming tomorrow. Are you nervous?" Hearing the question, Gu Ji-ju remained extremely calm and replied, "Why should I be afraid? This is a perfect opportunity to find a good life partner. I'm very excited about it too." The night passed just like that. Soon it was the next morning. At this time, the film crew was extremely busy preparing for the next scene. Gu Ji-yu had already gotten ready neatly. She ran over and cheerfully greeted everyone. The crew members who saw her wondered and asked, "Wasn't it announced that guests should arrive at 8 o'clock? It's not even 7 yet. When did she get here?" But Gu Ji-yu thought that her biological clock currently was still in work mode. To participate in other programs, she needed to stand out from the beginning. Lu Hung-e suddenly appeared behind and greeted her. Seeing him arrive, Gu Ji-yu happily said, "Good morning, Hung-e. Would you like some breakfast?" Lu Hung-e turned to ask her, "Did you buy it for me?" Gu Ji-yu then smiled brightly and exclaimed, "I bought it for everyone. Would you like a hot soy milk?" Lu Hung-e looked at her and then coldly replied, "I'm allergic to soy." When Gu Ji-yu learned this, she immediately offered him a different drink. She found it quite strange, because in Sister Min's documents, this wasn't mentioned. Lu Hung-e quickly moved closer and took the milk from her hand. He said, "Thank you for bringing me soy milk." Such close contact made Gu Ji-yu feel a bit moved. The director, upon seeing this, quickly shouted, "Quick, capture this with all cameras from all angles." Gu Ji-yu quickly turned around and asked Lu Hung-e, "By the way, is Ji-yu awake yet?" At this moment, she thought to herself that he could still be romantic. Very worthy of being someone Mrs. Lee invited to cooperate with me. But Lu Hung-e's expression after hearing her question didn't look too good. He coldly said, "Not yet. He's still sleeping like the dead." Gu Ji-yu heard this and chuckled. "Did his snoring disturb you, Hung-e? No wonder you seem to be in a bad mood." followed. Lu Hongyi drank his milk while smiling and asked her, "How did you know?" Then the two stood there teasing each other. This scene was caught by the director. He immediately ordered the cameraman, "This scene is perfect. Cut and edit it right away and use it as the introduction." 40 minutes later, everyone had arrived. Mei CK entered with a gloomy expression saying, "I'm not used to the bed there. Overall, it doesn't feel good." Yu Zhu also shyly smiled and said, "Turns out I'm not the only one who's still sleepy." Hearing this, Gu Zhiyu laughed loudly and teased Yu Zhu. "Perhaps last night you were overthinking and couldn't sleep well." Yu Zhu quickly denied, "I didn't. I was just a bit worried." But then she smiled brightly and said, "Thanks to sister's sweet breakfast, I'm feeling better now." Hearing this, Gu Zhiyu walked over and patted her head saying, "You're such a good girl." At this time, Wu and Han Sun asked simultaneously, "Oh, did Jiyu buy breakfast?" Yu Zhu quickly answered the two, "Yes. I woke up late, so she used the microwave to reheat it." Everyone hearing this, they all gratefully exclaimed, "Gu Zhiyu is so thoughtful. I thought it was prepared by the production team." "Thank you." Gu Zhiyu then giggled and said, "I hope everyone feels happy." But Mei Sikai saw it and turned green with envy. She thought she might have underestimated Gu Zhiyu too much. It's really difficult to participate in this variety show. Absolutely cannot be a backdrop for a newcomer like her. Then she changed her attitude and said, "Jiyu, thank you." Sure, you also quickly spoke up, "By the way, Jiyu, your outfit today is very special." Han Sun, standing behind, immediately agreed, "Yes. Jiyu feels completely different today compared to yesterday." Miss Jiyu heard everyone's compliments and shyly smiled, saying, "Actually, I went jogging after buying breakfast, so after showering there wasn't much time left." Duju looked up at her with admiring eyes and exclaimed, "Wow. Jiyu sister, you're so disciplined." Gu Jiyu continued telling everyone, "I like to dress neatly, comfortable and convenient for moving around." Duju, standing beside, clapped and followed her words. "It's okay, sister, you look beautiful in anything." But Mei Sikai, standing here hearing this, had an extremely unpleasant expression. She thought, "Humph." Knowing there would be a date today, everyone dressed very formally. She instead dresses differently and makes friends. She must have ulterior motives. At this moment, the director suddenly appeared. He ran over waving and called out, "Dear guests, today's schedule has been sent to everyone's phones." Gu Zhiju, after looking at his phone, immediately shouted, "What? No way." The reason he shouted was because the schedule stated that only 200 yuan cash would be sponsored per person. After reading, he dejectedly sighed. "Only 200 yuan. What can I do with this? The production team is so cruel." Duju, standing far away, also sadly agreed. How can such a small amount be enough for a whole day? But Gu Zhiyu was instead very happy. She smiled, thinking this was exactly as she predicted. At this time, the director continued saying, "Receive your allowance. After that, you can freely go anywhere." Han Sun quickly walked over and spoke up in summary, "Let's save as much as possible. Let's begin." Lu Hongyi, while looking at his phone, spoke up, "Well, taking a taxi costs 100 yuan divided by 4 people is fine." The director, hearing this, immediately jumped in. "The crew going along must also be counted. One car can only seat 2 people, you should know that." Han Sun angrily glanced at him and scolded, "You cruel person." But Du Zhu and Gu Zhiyu at this time both wanted to go with Gu Zhiyu. Gu Zhiyu nodded in agreement, then suggested all 3 take the bus to save money. Hearing her say this, Mei Sikai spoke up asking, "Won't the bus be too crowded? And we are public figures." Wu Si also spoke up saying, "But we don't need to save that little money, right? I think taking a taxi is better." Then Mei Sikai ran after Lu Hongyi asking, "Brother Hongyi, can I share a ride with you?" But Lu Kang not coldly said to her, "No, I'll take the bus." When everyone had reached the street, Doivu turned to ask Kochi, "Do, it's morning rush hour now. The bus will be very crowded. Why don't you come with me?" Kochi Du immediately smiled and replied, "It's okay. Thank you, Doivu, for caring." Hearing her say that, Doivu cheerfully said, "Well, then see you later at the playground." Then he quickly opened the car door and was about to step in. At this moment, O2, standing behind, said he would go with him. One by one, Mi Tu Ka and Han Tuan also left. After getting in the car, Mi Tu Ka turned back to look at Kochi Du, thinking to himself that she's quite good at pretending. Soon netizens will mock her shameful appearance of pushing and shoving on the bus. At this time, only 4 people remained: Kochi Du, Kochi Duk, Du Truck, and Luke Hang not. Ko Chi-duk quickly led everyone to the bus that was already waiting. When Ko Chi-duk saw it, he shouted loudly, "Ah, an empty bus." Ko Chi-duk smiled and pointed at it saying, "I just checked. There's one station where people can get on or off. This is a bus that goes directly to tourist attractions. The final stop of this bus is a bar in Tonnam Street. It only opens at 6 p.m. So during this time, the bus will be empty, although we need to transfer when we arrive, but it's still better than rushing the whole way, right?" After hearing her, Du-Truck happily agreed "That's very good indeed." And Ko Chi-duk was extremely excited, cheering, "Haha, the Wei-Vu and the others, if they find out, they'll die of regret." At this moment, Ko Chi-duk quickly gave her bus card to the driver. As the film crew saw it, they said these should be confiscated along with the cash she was carrying. Ko Chi-duk immediately told them she bought it from the owner who sold her breakfast because she guessed the show would limit money, so she prepared some things before settling the bill when mobile phones were banned. Hearing these words, Ko Chi-duk and Du-Truck both opened their eyes wide in admiration. "Wow, Chi-duk is amazing, dear sister. My admiration for you is like a rising river." After speaking, Ko Chi-duk quickly got on the bus, then said that after all, I didn't break any of today's rules. At this time, Luke Hang not actively handed her the envelope and said, "It seems choosing to go with you today was the right decision. Thank you." Seeing this, Ko Chi-duk and Du-Truck also quickly took out their envelopes, gave them to her, and thanked her. Ko Chi-duk happily accepted, then said to everyone, "Haha, I guarantee I'll make everyone have so much fun they'll forget their way home after traveling for a while." She received a message from Lu Man. The message said, "Before joining the show, you said you didn't want to attract attention. It seems that's not working out. You're extremely popular now." Reading this, Ko Chi-duk was startled, not understanding what was happening. She thought being famous is indeed fun, but becoming famous so quickly will surely invite criticism. It's completely unfavorable for her future career, and she doesn't know how Din Shuyan will react when he finds out. Din Shuyan is now at home. He's holding a notebook in his hand and asking the butler, "Is this everything?" The butler standing beside him immediately answers yes, except for the wedding day. "We have investigated all of young Mrs. activities over the past year. Nothing unusual. During this period, she spent a lot of time in the gym. According to the trainer, Madam's goal was to be able to carry her husband." While Din Shuyan was having a headache, thinking his phone suddenly rang with a message. Quickly picking it up to look, he saw pictures of Lu Hang-yi and Gu Ji-yu. The butler then continued talking about young Master Gu. "We have investigated that he had a big argument with young Madam the night before the wedding. He even scolded young Master." Before he finished speaking, Din Shuyan interrupted to ask, "Has Jiang Yi-chun arranged everything properly?" The butler immediately answered him yes. "Mr. Jiang is negotiating with the program team and has arranged for another guest to accompany you." After hearing this, Din Shuyan coldly instructed, "The sooner the better. This matter has been kept secret until now." Manager Min on the other side hasn't revealed anything either, but at this moment, for some reason, he felt very uneasy in his heart. About 2 hours later, the bus stopped. Gu Jiyu slowly got off and said, "We need to go to the supermarket to get some change first, then find somewhere to eat." Gu Jiju, following her, asked about eating. "Aren't we waiting until we get there to eat?" Gu Jiyu turned to answer him, "The budget is tight. That money is only for playing. We'll eat here because it's cheaper." Suddenly someone shouted, "Thief!" Gu Jiyu, startled, immediately turned around and saw a man wearing a blue jacket running away with a handbag. Behind him was a fat woman. She was trying to chase after him, shouting loudly, "My bag!" Seeing this, Gu Jiyu scolded, "How dare you in broad daylight?" He was about to rush forward, but Gu Jiyu was faster and shouted loudly, "Thief, you won't escape." To everyone's surprise, she quickly chased after the thief, in her mind now thinking, "Want to escape?" Back when filming action blockbusters, chase scenes like this were all performed by Gu Jiyu herself. She quickly caught up. Gu Jiyu quickly jumped high, then hit him hard on the back. After looking at the thief, she discovered it was just a young boy. Gu Jiju and others had also caught up. He worriedly reminded her, "Sister, don't get hurt." Gu Jiyu helped the boy up and said to everyone, "First, let's return the bag to its owner." As for this boy, before she could finish, he shouted loudly, "Please, my grandmother is sick and bedridden. Not enough money for treatment. I had no choice but to do this." Gu Jiyu then looked at him and felt he seemed somewhat familiar. But Gu Jiju coldly said, "Who knows if he's just making it up? We should still call the police." Hearing him say this, the boy turned and continued shouting, "Please, I'm begging you all." Gu Jidu quickly put her hand on his shoulder, then she told everyone, "Let me talk to him alone. Turn off the cameras." To everyone's confusion there, Gujidu and the boy went into the alley. Then she pushed him against the wall and asked, "Tell me what your name is. Better answer honestly." The boy was embarrassed by her. He stammered, "Duan Hanyu." When Gujidu heard his name, she was startled, realizing he was the delusional male protagonist in the novel. His mother died in childbirth when he was young. Then he was raised by his grandparents. While raising money for his grandmother's treatment, he was robbed by thugs. Although he fought back strongly, he was still seriously injured in the end. The female lead happened to pass by and saved him, but he was in a coma for several days in the hospital. During that time, his grandmother died due to delayed treatment. Not long after, his grandfather also died from grief. He was so depressed that he saw the female lead as his only ray of light in the end. When Li Dingxin appeared, he completely turned dark. Because he wanted to keep the female lead to himself, he became insane. Finally died at the villain's hands while protecting the female lead. At this moment, Duan Hanyu cried and begged her, "I understand. Please don't call the police. I really had no other choice. I just wanted to save my grandmother. I'm not lying." Gujidu patted his head and said gently, "Don't cry. I believe you." Looking at his crying face, she felt he was like an adorable puppy. Then she held his hand and led him away, saying, "In any case, stealing is wrong. You must apologize to that woman." The reason she did this was because she wanted to change his ending. Meanwhile, outside, the plump woman was happily expressing her gratitude. "I can't believe a celebrity helped me get my bag back. Thank you everyone so much." Gujidu saw Gujidu coming out and waved to call her sister. Gujidu then looked at the boy and asked, "Why are you still standing there dazed?" Duan Hanyu looked at her very puzzled. He softly asked, "Celebrity?" Gujidu then understood because he was so poor now that he didn't even have a phone, so he probably didn't recognize her. After apologizing to that woman, she didn't make things difficult for him and happily said, "I got my bag back, so I won't pursue this anymore. I'm so lucky to meet Hangi Hang Real." Then she turned to him cheerfully saying, "Hangi, I'm your loyal fan. Can I take a photo and get your autograph?" Looking at Hangi's expression now when looking at her, you could tell how worried he was inside. Gujidu then patted Duan Hanyu's shoulder and said, "You can go." Seeing him still standing there worried, staring at the cameras, she said, "Don't worry, this part will be completely cut if it involves passersby's privacy, right?" The cameraman immediately replied, "Yes, passersby's privacy will not be disclosed." Chidu reached out her hand and gave him a piece of paper, then said, "You must need a lot of money, right? Take this and go home quickly." Hanyu emotionally thanked her and asked for her name. Chidu winked at him and told him her name. Then she said, "If fate allows, they'll meet again." Hanyu blushed and replied, "Yes." He took the paper she gave and quickly left. Chidu stood there watching him leave, thinking to herself, "The next time we meet, you'll be a completely different person." The plump woman, after getting Lu Hongyi's autograph, smiled brightly and said, "Hee hee, today was so fun. I don't know how to repay everyone." Hearing this, Chidu said to her, "Ma'am, speaking of repayment, actually, today the program's cash budget is quite tight. To save on food and transportation costs, we have to walk." When she said this, everyone looked at the woman with eager faces. Then they put on pitiful expressions and asked, "Could you give us a ride, please?" After hearing everything, the woman cheerfully said, "Of course. My private car is at the intersection, and if you're short on money, I can help." Learning she had a private car, everyone immediately cheered, "Oh, a private car, that's wonderful." But then the program staff said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. Today's rules don't allow accepting additional money." Chidu thought to herself, "The cash still isn't enough. What should we do?" The woman then pulled out a stack of money and said, "This bag they got for me is a limited edition. How can there not be additional rewards?" The program staff continued to explain that it was due to regulations. Even if she insisted on giving it to them, they couldn't use it today. Hearing this, Chidu couldn't help but speak up. "Why? We haven't broken any rules." Duju quickly came to advise Brother Xiaoyu, "Forget it. If you accept it, it wouldn't be fair to others." Since she said so, he had to comply. Chidu helplessly rubbed his head and said, "Ma'am, giving us a ride is enough." Duju said with a smile, "It's quite far from here to Danzhou." The woman wasn't convinced. She showed her displeasure and said she would call her driver. At this point, Chidu turned to Lu Hongyi. "Mr. Hongyi, weren't you hungry earlier? Let's go to the supermarket to buy instant noodles." Lu Hongyi was confused by her question. He pointed at himself as if asking when he had told her he was hungry. But the woman, when hearing her suggest buying instant noodles, couldn't bear it and exclaimed, "What? How can that be?" Then she offered to treat everyone to dinner. Chidu then pretended to ask, "Oh, Is this allowed? It still follows the rules, right? Lu Hongyi now understood her intention. He glanced at her, thinking she was truly a cunning woman. Chi-du, standing far away, heard this and teased, "Don't want instant noodles anymore?" The plump woman quickly exclaimed, "Well then, let me invite everyone to my restaurant. It's on this street, follow me." The crowd behind heard and cheered loudly along with her. But someone in the program at this moment watched the crowd leave with great concern, asking me if they should report to the director first. As for Duan Hanyu, after leaving, he ran to a nearby bus stop and sat down. Looking at the paper in his hand that Chiju had given him, he blushed and softly called out Chiju's name. Suddenly a voice spoke up. To be precise, her name is Gu Jiyu. I'm her manager, Lu Min. I hope you can keep secret what happened today. Then she handed him a paper bag and said softly, "Your grandmother's medical expenses. We will take care of it all. Also, here's a new mobile phone, a SIM card and 50,000 yuan. Hearing Lu Min's words, Duan Hanyu asked in confusion, "Why are you helping me?" Lu Min coldly replied to him. She said that she understands how painful it is to lose a loved one and hopes you won't have to suffer such misfortune. Moreover, don't steal any more in the future. When you're able to earn money, you can pay her back later. As soon as Lu Min finished speaking, Duan Hanyu burst into tears. His tears kept falling uncontrollably. At this time, Gu Jiyu's group had already arrived at the restaurant. They were all very excited, looking around and praising repeatedly. "This place is amazing. Seems to be the biggest bar in the area. It must be very lively." Gu Jiyu looked up and thought to herself, "Just by looking at that bag, I know for sure that its owner must be very wealthy." The plump woman now quickly stood in the middle. Then she spread her arms and announced loudly, "Our restaurant provides daily meals. This is also the most reputable bar in the city." People in the restaurant had now recognized them. Everyone excitedly discussed, "Oh my goodness, it's the celebrity Hang Yi. Jiyu and Jiyu really look alike." The restaurant staff quickly came over, presented the menu, and smiled, saying, "Below are some of our most popular cocktails. Please give them a try." But that plump woman seemed to only care about her Hang Yi. She happily handed him the menu and said gently, "Hang Yi, order anything you want. It's all free." Gu Jiyu also politely thanked the staff. While Gu Jiyu asked if they had cocktails, he requested low alcohol content. Now Gu Jiyu was very satisfied, thinking so food and travel expenses have been saved. What can be done next? After the dishes were served, seeing that Hang Yi hadn't touched his chopsticks yet, Gu Jiyu spoke up to remind him, "Brother Hang Yi, eat more, so you'll have energy to play this afternoon." Seeing this, Gu Jiyu also spoke up, "Brother Hang Yi, try the chicken breast salad. It has a sweet and sour taste and is low in calories." Gu Jiyu understood that depressed celebrities generally suffer from eating disorders and don't like foods with high caloric content. The symptoms are not too serious, so treatment needs to start right now. Du Zhu heard Gu Jiyu's instructions. Lu Hongyi excitedly called out, "Ah, these two look so intimate," while Gu Jiyu showed her dislike instead. The two program staff were now holding food and enjoying it, then happily said, "I thought we could only have lunch. Unexpectedly, we can have dinner together too. This dish is absolutely amazing." Gu Jiyu looked at the two and then reminded them, "The crew has worked very hard. Everyone please eat more." But at this moment, the man sitting with the director, after watching the footage, he immediately said about this plot, "The script hasn't been written yet. Compared to the other side, it's really quite different." And by the other side, he meant Shiwu's group. At this time, they were gathering at the park. Han Sun stood there reminding Shiwu, "I usually control my eating habits. You're eating so little, you must still be hungry." Mi Sikai spoke up complaining, "A 20 yuan sandwich is just unbearable." Han Sun now also took out noodles. He ate while crying, "Oh God, I'm about to go broke after buying the entrance ticket. Need to save as much as possible." Wuxi also looked helpless. She said softly, "This park is too expensive, plus transportation costs. Can only take the bus." Mi Sikai heard and immediately objected, "Why can't we borrow some from the program team?" The man from the program sitting nearby immediately turned to her and said, "Who would lend you that?" Meanwhile, the director, after watching, said, "This contrast will definitely attract many viewers. As long as viewers like it, Buddha will also help. She must be the biggest winner in this episode. She knows very well about TV shows. Where does her charm come from?" Half an hour later, outside the bar, the plump woman had brought the car to pick everyone up. She didn't forget to have some snacks and fruits packed to give as gifts. When Gu Jiu learned this, she gratefully said, "Whoa, thank you, Madam Mai, for treating us. This is truly a great kindness." The others immediately called out too. "Thank you." Lu Hongyi expressed gratitude. She showed great delight, covering her mouth, saying a hi as long as everyone's happy. "Today, I took many photos of Hongyi. It's so wonderful." After saying that, she waved goodbye to everyone when all had gotten in the car. Du Zhu looked at the food she gave. She turned to Gu Jiu and said, "There are really many snacks when we arrive. Can we share some with the other group?" Gu Jiu happily replied, "Sure, if they want." At this time, she opened her phone to read Lu Min's message. Knowing she had helped Duan Hanwu, Gu Jiu felt relieved. She leaned against the door thinking about Duan Hanwu's life. Later on, the novel revealed that his biological father, the chairman of Duan Group, was a foreign tycoon, and the Duan family was the key force that finally overthrew Li Tingxian. Duan Hanwu's parents had a one-night stand. Only knew her surname was Fuang, but she still decided to have a child because of her maternal instinct. After that, at a party hosted by Lu Din Shuyan for the female lead, Han Vu accidentally met his biological father. The Dong family head who went abroad to take over the business when he was young didn't know about Han Vu's existence. Han Vu's appearance looked very similar to the Dong family head when he was young. After many investigations by the Dong family, they finally recognized each other and felt guilty. Moreover, having only one daughter, the Dong family head decided to groom Han Vu as his heir, meeting all conditions. Therefore, Han Vu, the one who controls the Dong group, began to directly confront Lu Din Shuyan, creating opportunities for other Lu family heirs to take advantage. Thinking about this, Chidu felt a bit sad. Then she thought if she could save Han Vu, perhaps Lu Din Shuyan's future would change. But that's a story for much later. Right now, all she cares about are the current leaders and the future of the Dong group. "How will you thank me in the future?" Finally, the car arrived. Du poked her head out the door and excitedly shouted, "Wow! It's been so long since I've been to the amusement park." Ko Chi-du and Du Truck got out of the car. She turned to remind them to buy tickets first, then find a place to store their belongings. Ko Chi-duk tilted her head to look at Luke Hang, not then asked Brother Hang not, "What do you want to play? I'll go with you." But Luke Hang not coldly said it wasn't necessary. Hearing him say that, Ko Chi-duk immediately turned to Ko Chi-du saying loudly, "Sister, Brother Hang not doesn't seem to want to play much. If you need someone to go with you, I'm here." Ko Chi-du quickly approached to ask Hang not, "You really don't like to play?" She thought that if he was depressed, there must be a solution. Luke Hang not looked at her, then stammered, "It doesn't matter if you like them or not." Ko Chi-du cheerfully replied to him, "It's rare to come here. I want to try everything in this park." Seeing her like that, Luke Hang not blushed and stuttered, "It is rare indeed. Let's play then." Du Truck and Ko Chi-duk also followed behind the two. She turned to quietly ask Little Duk, "What do you want to play? I can go with you." Hearing her ask, Ko Chi-duk suggested they both ride the roller coaster. But after arriving and looking at the ticket board, they realized that the program's budget was even less than expected. While standing there unsure what to do, Ko Chi-du appeared. She approached with a smile and said, "Just play to your heart's content. Although the budget is quite small, we can make use of our strengths." Everyone hearing her say that was confused, looking at the program staff, who immediately reminded them, "Chi-du, first let me remind you the park expenses cannot be paid by others." Ko Chi-du cheerfully said it's not a problem. Then she went to ask the ticket seller, "Hello, if we help promote the park, could we get some VIP tickets?" Everyone behind hearing her say that was shocked with mouths agape, and at this moment at home, Lu Din Shuyan was trying to walk on the exercise machine, while the butler stood behind him, smiling and speaking. Some experts who were just contacted have arrived. They announced that they have prepared many treatment options. "Young master, whenever you're ready to meet them." Lu Din Shuyan heard his question and coldly replied, "Right now." The butler quickly bowed his head. "Yes, I'll arrange it immediately." Then he didn't forget to remind. Several experts said that after direct examination, they will provide treatment plans based on young master's condition. Lu Din Shuyan, while listening to him, picked up his phone to check Ko Chi-ju's latest post. The post stated that she had gone to the city's largest park. Lu Din Shuyan finished reading the post, then turned to tell the butler, "Ask those experts if I can walk for a short time." The butler replied in confusion, "Walking? Young master, that's too soon. You've just managed to stand up." Lu Din Shuyan had no other choice and helplessly said, "If not now, then another time." Meanwhile, at the park, after everyone had posted to advertise, the ticket seller smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for advertising. Have a great time." She was now happy inside thinking that these fans combined reached tens of millions. This is a big profit. After resolving the ticket issue, everyone became excited then shouted and quickly ran to find rides. The program director standing behind saw this. He thought to himself, Ko Chi-do is indeed a calculating woman. At this moment Doivu's group was also standing in line waiting. When Ko Chi-do saw them, she waved happily and called out, "Oh, Mr. Doivu, you're here?" Doivu heard her call and turned to look at Chi-do. "You're here too?" Everyone around at this moment immediately turned their eyes towards the group. Ko Chi-do and Me Too Ka saw them trying to go ahead and spoke up in annoyance. "You're going the wrong way. The queue line is back there." Ko Chi-do heard this and proudly held up 4 tickets, then said, "That's right. Our tickets are VIP tickets." Then he went straight up with everyone. When Noivu's group heard him say this, they were all shocked, shouting, "What?" After the operator announced safety belts have been checked, "Everyone please get ready." Ko Chi-do turned down to tell Ko Chi-duk. Little Duk helped fix Truck 2's raincoat and hat. Ko Chi-duk quickly followed her instruction. He put on the hat for Do Truck while advising, "Yes, Sister Truck Tuesday, you must stay away from handsome men, or your beauty will be ruined." Do Truck became shy hearing him say this. She softly said, "Thank you." Ko Chi-do looked over and smiled, thinking, this little brother knows how to flirt. Suddenly Luke, hanging not behind her, reached out to adjust her hat, then he quickly looked away and said it was nothing, but this action made Ko Chi-do's heart flutter. She blushed, thinking although she knew it was arranged by Madame Lai, but he was truly attractive. The game quickly began. Everyone got excited and started shouting loudly. The people standing below saw them and followed with their eyes. After finishing playing, Ko Chi-do wiped her hair while asking, "What should we play next?" Ko Chi-duk immediately spoke up, suggesting they ride the roller coaster. At this moment, when people saw them coming out, they excitedly cheered. "Haha, look at Hang Not, he's completely soaked. Chi-duk is so handsome and cute." Mei Si-ku, hearing these words, her face darkened. She wondered why they were getting so much attention. At this time, Shiryu came over and said, "I and the program team asked about Chiju's VIP tickets. It's because she proposed to advertise for the amusement park." Han Sun heard this and opened his eyes in surprise. "That's right, why didn't I think of that? She's really smart." Wuxi came close to Shiryu and said, "Mr. Shiryu, let's try to get VIP tickets too. Queuing like this isn't a good idea." Shiryu looked at her and wondered, but I don't know if the money we spent earlier on tickets can be refunded. The program staff quickly spoke up, telling the two of them, the money spent cannot be refunded. Wuxi heard this and felt troubled, sighing, "What a waste of money." One person in their group also spoke up, saying, "It would be great if we could go with Chi-do." Hearing Chi-do mentioned, Mei Si-ku became irritated again. She thought to herself that it was all Chi-ju. She does everything to get attention. Could she have bribed the program team? Prepared the script in advance? It's really annoying. After Ko Chi-ju's group finished riding the roller coaster, they were now standing together looking at the photos the program team had taken of them. Ko Chi-do looked at the photo of her and Do, laughing loudly, saying, "Haha, this expression is so funny." Then she turned to look at Hang Not and said, "Mr. Hang Not is always so cold." Hang Not heard her say this and replied, "I've always been like this." Ko Chi-do smiled and said to him, "Haha, so you're very professional at controlling your emotions." In her heart, she thought, Lu Din Shuyan is the same, always serious-faced. Then she held up the photo high and cheerfully exclaimed, "I want to see different expressions on your face." Hang Not glanced away. He said, "Up to you." Ko Chi-do saw this and said he looked like he was crying. Then she thought he must be depressed and suffering. Such a handsome person still has moments of weakness. Don't give up, okay? I'll always be by your side. I will open my warm arms and help him step out of the dark mist. The handsome guy rescue plan successfully completed. Thinking of this, Ko Chi-do displayed an extremely happy expression. At this time, Ko Chi-duk standing in front looked at the two, then pointed at a store and said, "Shall we go in there?" Du Chup also happily said, "They sell ice cream there too." Ko Chi-do heard this and smiled, "Ah, okay, we still have plenty of money, right?" Then the whole group quickly entered the store. The inside was quite spacious, filled with so many items that everyone was a bit stunned. Ko Chi-do thought while choosing items, "Anyway, Lu Din Shuyan will soon meet the female lead, and divorce is just a matter of time. My interaction with Lu Hongyi in this show, Lu Din Shuyan probably won't notice, right?" At this moment, Lu Hongyi found in the store a small teddy bear. He held it in his hands, observed it, and blushed, feeling it looked very much like Ko Chi-do, and Ko Chi-duk, standing from afar, saw it and immediately called out, "Brother Hongyi, what are you looking at? The souvenir is so cute." Lu Hongyi immediately replied to both of them, "I'm buying one as a memento." Ko Chi-duk heard that and turned to ask Ko Chi, do I want one too? What about you, sis? Ko Chi-do happily replied, let's get one each for taking photos later. Duju immediately ran over at this time. She pointed to her head and said, how about this headband with many small patterns? Ko Chi-do looked at her headband and praised, it looks good. After seeing Duju's headband, Ko Chi-do also wanted to buy one. He quickly ran to the counter and happily said, I want wolf ears too. They look strong and cool. Ko Chi-do asked Lu Hongyi which one he wanted, but he didn't know, so he asked her to just pick one for him. Hearing him say that, Ko Chi-do and Duju smiled at each other. It seemed they both had the same thought. Then immediately Lu Hongyi's head was adorned with a cat ears headband. Ko Chi-do smiled and said, actually, I've always wanted Hongyi to follow such a cute style. Duju standing beside also chirped in praise. Hee, I like it too. It's really adorable. Ko Chi-duk laughed when he saw it and called him a cute kitten. Suddenly being the center of attention like that, Lu Hongyi felt a bit shy and turned his face away. But Ko Chi-do kept following behind him and teasing him. Haha, let's choose more. The program staff, seeing them so happy, were very satisfied. This atmosphere was really good, like a real couple in love. A while later, outside the park, Mei CK pulled Han Sun closer and said, wow, look at the Ferris wheel. Let's ride together. But Han Sun rejected her and said, let's meet Chi-do and others first, then go there. Mei CK heard this and felt angry inside, but she still tried to hold it back. She didn't understand why Han Sun, and sure you wanted to find Ko Chi-do at this time. Sure you casually suggested calling them. Sure you took out his phone and then said, I only have Lu Hongyi's number, but he's not answering me. Suddenly from somewhere, a group of girls appeared running past him and shouted, I saw on Weibo that Lu Hongyi is at the Ferris wheel. Let's go. Han Sun immediately turned to Shiryu and said, did you hear that? Chi-do and others must be there too. Let's go there. After saying that, both quickly followed the crowd running over there. Wuxi behind also started to chase after them. Only Mei CK remained standing in place. She watched them run away and angrily thought, these two have clearly been bewitched by Chi-do. What's so good about her? The crowd had now run too. After seeing Lu Yi, the girls started screaming, oh my god, it's really him, 100% real. So handsome. I wonder if Louis could sign. He's so cute. Come on, Louis. Look at the camera, please. At this moment, Louis noticed Shiryu's group standing below. Then he looked over at Gujiro, who was chatting with Gujiju and Duju. Then went over, grabbed her hand and said, it's our turn now. Gujiro looked confused but still followed him. When Gujiju saw this, he ran after them shouting, wait for me, leaving only Duju standing still in place. She sadly thought perhaps he preferred to sit with Jiro. But suddenly Gujiju appeared in front of her again. He reached out his hand and smiled, saying, Juzi, hurry up, let's sit together. Hearing him say that, Duju immediately happily replied, So all four people, each carrying a happy mood, quickly entered the ride. Shiryu's group below, seeing them enter the ride area, stopped chasing after them. Wuxi suggested they all ride the Ferris wheel together. See you later. Mei CK, standing beside, quickly agreed. That's right, the Ferris wheel is a must-do ride when dating at an amusement park. Moreover, she thought this was an opportunity to increase her favorability. Han Sun and Shiryu nodded in agreement, but in Han Sun's mind, he wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with Gujiro. As for Shiryu, knowing they were being filmed since the girls took initiative, he had to comply. Now inside the Ferris wheel, Gujiro pressed her face against the glass and gazed into the distance. She remembered when she used to come here as a child. Back then her parents would buy her balloons before they passed away. After that she never came to the amusement park again. Seeing Gujiro looking sad, Louis asked, do you really like coming here? Hearing his question, Gujiro immediately smiled, saying the park is the most romantic place for dating. Of course I really like it. Then she asked him back, what about you, Louis? Do you like it here? Louis looked away and said softly, I don't hate it. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. As he said this, his cheeks turned red. Seeing him like this, Gujiro felt relieved. According to what she knew from Lu Min's files, Louis's company was facing huge debt. As the only moneymaker in the company, Louis was given lots of work and hardly had any time to rest. His tired state plus the TV dramas that he received caused Louis's reputation to quickly decline, both physically and mentally exploited. Moreover, the pressure was very high. That's why he became so depressed. Seeing Gujiro staring at him blankly, Louis asked, what's wrong? Are you looking at me? Hearing his question, Gujiro laughed and said, I've been caught. I just really liked Louis' smile just now. She thought to herself this variety show was a lifeline for his fame, so she needed to interact with him more. Lu Hongyi blushed again, then glanced away. Gujiro saw his expression and found it amusing, thinking why so shy. He seemed more innocent than she thought. Meanwhile, Duzhu, sitting in the seat below, looked at the two of them and said to Gujiyu beside her, "The atmosphere between them seems good, right?" Gujiyu looked and smiled. As long as she's happy. He thought that although it was quite annoying, Lu Hongyi was still better than Li Dingxian. Duzhu tilted her head and teased him. "Haha, are you jealous?" But she didn't anticipate what Gujiyu would say to her. He blushed, looked at her and said gently, "Why should I be jealous? Don't I already have Zhuzi, right?" Duzhu was immediately flustered by his words. She shyly turned her face away, and Gujiyu was no better. He quickly turned his face away, thinking that he just said it accidentally, but her expression was really cute. Looking at the images of the four people on screen, the director was very satisfied and said, "These simple scenes are perfect. This part needs to be edited with highlights. The more ambiguous, the better. The first couple of the show will be this pair." Suddenly there was a call to the director. Right after that, he surprisingly shouted, "Hello, what? President Wei is coming?" After the call, he immediately exclaimed with joy, "Great, Mr. Wei has debuted. The show will definitely be top trending this year." The man standing beside asked him, "President Wei wants to choose a role for the next film." The director turned and said to him, "Maybe so. Could it be he's here for romance?" Now at the park, after Gu Jiyu finished playing, he held Du Zhu's hand walking down and called out, "Sister, Brother Hongyi, let's go down and play more." Gu Jiro read the introduction paper while saying, "I see there's a haunted house, a carousel." She was now very happy seeing Gu Jiyu and Du Zhu progressing well. Lu Hongyi at this moment looked up to see Han Sun standing at the Ferris wheel waving at him. Then he immediately pulled Gu Jiro along and said, "Let's go. Didn't Jiro say she wanted to ride the pirate ship? I see it nearby." Gu Jiro walked quickly after him smiling and said, "Ah, the pirate ship isn't bad either." Du Zhu saw them walking so fast and hurriedly ran after them saying, "Walk slowly." Brother Hongyi suddenly, "Why so excited?" Gu Jiro looked up then smiled teasingly, "Yeah, must be addicted." After the four of them had left, Shiryu's group finally came down. Shiryu walked while looking around asking, "Where's Jiro's group?" Mei CK standing behind answered they seemed to have left. But actually she was very annoyed because throughout the show he kept talking about these things. Not sure if he knows how to care about these kinds of romantic shows anymore. Shiryu continued to turn and speak to Han Sun. "Lost Jisu's group again." Han Sun heard that and asked in surprise, "How did they move on to the next game so quickly?" Carefree immediately suggested to Brother Shiwu, "Let's go play separately." Meisika quickly chimed in, "That's right, we still have many other games to play." Besides, she thought that if they meet up, Chi-Du would become the center of attention. Han Sun found it reasonable and agreed, walking while looking around. About 2 hours later in the grass field, Gu Chi-Du's group was sitting on a blanket eating and having fun together. Du Zhu smiled while eating a cake and said, "Thanks to Chi-Du's takeaway food, our dinner has been solved." Gu Chi-Du nodded in agreement, just in time when we're hungry." Gu Chi-Du smiled and said, "Actually, that amount of money isn't enough to eat here. I wonder what happened to the others. We haven't seen them throughout the journey. I wanted to share some with them." Lu Hongyi was sitting and checking his phone. There was a message from Shiwu asking why he read but didn't reply. Asked if he went to the haunted house, so the signal was poor. Lu Hongyi read it and remembered when Gu Chi-Du wanted to lead them to the haunted house, he intentionally directed them elsewhere. After thinking, he smiled and said, "Perhaps it's fate, huh?" Gu Chi-Du looked at him very surprised. "Mr. Hongyi seems to be smiling. Or maybe I saw wrong." That night there were fireworks in the park. Everyone rushed to watch. Gu Chi-Du was buying food at this time. She thought fireworks were a must-have in romantic love movies. After watching, they take a taxi back, just in time for the evening live broadcast. While lost in thought, suddenly Lu Hongyi appeared before her holding a rabbit-shaped balloon. He smiled and gently said, "This is for you." Chi-Du blushed when she saw it. She quickly took it and asked, "Thank you. Did you buy this?" Lu Hongyi looked at her and softly replied, "I learned it from you. Used an autograph to exchange for it." Chi-Du smiled, thinking he actually exchanged this balloon for me. He's trying hard to fulfill Madame Lu's arrangements. But I really like this gift. Lu Hongyi glanced at her expression, then looked up at the sky and said, "I feel so lucky to be part of this show." Gu Chi-Du happily replied, "Me too." Lu Hongyi glanced at her again. He smiled, saying, "This is a thank you gift for you." Gu Chi-Du slowly looked up at the fireworks. She said softly, "It's been so long since I've seen such beautiful fireworks." At this moment, somehow she suddenly thought of Li Dingxian. What is he doing now? and at this moment at home, Li Dingxian was struggling terribly with mobility. The doctor saw he wasn't well, rushed to help him and said, "Mr. Li, today's therapy went well, but your legs are still weak. Please don't force yourself." Li Dingxian ignored the advice. He sternly ordered all doctors to leave. Seeing the doctor so angry like that, he was scared and ran away. Lu Dinshuyan trembled as he leaned against the wall. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He checked his phone again. Ko Chidu had just posted something new. It was a photo of fireworks she took, and below there were comments saying they saw her and Lu Hangyi together watching the fireworks. After reading this, Lu Dinshuyan angrily threw his phone to the ground, cursing in his heart that this damn woman, after watching the fireworks. Ko Chidu was walking with Du Zhu eating cotton candy. She anxiously thought, wondering if Lu Dinshuyan had seen or shared it on WeChat. But then she dismissed this thought. Never mind, he probably doesn't care about my business anyway. Ko Chiyu, walking beside her, said happily. Hangyi's way of trading for the balloon was great. I want to get one too. Ko Chidu heard this and teased him. What if the stall owner isn't your fan? Then how would Ko Chiyu immediately complained? Sister, don't imagine such embarrassing scenarios. After he said this, Ko Chidu and Du Zhu both burst into laughter. Then at Ko Chidu's suggestion, the four of them quickly returned to the filming location an hour later. Shi Wu's group, after hearing their story, he exclaimed, "Oh, everyone took a taxi back after dinner and watching the fireworks?" Han Sun, sitting nearby, quickly spoke up. No wonder everyone came back so late. Ko Chidu looked at them and smiled, saying, "Didn't you all watch? The fireworks are the best sight at that park." Ko Chiyu, standing next to her, proudly continued, "My sister helped us arrange the schedule perfectly." Han Sun heard this and sighed. "We didn't have enough money to eat, so we could only come back and have some simple food." Shi Wu also immediately chimed in, and the last bus left very early. There wasn't time to watch. Then there was Wu Si. She sat there with a gloomy face and said softly, "Rush hour was so crowded. I didn't even get to eat properly. So jealous of you all." But Mi Sika remained silent, her eyes filled with murderous intent, staring at Ko Chidu, complaining in her heart. All the good things always go to her. In contrast to them, Ko Chidu's group felt very happy about this trip. Han Sun looked at the four of them and praised Chidu, "You're really good." Mi Sika, seeing this, immediately pretended to flatter. "Thank you, Chidu. Thanks to you, we got to upgrade to VIP tickets and had lots of fun." Hearing everyone say this, Ko Chidu was very pleased and smiled. Mi Sika now changed her attitude. She glanced at Ko Chidu with disgust and thought, "Don't be so smug. Today is just the beginning. I will win in the next game." Meanwhile, Lu Hangyi had explained to Shi Wu the reason he didn't reply to messages was because his phone ran out of battery. Shi Wu heard this and didn't doubt but believed what he said. The director has now appeared. He walked up and loudly announced greetings to everyone. Everyone can return to their rooms and write love letters. The cameras in the rooms can turn off automatically, and the live broadcast will begin at 9:30 p.m. Upon hearing this, everyone there quickly left. Gu Jiyu was still staying behind. She stood still in front of the big screen, contemplating. Today everything was still going well. There were no signs of the upcoming accident. She only knew a few people, including Jiyu, would be gone one day. After that, several people were found one by one. They weren't injured but were unconscious. Finally, Gu Jiyu. They found high levels of drugs in his body. That was the cause of death. He had suffered terrible abuse. Under public pressure, the police released investigation results and bad rumors spread outside. Meanwhile, other guests not only didn't speak up to clarify, but instead silently left the entertainment industry. That's why the original host desperately begged Li Tingxian. While thinking about this, Gu Jiyu came over and called out, interrupting her train of thought. Seeing she didn't look happy, he asked if something was wrong. "Sister, you don't look well." Gu Jiyu turned around and smiled, saying she was fine. Now she thought silently, "Don't worry, Gu Jiyu. You're my brother now. I won't let that happen." Thinking this, she took his hand and instructed Xiaoyu. "During filming, you must not stay more than 20 meters away from me. If there are any invitations, you must tell me immediately." Seeing Gu Jiyu's serious expression, Gu Jiyu said he understood, then worriedly asked, "Is something wrong, sister?" Gu Jiyu looked straight into his eyes and said she would explain later. Hearing her say this, Gu Jiyu cheerfully obeyed. "Of course, you're my sister after all." After talking with Gu Jiyu quickly returned to her room. She thought this matter needed thorough investigation. In the novel, the only one who stood up to clear Xiaoyu's name was Du Zhu, who was now sitting at the table and happily called out when she saw her. "Jiyu, sister, you're back." Gu Jiyu walked over and and sat down beside her. She looked at Duju's paper with interest and asked, "Still haven't decided what to write for Jiyu, Duju?" When asked, she became flustered and said no. Gu Jiyu knew that Duju was the only one not involved in this matter. She had insisted Jiyu was murdered by someone else despite the company's opposition. Because of this, she was attacked and finally left the public eye in despair. Thinking of this, Gu Jiyu looked at Duju, who was shyly stammering her response. That's not. She quickly spoke up to reassure her, saying, "It's okay, the cameras are off. Only the two of us know about this." But Duju was still a bit worried and said to her, is it too obvious? Actually, I wanted to ask your opinion. I don't mean anything else, but I think he likes you more." As she spoke, Duju showed a sad expression. Seeing her like this, Gu Jiyu smiled and said, "Truck 2, he's close to me because I'm his sister, and my full name is Gu Jiyu." After saying that, her face became amused, asking if she liked Jiyu. Gu Jiyu thought that this time, she would protect everyone herself. After learning that she and Gu Jiyu were siblings, Duju immediately became happy again. She exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, that's great. So you two are really siblings." Gu Jiyu smiled and told her that for certain reasons, "I can't use my real identity. I hope you can help keep this secret." Duju showed great interest. She quickly agreed and added that she had always wanted to be friends with Gu Jiyu. Gu Jiyu also happily said, "We will become good friends. Not just in this way. Did you come to the show because of Xiaoyu?" Although she asked this, she already knew from the documents Lu Min provided that Duju had even declined TV dramas and other important announcements. Duju gently touched her hair and shyly said, I just wanted to see Jiyu again. I first met him on a TV drama set. Recently, because our roles barely interacted, we didn't talk much. There was an underwater scene, but I was scared and couldn't do it. Even though they asked if I wanted a stunt double, I insisted on trying again. As a result, I got exhausted and cramped from being underwater too long. When I was about to lose consciousness, Gu Jiyu reached out and pulled me up. Duju recalled that moment when Gu Jiyu pulled her to shore. He was very concerned and asked about her. "I see you're not looking well. Why do women push themselves so hard?" Then he scolded, "Are you stupid or what?" She suddenly burst into tears at that moment, making him panic and try hard to comfort her. Remembering this, Duju happily said, "He was the only one who noticed something was wrong and got angry at me." After hearing her story, Gu Jiyu smiled and said, "Honestly, my brother isn't good at comforting girls." Duju shyly replied that it was fine. Although I thanked him then, I didn't have the courage to ask for his number. So when I heard he was joining this show, I gathered all my courage to get a spot. I wonder if he likes me. Gu Jiyu gently held Duju's hand and smiled, saying, "Go for it, Truck Tuesday. I support you too." Duju was very happy and thanked her. At this moment, in the other room, Gu Jiyu shouted, "I'm done." Lu Hongyi heard this and turned to tell him, "I advise you not to write a letter to Jiyu." Gu Jiyu didn't understand and asked why. Lu Hongyi tilted his head and said, "This is romantic love, not sibling love. It's hard to tell your sister you're in love." Even though he had said this much, Gu Jiyu still casually replied, "If my sister doesn't like you, she can choose me. Tomorrow I want to go out with her." Hearing this, Lu Hongyi thought to himself, "This guy is hopeless." Now Gu Jiyu is sitting in the room thinking, not knowing what to write. From what I remember, the original host wrote many cheesy words, like "Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Hope he'll like this gift. Today is Christmas. Today is our engagement anniversary. This is my heart that I'll give you for life. Dear Ding Xian, Happy New Year." Despite Lu Ding Xian's coldness, the original host kept showing that blind love. Why was the original host so obsessed with him? It wasn't mentioned in the novel. My memory isn't very clear either. I think it happened when I was very little. The novel only said that the original host met Lu Dingxian at age 58 and then fell head over heels for him. Forget it. I'm not young anymore for this toxic relationship. What destiny nonsense. Suddenly at this moment, a voice echoed in her ear. "No, you will understand." Gu Jidu was startled and opened her eyes wide. "Who's that? Did I just mishear?" Duju has now finished writing. She stood up and said happily, "Jidu, it's almost time for the live show. Have you finished writing, sis? We need to give it to the show's team first." Gu Jidu quickly wrote and replied, "Done right here." She thought she must have been hallucinating. In the studio at this time, a man was very happily announcing to the director that the show had just aired. "The traffic has exceeded expectations. Viewers kept kept praising endlessly. The director heard this and said happily, "The editing was worth it. Thanks to that, the viewership surged dramatically. Ha ha ha." The man continued saying yes, following this method. The content of upcoming episodes will be edited according to audience feedback. The director now quickly shouted, "Season 2 beats Season 1 hands down. Everyone get in position, ready to roll." The live show has begun. Sherwoo's people had all taken their seats interacting with the camera. Lu Dingxian, hearing Gu Jidu mentioned in the video, moved closer to watch. Gu Jidu was now wearing a shirt paired with short jeans, showing off her long, slender legs. She walked down while smiling and saying, "Sorry everyone, I took too long drying my hair." The group of Sherwoo's people sitting below were all gaping after seeing her. The audience also enthusiastically commented, "Jidu is truly the ideal dream girl for all men, damn pure and innocent. This body, this face. You've converted me, beautiful lady. My nosebleed has wet the whole screen. Why does it look like a men's shirt? Is it Lu Hongyi's?" Wow, and Lu Dingxian blushed after seeing her like that. Then he took out his phone and typed something. After Gu Jidu sat down, Sherwoo turned to tell her, "Jidu, you're beautiful even without makeup." Hearing this, Gu Jidu shyly thanked him. Meisika, sitting on the other side, looked over. She felt uncomfortable and cursed silently. "Dressing like that to seduce men, you vixen." Gu Jiduk, sitting beside, now happily turned to ask Gu Jidu, "Sis, your shirt seems a bit loose." Gu Jidu opened her phone while replying to him, "It's fine. I like it this way." Then she saw the message from Lu Din Shuyan. In the message he asked how dare she touch his clothes without permission. Ko Chi-do read it and felt guilty. Has she been found out? But Lu Din Shuyan, after seeing her reply message, was left speechless. Ko Chi-do had messaged him saying she didn't know. As for his clothes, the butler probably threw some away. She wasn't short of clothes either. After waiting for a while with no response, Ko Chi-do thought to herself, did he really believe what she said? This fabric and pattern are really nice though. On Han Sun's side, they were sitting together discussing about her. Han Sun praised her intelligence, while Wu Si said this shirt doesn't suit her very well. Misika thought to herself, it must be a shirt from one of those puppies who got nosebleeds here. Hearing this, Ko Chi-do smiled and said, "This is a special gift for my future boyfriend. Actually, I prepared many things, but I forgot to bring them, so I just randomly wore this one." Sherwoo laughed, saying he thought it was men's clothing. While Han Sun asked her, "Oh, Chi-do is in love already?" Misika became angry. She thought Ko Chi-do was so scheming. Frighteningly calculating at this moment, Ko Chi-do closed her eyes, then put her hand on her chest, saying, "Really want to send a letter now, right away?" Sherwoo and Han Sun immediately laughed. Han Sun said that should be fine, right? Wonder who's the lucky one. Netizens once again reacted strongly. "Oh my god, Chi-do is willing to wear Chi-ju's dirty clothes. This size must be from the most handsome one." Lu Din Shuyan was very angry when he saw this scene. He stood there staring at the screen as if wanting to crush it. Now the program staff announced that preparations were complete. The love letters have been delivered. Guests, please return to your bedrooms to receive them. Everyone, after hearing this, quickly stood up and went back to their rooms. As Ko Chi was walking up the stairs, she opened Lu Din Shuyan's message to read. He told her to be careful with his clothes, or she would have to take responsibility. Ko Chi-do read it and thought confusedly, what's this about? Isn't he very rich? Why make such a fuss about some clothes? Or did I take his favorite shirt? After she returned to her room, she saw 3 letters on the table. Duju looked and excitedly exclaimed, 3 letters, all of them are for Ko Chi-do. Ko Chi-do shyly picked up the 3 letters to look. Duju, standing beside, glanced over and said, "Ah, there's one from Xiao Yu too." Ko Chi-do heard this and thought, this kid, after reading the love letter, better treasure the person well. And so her 3 letters were quickly shown on the program. Viewers became even more excited seeing this, while Lu Din Shuyan watched with displeasure, saying, "This society has gone crazy. What does she think she's doing?" But suddenly he remembered the image of her being shy in front of him. Lu Din Shuyan blushed and told himself not to think nonsense. Ko Chi-do, after receiving the letters, immediately happily exclaimed, "Wow, I also got love letters." But after knowing it was Du Zhu's letter, he worriedly thought, "I thought Zhu Zi liked Hangi the most. Why send it to me?" He thought sadly and asked who else she sent it to. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hangi quickly spoke up. "I just said." He stood there holding up the letter with a proud expression. In the letter, Miss Gu wrote that she thanked him and really liked the balloon he gave. Li Dingxian frowned when he read this part. What balloon? After that, he quickly replayed the previous clip of Miss Gu and Lu Hangyi during the fireworks night. At that time, Lu Hangyi had given her a balloon. Li Dingxian watched, and his face immediately darkened. He thought this was selling out one's dignity in exchange for a balloon. Did she write the script for this nonsense show? At this moment, the show staff arrived to congratulate Miss Gu and Lu Hengyi on becoming a couple. They announced that tomorrow she would receive 5,000 yuan for dinner at a Michelin restaurant. Miss Gu happily exclaimed, "That's great," when she heard this. Du Shi standing beside also congratulated her. The show staff then turned to look at Du Shi and said, "Moreover, Chi Yu has accepted your letter. Shi will also receive 2,000 yuan." Du Shi was very surprised to hear this, then she felt extremely happy. Gu Qidu tilted her head and teased her. So lucky. Zhu Zi in Shiwu and Han Sun's room was also being informed at this time. Shiwu had responded to Wu Xi's letter. The two would receive 5,000 yuan for a date at the Michelin restaurant. Tomorrow evening, Han Sun replied to Mei Si Ku's love letter. Tomorrow they will receive 2,000 yuan for a date. Hearing this, Han Sun thought it was definitely the case. Qiju would never choose me. This was the only way. While Shiwu thought he couldn't date Qiju, she had too many pursuers. Must seize the opportunity to get attention. The show staff, after making the announcement, wished the two men good rest and quickly left. Mei Siku was now sitting on the bed full of anger. Damn it, there's no letter at all. Chidu took all the spotlight and even took all the guys too. Fortunately, I didn't send a letter to Lu Hengyi. It's so frustrating. Absolutely cannot lose anymore. Thinking this, she stood up to get something. Duju was still very happy at this moment. She jumped on the bed and shouted, Finally I can lie down." Gu Qidu, who was applying a face mask, teased, "Sleep well and get ready for your date with little you." Duju heard this and wrapped herself in the blanket. Trembling, said, "Why did you mention him? I'm so nervous I could die." Gu Qidu now picked up her phone. She smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. Tomorrow will be a great opportunity to show your charm and personality." Suddenly there was a call from Li Dingxian. She wondered why he was calling her, then quickly answered, "Hello." Li Dingxian on the other end coughed lightly and asked, "Since when did you start using honorifics with me?" But Duju now suddenly asked, "Gu Qiju, do you know what little you likes most?" Ko Qiju was a bit startled. Then she lowered her voice and asked into the phone, "I'm not sure what guys would like. You would know. What would you do on a date?" Ludin Shuyan remained silent after hearing her question. Du Chup then turned to look at Ko Chi-du and asked, "Are you on the phone, sis?" Ko Chi-du smiled and replied, "Yes, someone very important who can give advice." But just as she finished speaking, she discovered that the other person had already hung up. Ludin Shuyan was now extremely confused. He didn't understand what Ko Chi-du was asking about, and he would never agree to date her. After he hung up, Ko Chi-du felt something wasn't right, so she quickly went outside to call back. Ludin Shuyan also didn't understand what he was worried about. Then when he received her call, he answered. Ko Chi-du immediately asked him, "Hello? Why did you hang up in the middle? Was it because of my roommate?" Ludin Shuyan explained to her that just now it was because a business partner called. Ko Chi-du smiled and replied, Yes, CEO Lu must be very busy." But actually she knew that he seemed to be hiding something from her. Ludin Shuyan, now angry, shouted into the phone, "Zhao Daikan, and I've watched all of your show already. You really like going on dates with him, don't you?" Ko Chi-du heard this and replied in confusion, "What do you mean? I already told you. I'm participating in this show for Xiao Yu, not at all to find a boyfriend." And she couldn't believe that he would pay attention to this matter. Ludin Shuyan continued to ask Ko Chi, "Do you think that participating in a dating show to build sisterhood is acceptable?" Ko Chi-du quickly explained to him, Well, we had some conflicts before. We need to meet in person. I need to be with Xiao Yu during this time. I can't explain it to you right now. Do I look like I'm lying?" Ludin Shuyan heard her say this and remained silent for a long time, then spoke up. "I don't care about you and Chi Yu's matters, but if this gets exposed, the Lu family's reputation will also be affected." But Ko Chi-du heard this and thought indifferently. How could it possibly be exposed? Ludin Shuyan again shouted loudly, threatening her, "Both you, and that show will all be over." Ko Chi-du now just calmly replied, "I understand. I'll be more careful. Don't worry too much. I won't harm the Lu family." Before she could finish speaking, he immediately interrupted. "I cannot risk my reputation. I'll sum it up. From now on, when talking to me, don't use honorifics." After saying this, Lu Din Shuyan directly hung up, leaving Ko Chi-du very confused. Then he called the butler and said, "Call Zhang Daik, can to adjust the content of Ko Chi-ju's show." Money is not an issue. After the butler memorized this, he asked about the Ko family situation. The butler stood there and said loudly, according to the report, the previous amount of money had delayed the Ko family's crisis. Like companies that intended to cooperate with the Ko family have temporarily withdrawn. Ledin Shuyan stood up when he heard that, then ordered him to secretly send people over to resolve Ko's problem right away. The butler quickly responded and then asked, Sir, should we inform Mrs. Ko about this? Ledin Shuyan turned to look at him when he heard that, then he instructed not to. Once Ko Chi-do crosses the line, I will take everything back. Meanwhile, Ko Chi-do, after returning to her room, was confused, wondering what he was planning to do. If the show stops right now, would Chi-duk be safe? Do Truck saw her return and ran over, saying, Chi-do, the crew just came to announce it's time for gift giving. Ko Chi-do looked up, then thought that as long as she could do something, hopefully he won't chase away the male guests or do anything crazy. Now in Mi-tu Ka and O2's room, Mi-tu Ka is sitting looking intently at what's in front of her, thinking, I specifically saved food money to buy this. At gift-giving time, everyone quickly gathered. Ko Chi-do and Do Truck holding gifts in their hands, then went to give them to Luke Hang Not and Ko Chi-duk. Luke Hang Not picked it up and saw that it was a photo album. Opening it revealed yesterday's photos of everyone. Ko Chi-do happily said, This will be our group's memory. In the future, whenever you open it, I hope everyone will remember this trip. Do Truck, standing beside, also spoke up. Sister Chi-do picks such beautiful things. I also have one. Ko Chi-duk then approached. He handed her a large gift box and said, Thank you very much, Truck Tuesday. I'll like whatever you give me. These are candies I bought for you and sister to share. Do Truck quickly accepted and shyly thanked him. The watching audience became very excited and exclaimed, So sweet. Truck 2 is gentle and adorable, very fitting with candy. Luke Hang Not now turned to look at Ko Chi-do. He smiled slightly and asked, Thank you for accepting my gift, right? Ko Chi-do smiled and happily replied, Haha, I hung it at my bedhead. Hope it won't deflate too soon. After finishing giving gifts, Ko Chi-do and Do Truck wished them good night, then quickly returned to their room. Meanwhile, on the Oivu's side, they were just starting to exchange gifts. The Oivu picked up the gift and happily said, Earrings, thank you so much. They suit me well. Ko Tu, receiving his gift, was also very happy. She shyly replied, I knew the Oivu had piercings. I'm glad you like it. Mi-tu Ka, standing beside, also had a gift. She held the gift in her hands, looked at it and said, Did you make these things by yourself? That's amazing. But viewers watching this burst out laughing and said, Handmade gifts after spending all money at play. Ha ha ha. Eating at the park was expensive. They didn't save anything. Paper roses look so childish. Ha ha. Tuan, holding the time Mi-tu Ka gave him. He scratched his head and laughed, saying, Haha, really don't have any money left. Mi-tu Ka, hearing him say that, also laughed, saying, It's okay, I'm fine with it. But in her heart, she was secretly cursing him that he was an idiot. He even forgot the gift. After the gift exchange was over, Meisika had returned to her room. She sat on the bed, opened her phone to check, and found out that Guji had once again completely outshone her. Moreover, the tie she just gave to Han Sun was actually something she had secretly asked someone else to buy by sneaking away from the crew. Besides, it was a high-end product. Despite trying everything, she still ended up losing to Guji. Meisika angrily vented in her mind. So frustrated. So frustrated. Why do I fail at everything? Then she rolled her eyes and thought, Jiyu, how can I eliminate her? Lu Dingxian was still at home practicing. Suddenly, he heard a message notification. He went to pick up his phone to check. In the messages, Guji sent a photo of a wooden circle where she had carved his figure. She said this was a special gift she made for him and had used all the money given by the crew, hoping he wouldn't be angry anymore. Lu Dingxian saw this photo and blushed, then said softly, I'm not angry. Guji, after sending the message, she thought she wouldn't return there anymore, hoping this would somehow soothe him. But she didn't understand why she kept remembering Lu Dingxian's face. It's quite cute, actually. Thinking of this, she held the wooden circle, looked at it, and smiled. Then she quickly stood up and planned to ask Lu Min to throw it into the river or something like that. That night, while lying in bed, suddenly a strange girl, along with the show's crew, quickly opened the door, entered the room. She stood in front of Gu Jiyu and said loudly, Wake up now. Gu Jiyu heard this and drowsily opened her eyes, responding to the crew, I don't want to get up yet. But that person seemed to ignore what she said. She directly reached out to pull her up, but Gu Jiyu was faster. She immediately grabbed her arm and threw her down to the floor. Gu Jiyu held her arm and said irritably, I hate it when you pull my blanket. Are you trying to be my mother? But that girl, after being thrown down, thought confusedly, what's wrong with her? The noise from both of them had woken up Yuzhu. She quickly sat up and turned to ask, "What's wrong, Sister Jiyu? Who is this?" Someone from the show's crew, seeing the situation wasn't good, stepped forward to explain. "Don't misunderstand. This is a specially invited trainer, Gu Jiyu," and Yuzhu heard this and exclaimed in surprise. "What? A trainer?" Then the show's staff continued to tell her, "Yes, the crew is preparing some other activities. Everyone will be notified in detail later. We just wanted to create a surprise. Didn't expect to frighten you. Really sorry." Hearing this, Gu Jiyu fixed her hair, then she smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm always cautious like this. Perhaps I overreacted." But in her heart she was thinking, this instructor is not simple at all. She looked at me with killing intent while waiting for Gu Jidu to finish speaking. The girl who was said to be the instructor immediately spoke up with instructions. "This time is an exception. Further resistance will result in severe punishment. Gather at the bottom of the stairs quickly." Du Zhu was sitting on the bed looking, then spoke up to ask, "Ah, I understand. What's your name, instructor?" The girl quickly stated her name when she heard the question, Xiejini, and after Gu Jidu learned her name, she immediately remembered. In the novel, she was the one who nearly took the female lead's life. At this moment, she turned to Du Zhu and said there might be some new activities coming up, so hurry up and get ready. After speaking to Du Zhu, Gu Jidu recalled that the Lu family had built many centers for children. The excellent children here were given the surname Xie. These children lived in different places, participating in various business fields. Politics and military were all to serve the Lu family. Thanks to her leadership qualities, Xie gave up her future and stayed, training the next generation for the Lu family. That's why she was madly obsessed with Lu Dingxian. Now Xiejini had reached the stairs. She walked while thinking irritably, "It's so annoying. What qualifications does she have to be the Lu family's madam? And even participating in this program? Such a disgrace to the Lu family. Must not let her stay with young master." Gu Jidu, now sitting in the room, spoke to instruct Du Zhu, "Keep the makeup light. Wear pants for easy movement too." Du Zhu heard this and asked back, "Huh? Isn't today supposed to be a date?" Gu Jidu tied her hair while smiling and said according to her thoughts, "The date seems like it will be postponed." Moreover, she also thought that since Xiejini appeared here, it must be because Lu Dingxian had intervened. Meanwhile, at Lu Dingxuan's house, Zhao Dingcan was pushing his wheelchair while saying, "Mr. Dingxian, the program schedule has been rearranged. Our people have also started filming." Lu Dingxian heard this and coldly replied, "Good, well done." On this side, after everyone had gathered, they still didn't know what was happening. Shi Wu stepped forward. He spoke up to ask what's going on here. The director was also present. He cheerfully exclaimed, "Our program is receiving a lot of positive feedback. We need to extend it with other activities. The date will be postponed for 3 days. During this time, these instructors here will help everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue-haired young man who was said to be an instructor here opened his mouth to say, "According to our assessment, everyone's physical fitness and discipline are very poor." Xia also quickly added, "We will conduct professional training to prepare for future programs." Everyone at this time, after hearing this, became shocked, shouting, "What?" Gu Jidu showed her annoyance, thinking, turning a dating show into military life, huh? Only Lu Dingxian would come up with this idea, but thanks to him for giving me a chance to lose weight. Shi Wu now smiled awkwardly and said, "This is the first time I've seen such random arrangements." Han Sun beside him immediately raised his voice, "Director, are you sleep-talking?" Misika also expressed her agreement. "That's right. The trainer entered our room without permission. We're really uncomfortable with this. I want an explanation for this. Who here needs physical training anyway?" Wuxi continued with an annoyed expression. "Why is there such a drastic change from the original script?" Seeing everyone's intense reactions, the director put on a smiling face and said, "Indeed, this activity is a bit abrupt. All expenses are covered by President Wei. We're just following orders." Upon hearing President Wei, Shi Wu's group immediately changed their attitude. They no longer showed the hostility from before and happily accepted it. In contrast to them, Du Zhu looked somewhat sad. She regretfully whispered, "This tactic again. So it was that person. It's a shame to postpone the date, but since it's President Wei's wish." Gu Jiyu saw her like this and smiled comfortingly. "It's okay, he. Since President Wei personally arranged this, it must be interesting." Lu Hong also coldly said, "This will be good news for us." Meanwhile, Gu Jidu just stood silently, listening to them talk. She thought suspiciously, what's going on? Did Li Dingxian give instructions on his own? After everyone finished discussing, the director continued to announce, for the next 3 days, the program will be edited in real time. Han Sun and Sherwoo heard this and once again felt confused. Misiku, however, looked very interested. She smiled and said, "Isn't that like a live broadcast? This is the first time I've heard of it." Guji-do was still lost in her thoughts. She had a feeling that someone was watching her. At this moment, the program staff stepped up and instructed, "From now on, please follow the trainer's guidance. All right, choose your partners. Did you hear that? Choose partners." While everyone was still feeling confused, what appeared before them surprised them completely. Doggos. No way. The trainers now had brought in dogs with them. When Guji-yu saw them, he showed great interest and exclaimed, "German Shepherds. They're so cute." The trainer, holding the dog leash, announced proudly, "These are professionally trained police dogs. Your task is to stay with them for 3 days." Wu Si and Sherwoo, hearing this, sighed dejectedly. Is this still a dating show? President Wei is so unpredictable. But on Guji-yu's side, it was the opposite, full of energy. He happily put his hand on Du-ju's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Raising dogs together can be very romantic too. These dogs have been trained to be well-behaved." Du-ju's expression brightened at this point. She looked up at Guji-yu shyly and replied, "This is my first time meeting police dogs. It must be fun." Guji-do, now looking at everything unfolding before her eyes, became even more confused. Oh my goodness, who brings dogs to a dating show? Yet netizens were actually interested. They commented, "Ha ha ha, dating with a single dog. I sincerely admire Mr. Wei's idea. I'm dying of laughter. Raising puppies together seems quite romantic. The puppy will witness their love blooming." After reading these comments, Lu Dingxian sneered and said, "Romantic my foot. They will regret participating in this nonsense program." At this moment, the doctor outside came in to announce it was time for therapy. Lu Dingxian said he understood. Then his expression became serious as he asked, "You previously promised I could walk for several hours after 3 days of therapy. Are you sure about that?" The doctor immediately replied yes, as long as you cooperate according to the plan. Hearing this, Lu Dingxian quickly lay down on the bed, then coldly added, "I hate liars. I hope you keep your word." Closing his eyes, he thought, "Guji-do, if you dare lie to me, I won't show mercy according to what you said. Even if I die, I must have you." And while he was thinking about these things, over here Guji-do suddenly felt a chill down her spine. The male trainer continued cheerfully, "The next step is to form teams. The dogs will then choose their owners." Guji-ju smiled at the dog in front of him. He waved his hand saying, "Come here, puppy." Guji-do was now holding her phone reading online comments. She thought the audience must be quite confused. This is just a small trick to attract viewers and trend. Lu Dingxuan's idea doesn't seem bad. Thinking this, she looked up and smiled. Now, on Han Sun's side, Shiryu and Guji-ju each already had their own dog. Wu Si and Mi CK quickly got 2 dogs brought to them by the trainer. Wu Si reached out to pet while smiling shyly, saying, "I'm not very good with animals." The trainer smiled and introduced them to the 2. Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba are sniffer dogs. They're very sensitive to smells. Han Sun was now instructing his dog, "You must not bully my little cat." And Shiryu, after getting acquainted with the dogs, he exclaimed happily how adorable they are. "I want to take them home right away." Guji-do stood watching them with some concern. Very suspicious. I should be more careful with those 2. Then she turned to look at the dog at her feet, playing with Yu-ju. And Guji-ju was still very cheerfully teasing, "Ha ha, Golden is already sleepy?" Lu Hongyi beside them just stood watching without making any moves, and, after looking at the dog, Guji-do, her expression softened. "I've always liked animals. Unlike love, animals never abandon their owners." Thinking this, she sat down to pet it. Seeing Yu-shu still without one, he asked him, "Is there one left for me?" Hearing this, Guji-ju also wondered. "There are 8 of us, but only 7 dogs?" The trainer quickly smiled and said, "We've brought a special cat. The kitten is only 2 years old, has a gentle and lazy personality, hates exercise but is very sociable. Come here." The girls at this moment were all excited and anticipating when hearing about the cat, thinking it would be very cute. But contrary to what they thought after seeing Xiaojia from afar, they all turned pale and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is it real?" Xiaojia stood there. She proclaimed loudly, "This is a rare white tiger, named Xiaobai." Seeing such a huge tiger, everyone felt worried. Mei CK immediately covered her eyes and screamed, "What kind of cat is that?" Guji-yu stood in front of Yu-ju. He asked anxiously. Little Xiaobai, why is it so huge? After Gu Jiyu saw this tiger, he immediately recognized it as Li Xiaobai, Li Tingchuan's pet. Extremely fierce, but extremely loyal. It was raised as a bodyguard for the late Madame Li. It had bitten quite a few people who tried to approach its mistress. Remembering this, she looked at Xiaobai with interest. She used to like this solitary tiger very much. Didn't expect to meet it here. Xiaojai sat down at this moment, unleashed Xiaobai, and said happily, Xiaobai has undergone professional training. Only fierce to enemies, so everyone stay calm. Despite hearing this, Wu Si was still very scared, hiding behind Shiwu. She whispered that means it will still bite. I choose the police dog. Shiwu wasn't doing much better than her, hesitantly asking, is it really safe? If we do something wrong, we might go straight to heaven. And Han Sun just smiled and said, I'll pass it to others. Gu Jiyu glanced at Lu Hongyi and said, I'll choose Xiao Er too. Brother Hongyi should try. Maybe you can conquer it. Lu Hongyi heard this and coldly said, let the tiger choose its master. And so all 8 people stood there nervously looking at Xiaobai, wondering who it would choose. The audience watching at this moment was extremely excited. Oh my god, the production team is too bold. So scary, it's wearing a muzzle, must have bitten people before. Haha, who will be the lucky one to receive the tiger's favor? Meanwhile, everyone here, when seeing Xiaobai approaching them, all hoped in their minds that it would go elsewhere. Although Mei CK was very scared, she still pretended to praise. Xiaobai is so cute. Originally she did this because she knew if she was chosen by Xiaobai she would become the center of attention. But Xiaobai just ignored her, feeling very angry, and walked past Mei CK. Its tail even swept strongly across her cheek. Mei CK let out a scream, then held her cheek and glared at Xiaobai, inwardly cursing the insolent tiger. Shiwu saw this and reminded her, better stay far away. Gu Jiyu was now very excited. He looked at Xiaobai and shouted, wow, it just glanced at me, truly the king of the jungle. It's scary, but Xiaobai, just like before, quickly passed by both him and Lu Hongyi glanced after it and coldly said, seems it already has a target. Xiaobai, after passing by everyone, finally, it stopped in front of Ko Chi-du, which surprised her. Mitu Kai saw this and exclaimed in disbelief. Ko Chi-du then sighed and said, this tiger really knows how to judge people. When Ko Chi-du realized she was chosen, she thought anxiously, Lu Din Shuyan sent it here to monitor her. This was clearly a threat. Must be more careful. And it was exactly as she had predicted. When coming here, Tubok had been carefully instructed by Lu Din Shuyan that she would be its next target. Once it detected any sign of betrayal, it must strike decisively. And of course, Tubok remembered that very clearly. Ko Chi-du smiled at this moment. She reached out to touch it, but Tubok still looked very aggressive. Seeing this, Ko Chi-du thought sadly, seems like it doesn't see me as its master, but that's not really necessary. Then she cheerfully said, let's help each other, tiger friend. She thought that Lu Din Shuyan probably couldn't imagine that she had learned his strategy through the novel. Must win its trust. The others, now seeing her like that, were very surprised and exclaimed, Chi-du seems very confident. While Lu Kang not only showed a calm expression, thinking that Ko Chi-du must have met the tiger before. Mitu Kai once again showed jealousy and said, look how unfriendly the tiger is. Don't understand why Tubok didn't choose me but chose Ko Chi-du instead. Loi Vu and Han Tuan had been standing still observing until now. Then both of them happily said, it stopped in front of Chi-du as if they knew each other before. Chi-du is really brave. Vo Tu also admiringly spoke. From now on, when wanting to play with the tiger, just ask Chi-du for permission. Mitu Kai was now unhappy and suggested trying again, but the trainer immediately interrupted, saying, once Tubok has decided, it cannot be changed. Everyone already has their own partner. Hearing him say that, everyone nodded in agreement. Only Mitu Kai, though unwilling, had to go along with the program's arrangement. She thought angrily how unlucky this was. Chi-du became the center of audience attention again. After everything was settled, the male trainer continued to announce, all right, let's start the mission to complete training in exchange for daily necessities. First, everyone needs to prepare sleeping quarters and food for their pets. Ta Jaine, standing behind, also spoke cheerfully. These are the daily photos of the pets. Please strictly follow the schedule. Loi Vu took the photo to look, then he exclaimed with admiration, so well behaved, truly police dogs. Han Tuan standing beside after looking at the photo. He then asked Ta Jaine, including food too? Ta Jaine quickly nodded. She happily replied yes. The training must be strictly followed. Vo Tu now looked very excited. She held the photo tightly, then smiled, saying she would try her best. Unlike her, Mitu Kai showed great displeasure, thinking they're just dogs. Why make such a fuss? Gu Jiyu took a photo after hearing the rules. She immediately agreed and promised to take good care of the pet. Just trust them. Gu Jiyu silently observed. Then she recalled the events in the novel. It mentioned that Lu Dingxian was very suspicious of people. He only trusted animals because they would never betray him. Therefore, he took very good care of Xiaobai because of this. The pet and owner stayed together until the end of the story. Xie Jia crossed her arms at this moment, then she continued to instruct. Everyone pay attention not to let the dogs eat too much. Especially Xiaobai, don't let it eat recklessly. Gu Jiyu heard this and was confused, wondering why Lu Dingxian would trust and hand Xiaobai over to this woman. She looks like she's about to kill me. I don't want to encounter the things she did to the female lead. While thinking, Gu Jiyu responded, I understand. Then she casually glanced elsewhere. I must really want this tiger. If you have complaints, tell Lu Dingxian. Xie Jia still wouldn't stop. She opened her mouth again. Xiaobai just likes to eat. It's completely harmless. But wearing a muzzle is very uncomfortable. Over time, it can become irritable. If you're not afraid, you can remove the muzzle anytime. After speaking, she showed a challenging expression, looking at Gu Jiyu. Mei Ck heard this and exclaimed in confusion. What do you mean by that? Han Sun's face was also very worried. He immediately spoke up to remind. We've never met that tiger before. Doing that would be extremely dangerous. Shiryu, standing next to them, was also scared and called out to Gu Jiyu. Jiyu, please don't. Gu Jiyu and Du Zhu on this side also looked at her and tried hard to persuade her. Sister, it's very dangerous. That's right, Sister Jiyu. Despite everyone's concerns, yet Gu Jiyu remained very calm. She stood looking at the photo for a while, then turned towards Xiaobai, quickly reached out her hand and smiled, saying, Want to be friends with Xiaobai? First, we must trust each other. Xiaobai, from now on I'm your owner. As she spoke, she stroked its muzzle. Gu Jiyu thought that as long as she imitated the words and actions of Lu Dingxian, everything would be fine. But Xiaobai now looked very aggressive. It opened its eyes wide and growled at her. Thinking back to before, the first time Lu Dingxian and it met, it was caught by his bodyguards in the border forest. Xiaobai's parents were both killed by poachers. Therefore, Xiaobai was always extremely hostile towards humans. It was even expelled from the pack due to its different fur color. Worried that it would be difficult to survive in the wild, so his bodyguards suggested sending Xiaobai to an animal rescue station. But Lu Dingxian refused and said he would adopt it. At that time, he was scratching its ears while gently telling it that from now on it would live with him. From now on he would be its owner. Gu Jiyu, because she remembered such things, so she quickly imitated Lu Dingxuan's gestures. She said she would take good care of it. After that, gently removed Little White's muzzle. Gu Jiyu knew that Little White loved having its ears scratched, so she scratched its ears to entice it. And very quickly Little White was won over by Gu Jiyu just like that. Now it's like a little cat falling into her lap. Gu Jiyu breathed a sigh of relief. The first step of winning it over was successful. Everyone here, after witnessing such a scene, was extremely surprised, then exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Jiyu is amazing. It's like a big cat, sister. You're so awesome. The blue-haired male trainer coldly spoke up, she's quite something. The other trainer seemed more cheerful. He smiled and said, I thought it would take at least 3 more days before Little White could have its muzzle removed. Didn't expect it to be so soon. Xie Jia stood still and glanced at Gu Jiyu. She didn't understand why Little White was so friendly with Gu Jiyu. Is it because she has Mr. Li's scent on her? It's irritating, but this is a rare opportunity. Having Little White bite her to death would certainly be very interesting. Gu Jiyu now was continuing to stroke Little White's chin. She looked at it with affectionate eyes, then gently praised Little White for being good. Not wanting to waste any more time, the male trainer announced again, Now you can choose your training categories. You and your pets will make decisions together about food, clothing, and transportation. Training results will be exchanged for daily necessities for everyone and your pets. The viewers watching this were all confused, quickly commenting, What's this? I'm worried about training too much will make Brother Hongi starve. If the puppy doesn't cooperate, they're done for. What a good show indeed. Mei Ck became angry at this point. She immediately asked loudly, Everything I eat and wear depends on this dog? Shiryu, standing beside, also chimed in. Even sleeping arrangements? Will we have to move somewhere else? The male trainer raised his index finger, then declared firmly, Yes, all of you will live in sleeping bags. Tents and garages depend on training too. Others will be classified similarly. Shiryu's face turned pale upon hearing this. He touched his forehead and said sarcastically, I'm so touched by the show's production team. Mei CK was annoyed thinking these rules were ridiculous. Han Sun just smiled wryly and said let this dog be his master and be done with it. Contrary to their group, on this side Dujua and Gu Jiyu looked very happy. She sat next to her dog and smiled, saying to it, "Little Ju, please help sister." And Gu Jiyu high-fived his dog, then said he would rely on it completely. At this moment, Gu Jiyu was still carefully looking at the photos. She felt she had never participated in such a show, so she wanted to try to find new tricks to bend the rules. Standing near her was Lu Hongyi. He was bending down to give instructions to his pet. "Now you and I are new roommates. Don't pee everywhere, okay?" When looking at the photos of items for Little White, Gu Jidu seemed shocked. She opened her eyes wide and stared at these items. Although she knew Li Dingxian spoiled it very much, but didn't expect to this extent. Thinking this made her worried, glancing towards Little White. Gu Jidu thought since he had entrusted it to her, she must fulfill her duty as a mother. "You two," the male trainer spoke up with instructions at this time. Different items correspond to different skills. For example, sitting down can be exchanged for white rice. The complexity of the skill will determine the quality of the side dishes. Each skill has been detailed by the previous trainer. However, since everyone just met today, today's meals can be considered an exception. Just need to complete 6 skills. You can exchange for food for yourself and the dog at the same time, followed by free practice time. Assembly time is 6 p.m. every day. After the trainers finished their instructions, they quickly left. At that moment, another girl cut in and said with a smile, "You can come to us anytime to exchange for prizes." After hearing all of this, everyone quickly headed to the camp. Looking at the training grounds, there were various exercises like ball throwing, running, climbing mountains, archery, sit-ups, weightlifting, long jump, swimming. The audience immediately reacted strongly. What kind of training camp is this? How can ordinary people like them do it? This is truly a challenge after seeing the scene before them. Sure, use group. Everyone showed interesting expressions. CK's face was lifeless. She smirked and sighed. "Oh my god, I'm leaving first, folks." And Wu Yu hid behind, worried, saying she didn't bring sports shoes. Sure, you looked like he was about to collapse, hugging himself, saying life is questionable, making all the viewers laugh. Han Sun with a surprised face, as if not believing what was happening before his eyes. He gaped and exclaimed, "Is this for real?" Gu Jidu, after seeing the facilities, thought that this place wasn't too bad. Gu Jiju behind her leaned over and said, "Sis, no more dating now. Let's cooperate again." Gu Jidu turned around with a smile and replied, "Okay, then follow me to eat first." And Lu Hongyi too. As soon as she mentioned the name, Lu Hongyi quickly appeared. He led his dog and cheerfully replied, "Me too." Gu Jidu stood observing the training items for a while, then said confidently, "Considering our strength now, we should first choose throwing skills and shooting skills. Let's choose archery first. I think it will be easier than shooting." As she spoke, she turned to smile at Lu Hongyi. He heard this and happily nodded in agreement. Then Du Zhu also quickly followed her advice. As for Ko Chi-duk, she remained silent and glanced over, thinking that she must have other plans. When the 4 of them arrived at the archery range, the instructor cheerfully welcomed them. "Hello everyone, would you like to train in archery?" Then he explained the rules. Each person gets 3 arrows, distance is 30 meters. If you don't meet the requirements, you can try again after 10 minutes. When asked who would be the first 2 shooters, Ko Chi-du said that she and Ko Chi-duk would participate. While waiting for the 2 to put on protective gear, the instructor spoke again. "I'll first show everyone the correct aiming posture." But Ko Chi-du quickly put on her protective gear and said she didn't need instruction. Then she proceeded to her position where Ko Chi-du stood. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her demeanor was extremely confident, which made both instructors who saw her very amazed. Everyone should know that the CEO was passionate about archery. Therefore, the original owner and Xiao Yu had been exposed to this sport since childhood. Ko Chi-duk was now also ready and moved to stand beside her. The audience watching this scene immediately exploded. "So handsome, Xiao Yu, don't shoot the target. Shoot my heart instead. You two look just like real siblings. They don't need guidance at all? Are they showing off? Missing would be so embarrassing, haha." Ko Chi-du and Ko Chi-duk drew their bows simultaneously. She thought that muscle memory plus previous filming experience, this distance was only for beginners. Their arrows flew very quickly and struck straight into the bullseye. The audience was extremely impressed. "Amazing, both are archery experts." The instructor, seeing this, couldn't help but be surprised. He exclaimed with his mouth open, "Bullseye on the first shot." And just like that, the second and third rounds proceeded with high scores of 9 and 12. The instructor happily handed over the key and said with a smile, Final score, Chi-do 30 points, Chi-duk 28 points. Here are your redemption tickets. That's how it appeared outside, but inside he was continuously terrified by how dangerous these siblings were. Ko Chi-do and Ko Chi-duk were excited hearing their scores, then happily accepted the Ki-do took photos on this side, looking at the two of them admiringly and cheered. Chi-do and Xiaoyu are always amazing. Ko Chi-duk put down the protective gear, rubbed his head and replied, Hee, actually I've learned shooting before. That's probably why I did well. Ko Chi-do also smiled and said, Me too, but Xiaoyu is even better. Then she took the protective gear and approached Du Zhu. Let me help you put it on. This is your first time shooting, right? Du Zhu replied somewhat shyly. Yes, with Sister Chi-do helping me put it on, I'm sure I'll hit the bullseye. Ko Chi-do smiled hearing this and said, Don't worry, Xiaoyu will guide you. You can't score below 20 points. After saying this, she looked excitedly at the two of them. Ko Chi-duk and Du Zhu were now blushing, observing each other. Ko Chi-do turned back to ask the instructor, We help each other like that. It doesn't violate any rules, right? A coach immediately answered her, No, it doesn't. According to what he said, Gu Jiro was delighted, turned to tell Gu Jiyu and Du Zhu. That's great. Xiaoyu can help Zhuzi with archery. It's not a problem. But the coach at this moment quickly spoke up again. I'm the instructor though. Gu Jiro acted playfully, then smiled and said to both of them, This doesn't violate any rules at all. Thank you for your help. Although they both knew they had fallen for her trick, they were speechless and couldn't say anything. Du Zhu's face was now blushing. She looked at Gu Jiyu and whispered to him, Then please help me, Xiaoyu. Gu Jiyu shyly said okay. He was very confused in his heart, not knowing what Gu Jiro was planning. They quickly went to the practice area. Gu Jiyu adjusted her posture with his hands, while gently giving instructions. Zhuzi, raise your hand a little higher, maintain position, and look straight ahead. And during these actions of the two, the audience watching was very excited, screaming that it was such dedicated love guidance. Who could resist that? So romantic. Jiro is so kind, ha. Miss Shiro, now looking at the scene before her, showed a satisfied expression. She smiled gleefully while thinking, Sister will help you too this much. Lu Hongyi at the back, seeing her, quickly approached, stood in front of her, and said, There's still me. Gu Jiro was startled by him, turned her face away embarrassedly and replied, Hongyi, if you have questions, just ask the coach. But Lu Hongyi still wouldn't let go, and once again stood blocking Gu Jiro's way. Then he put on a sad face and said softly, I'm afraid of strangers. Gu Jiro knew she had no choice now, so finally agreed to help him. She wondered puzzledly Lu Hongyi doing this was for the show's ratings, why suddenly so proactive? But having said she would help, she still patiently guided him step by step, feet shoulder width apart. Use your index finger, middle finger, and ring finger to lock the string. Look straight ahead at shoulder and elbow level. Keep your hands straight. Let me help you aim at the target. Now the distance between them was very close. Gu Jiro seemed not to notice much, but Lu Hongyi was silently observing her. Then he smiled and said, Thank you, Jiro. Hearing him call Jiro, the audience eagerly commented that Hongyi called Jiro's name. Seems like this is the first time. Jiro, don't fall for him, okay? Lu Hongyi is too handsome. After completing 3 rounds of shooting, the coach brought out the key and announced the scores. Final results. Lu Hongyi got 25 points. Du Zhu got 22. Du Zhu was very happy when she heard her score. She smiled, thanking Gu Jiyu, That's amazing. Thank you, Xiaoyu. But Gu Jiro wasn't quite satisfied. She spoke up. What a pity. You were so close to getting 25 points. Hearing her say that, Du Zhu smiled and said she would try again. At this moment, Gu Jiyu approached Su Hongyi. She opened her mouth to praise. Brother Hongyi is truly a hidden master. Su Hongyi looked at her, then gently replied, I used to act in martial arts films, and she taught very enthusiastically. While from afar, Zhao Yingji saw this scene. She thought confusedly in her heart, how dare she be so intimate with another man? This time the young master sent me to participate in this show. Must be wanting to find evidence of infidelity. Divorce is also a major matter. One must have extremely steady composure to be able to stay calm and not make a big deal out of this. After finishing archery, the group including Gu Jiyu quickly returned to their original spots. When seeing the dog still lying there quietly, she happily said, Xiaojiu and the others are all waiting here. So well behaved. Gu Ji urged to sit down quickly. He patted Xiaojiu's head while gently saying, I'll treat you to a hearty feast. At this moment, Gu Jiyu had discovered that Xie was observing them. She glanced back worriedly, thinking that girl wouldn't take her eyes off Xiao Bai. I should stay away from her now. You suggested everyone go shooting together. The group immediately agreed and quickly went to the other area. In the shooting range, currently Shiryu and Han Sun were practicing shooting. Their expressions at that time were extremely tense. While Mei CK was waiting outside, she was feeling uncomfortable thinking that if it wasn't for forgetting to bring clothes, even if paid, she wouldn't wear this ugly outfit. Miss C, standing beside her at this moment, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, there's Jiyu's group." Mei CK, hearing this, called out, "What then?" She quickly looked over to the other side and saw 4 people they were leading the dogs approaching. Miss Jiyu looked at everyone present, then coldly asked, "Have Mr. Shiryu and everyone participated in the training yet?" While YouTube cheerfully approached and called out, "We're back." Gu Jiyu was looking at the prize board, then announced to the others, "We should hurry up. The prizes for this training are very important." The board states that popping 5 balloons gets you a sleeping bag, 10 balloons gets you a tent, 15 balloons gets a container house, and 50 balloons, the highest, gets a luxury villa but with only 1 room. YouTube also quickly approached Gu Jiyu. She smiled and asked if this is where to exchange for sleeping places. While Gu Jiyu looked at the board and excitedly called out, "A villa? We must get it." Gu Jiyu pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps I should check the prizes before choosing training missions. Mei CK had now approached them. She tried to appear friendly and said in a surprised tone, "Oh hee, everyone's here for shooting practice too?" What a coincidence. She was thinking that with Gu Jiyu's group here, this was an opportunity to grab the spotlight. Yu Zhu saw her and happily asked, "Sister CK, you've changed clothes?" Mei CK, hearing this, put her hand on her cheek, then smiled and answered, "Yes. That's why I started a bit later than everyone else." At this moment, the male trainer spoke up. "Please, 2 people prepare for the next round. Each person gets 10 bullets. Hit a target and you'll get 1 more bullet." Just as he finished announcing, the other trainer standing next to him immediately said he just received notice from higher-ups. Only 1 person can stand at each shooting position. Duju heard this and slumped in despair. "I knew it. All our cheating has been discovered." But Gu Jiyu remained confident. She declared loudly, "According to instructions, as long as one of us gets a perfect score, that's enough, right? There's no rule saying we can't share points with each other, right?" Duju and Gu Jiyu behind her immediately agreed with her. Villa, living together. After saying that, Gu Jiyu announced that she and Gu Jiyu would participate. But Mei CK suddenly approached her and asked if she could join the training with her. Gu Jiyu was surprised to hear this and turned to look at Mei CK. She smiled and continued, "Our group also wants to stay in the villa. Why don't we cooperate?" Actually, in her heart, Mei CK was plotting that this time she must defeat Gu Jiyu in front of everyone. Thinking this, Mei CK boldly said, "Competing alone is meaningless. Why don't we bet on some kind of prize?" Though she talked tough, Mei CK was now worried inside, wondering if Gu Jiyu would dare to bet something valuable. Better to suggest normal prizes first. Meanwhile, on the side of Lu Hengyi's 3 people, Gu Jiyu and Du Zhu, hearing Mei CK's proposal, exclaimed in surprise, "What? The prizes we received can be exchanged?" Lu Hengyi frowned. He coldly said, "There are no rules about this yet." But Gu Jiyu, upon hearing such a proposal, smiled and replied, "Sounds interesting. I just received this key." But actually, in her heart, Gu Jiyu already knew Mei CK was hostile towards her. She probably really wants to win. Du Zhu, seeing Gu Jiyu agree so easily, anxiously asked, Sister Jiyu's giving it away?" Gu Jiyu maintained a friendly smile on her face. She smiled and said to Mei CK, "Sister CK has kindly invited us like this. I can't refuse." Mei CK didn't expect Gu Jiyu would agree so quickly. She worriedly asked again, "Oh, you want to bet this?" This made her think that Gu Jiyu must have received the highest prize. But Gu Jiyu just went along with Mei CK. She cheerfully said, "It has to be big to be exciting, right?" Du Zhu now became worried and reminded them, "Have you 2 asked the trainer's opinion?" Mei CK seemed to be just waiting for Gu Jiyu to say that. She delightedly replied, "Of course. All right then." Under the enthusiastic cheering of Gu Jiyu and Du Zhu, Gu Jiyu strode forward proudly. She smiled and declared, "It's settled then. Let's begin." At this time, Shiryu had finished target practice and walked over to everyone. When he saw the scene before him, he anxiously said to Han Sun beside him that this was tough. But Han Sun still didn't understand what was happening, so he asked back, "Why are Chi-do and Siku together?" Miss C was bringing water to the 2 people while smiling and explaining. Sika had proposed a competition with Chi-do. When Han Sun heard this, he found it very interesting, so he suggested Shiryu stay and watch with him. Gu Chi-do and Mei Siku now were following the instructor's guidance. They quickly picked up their guns and moved into position. Gu Qidu was very confident about shooting because she was actually preparing for an action movie, so she had received professional shooting training. But these things weren't disclosed on television. Therefore, Gu Qidu decided to pretend to be a novice to see how everyone would react. Then, she quickly looked through the scope, preparing to shoot. But at this moment, the instructor beside her spoke up, correcting her posture. "Your hand position is wrong. Raise it a bit higher." Mei Siku observed this and felt very pleased. She thought Gu Qidu was just an amateur yet dared to bet the golden key. So this would be a big win for her. When both were in ready position, the instructor shouted loudly, "Ready to fire." The gunshots from both immediately rang out piercingly. The balls on the wall burst one after another. Seeing that she hit more targets, Mei Siku laughed gleefully in her heart. "Too weak, Qidu." After finishing the first round, the instructor reloaded for Mei Siku while announcing the scores. Final count: Mei Siku 8 points, Gu Qidu 5 points. When Gu Qidu knew she lost, she didn't show any sadness or regret. Instead, she excitedly exclaimed, 5 points. Not bad at all. The three people, Shiryu, Han Sun and Wu Si, who were watching were amazed. Shiryu softly said, "Qidu has lost." While Han Sun said 5 points was actually impressive, his face still showed a hint of regret. Wu Si looked even more surprised. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Mei Siku is so good." Duju was now extremely worried. She said sadly, "Sister Qidu lost, that's right. Shooting guns isn't like archery." But unlike her, Gu Qiju beside her looked very calm. He smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. She can't lose." And Lu Hongyi now seemed to understand. He glanced at Gu Qiju and showed a mysterious smile. The second round quickly began. Gu Qidu raised her gun. Now was when she got truly serious. As soon as the gunshots rang out, the yellow ball was immediately hit. Gu Qidu smiled secretly and thought about the air gun. This was what Gu Qidu was best at. When round 2 ended, the instructor again announced the scores. Mei Siku got 7 points. Qidu got 5 points. Although the score wasn't different from the first round, Gu Qidu still cheerfully exclaimed, "Fortunately, there's still hope." Mituka now had some doubts. She glanced at Gu Jiyu and thought, did she hit all the targets? Then she quickly reloaded and shouted, "Let's continue." Mituku was still very confident. She thought Gu Jiyu was just lucky. The third and fourth rounds proceeded accordingly. Gu Jiyu's score remained at 5, but Mituku's score gradually dropped. By the fifth round, she only had 2 points left. Mituku no longer had the confidence she had earlier. She was extremely frustrated, blaming herself for missing such easy shots. Han Sun was finally satisfied at this point. He crossed his arms and said happily, "Now we've secured the container house." Shiryu, standing nearby, also exclaimed in surprise, "Jiyu has improved so quickly." Du Chu at the back no longer had the sad expression from earlier. She was now very excited, cheering for Gu Jiyu. "Go on, Jiyu, my dear sister." When the instructor announced it was the 5th round, Mituku aimed her gun while puzzled, thinking that she was clearly winning, but why were they cheering for Gu Jiyu? Thinking this made her even more determined not to lose. Now Gu Jiyu was secretly smiling, thinking that the most important thing in shooting is staying calm. Just being hasty immediately loses the game. The 6th and final round ended. Mituku ultimately ended up with 0 points, while Gu Jiyu maintained her score of 5, knowing she had won. Mituku became devastated. Standing there, Shiryu and everyone else immediately praised Gu Jiyu. Amazing, truly skilled in both wisdom and martial arts. Gu Jiyu laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, that's Sister Jiyu for you." Lu Hong just remained silent. He smiled to himself and thought, Gu Jiyu is truly a professional sniper. Even he was no match for her. In the end, she was always the winner. Gu Jiyu then turned to look at Mituku. Then she coldly said, "I won, Sister Tuku. Looks like I was luckier this time. As for the bet, I hope you'll fulfill it as soon as possible." Mituku, seeing Gu Jiyu's attitude, though very angry, still tried to respond gently. "Well, I admit defeat." After saying that, she immediately turned away, full of resentment, thinking that smug look is infuriating. How can I beat her? Gu Zhiyu was now walking away quickly. She tossed the bullets in her hand while thinking, "Thank you, me too, Ku. Thanks to you, I became the focus of the show." After thinking this, she picked up her gun again. Played enough. Time to collect the prize quickly. Xie Jier, who had been observing all this time. She had known early on that Gu Zhiyu had been exposed to this sport since childhood. The first few rounds were just deliberate calculations. Once the opponent lost guard and thought they had a chance to win, Gu Zhiyu would suddenly strike, making the opponent lose all confidence. Everything was according to Gu Zhiyu's calculations. Really harder to deal with. She thought, Gu Zhiyu must be feeling very smug now. Must teach her a lesson. Ta Ji and I glanced at Mei Siku, who was standing and observing Gu Zhiyu. She was standing there observing Gu Zhiyu. She immediately smiled and thought she could be used as a sacrificial pawn. The coach handed over the key with a smile and said, "Congratulations, you've earned 50 points and received special permission to stay in the villa." Gu Zhiyu happily accepted it and quickly went back to where everyone was when they saw her return. Sure, you immediately congratulated her. Han Sun also immediately exclaimed, "You're really good at shooting. Please teach me your secret." Gu Zhiyu heard him ask and laughed heartily. Hee. "I can't teach everyone the secret, but I've been learning to shoot since I was young." Du Zhu rushed to Gu Zhiyu, now quickly approached Gu Zhiyu and said, "Wow, Sister Zhiyu is absolutely amazing. Sister Zhiyu is invincible and now gets to stay in the villa." Gu Zhiyu then suggested everyone go around to see what the accommodation was like. While Shiryu's group saw how close they were, they became jealous. Han Sun regretfully thought, should have joined Zhiyu's side from the beginning. Gu Zhiyu looked very excited at that moment. He clenched his fists and shouted, "I must also hit 50 balls. When Du Zhu heard him say that, he immediately reminded, "You don't need to try too hard." But Lu Hongyi just coldly said to let Gu Zhiyu show off. Gu Zhiyu now continued to remind everyone, the other challenges are basically physical training. We can participate later. And at this moment, in her heart, she was truly grateful to Lu Dingxian for arranging the shooting challenge. As for Lu Dingxian, after Yi-chun came to observe, he saw that Lu Dingxian seemed to be in a good mood. He was now sitting on the bed watching the show on iPad while saying, "What I want is strict training according to military standards. What's this about shooting for a house?" And now on the iPad, he was watching the scene where Lu Hongyi was being taught archery by Gu Zhiyu. Yi-chun saw Lu Dingxian's annoyed expression. He worriedly answered, "Like that? Is this the purpose? I didn't expect this either." Seeing Lu Dingxian still didn't understand, he nervously scratched his head and explained, "I was informed that sister-in-law and brother have been expert shooters since very young. So to give them an advantage in some important rewards." Yi-chun was still talking when Lu Dingxian covered his mouth with his hand. Lu Dingxian thought he was being too meddlesome. Yi-chun immediately worriedly exclaimed, "Oh, did I do something wrong?" Brother Dingxian personally sent someone to reform the program. Wasn't it for sister-in-law? Seeing Lu Dingxian was willing to listen to him, he continued to say, "You even used a fake identity. Isn't it because you're worried about sister-in-law's well-being?" Lu Dingxian now lowered his hand. He glanced away and coldly replied, "Don't overinterpret things, as if I would care about her." Hearing him say that, Yi-chun felt confused and asked, "Then what's the purpose of all this trouble?" Before Dai Kan's question, Lu Dinshuyan pondered for a long time. Then he slowly answered, "If Ko Chi-du's identity is exposed in the future, people will gossip about my wife being flirted with by men all day. Li's identity will." Before he could finish, Dai Kan immediately interrupted, "So it's to drive away men who desire sister-in-law." And he actually understood clearly that Lu Dinshuyan was worried about Ko Chi-du thinking this. Dai Kan clenched his fists. His face looked very determined. "I understand. I'll tell Jaine to keep an eye on them." But when hearing him say these words, Lu Dinshuyan slowly closed his eyes. Then he said in an annoyed tone, "That's enough. I dare not ask you for anything else. In short, I forbid you to act on your own without my permission. Everything will be carried out according to my instructions from now on. Notify them to cancel the shooting program. Increase strict training." Dai Kan, though not understanding why Lu Dinshuyan stopped him, but before the requirements given, he immediately obeyed Lu Dinshuyan. After giving instructions, looked at the iPad screen again, which was showing Ko Chi-du's scene. He was now thinking, secretly waiting for her to be trained hard. See if she can continue with those scumbags. At the training area at that time, Loi Vu and Han Tuan, each with a chain wrapped around their waist connected to a large wheel, were running hard. When both had no strength left and fell to the ground, the trainer came over to announce, "You two have run out of time and failed this training exercise." Hearing such results, Loivu and Han Tuan breathed heavily, thinking they couldn't do this anymore. Meanwhile, in the training area, Mi-2 Comprehensive Ka and O2 had just completed the difficult fence crawling. But when O2 just dusted off and stood up, Ta Jai-ne spoke up. 5 minutes 40 seconds, exceeding the minimum female standard by 40 seconds. At this time, Luke Hang Not and Ko Chi-duk were also in the obstacle course running area. Looking at the challenges ahead, Ko Chi-duk screamed in panic, "Ah, what is this? Does the program want to kill people?" Even Luke Hang, not standing beside at that time, also felt it wasn't right at all. At the rock climbing section were Ko Chi-do and Do Truck. When almost reaching the goal, Ko Chi-do turned her head down, reached out her hand, and shouted loudly to encourage Do Truck. "Come on, Truck Tuesday." Almost there, Do Truck, now with a flushed face, feeling like she was about to faint. She tried to reach out and grab Ko Chi-do's hand tightly. Then both quickly pressed the completion bell. Fortunately, the time was 2 minutes 19 seconds, so both had successfully passed. Ko Chi-do now standing with Do Truck breathing heavily. She wondered, compared to archery and shooting, why these challenges were much harder. 2 hours passed. The male trainer came over cheerfully, announcing it was time for lunch. Has everyone completed all 6 challenges yet? On this side, Loivu's group seemed to have no strength left at all. Loivu both crying and complaining, "It's too hard, save me." Han Tuan just lay down on the ground. "You used a weak voice to call out 6 times. My 4 times weren't enough, and look at the 4 o'clock spot. It looks very tiring too." She sat down in the yard and asked, "Can I make up for the missing one tomorrow?" Guji-do saw that Du-ju wasn't feeling well, so she came over to pat his head and check on him. "Juzi, are you okay?" Guji-do thought that even herself, though used to high-intensity training, these challenges were still a bit overwhelming. Hearing Guji-do's question, Du, sure, though tired, still managed to smile in response. "Thank you, Sister Ji-do, for giving me the key. I'm truly grateful." Guji-do smiled and tilted her head as she replied, "It's nothing." After returning, Han-sun and Shiru quickly came over to where the two were carrying drinks in their hands, saying, "Sister and Juzi, have some drinks? These are the bento boxes I just exchanged for." Du-ju saw this and shyly bowed to thank the two. At this moment, Guji-do suggested that the group take a break together to eat and regain their strength. She was happy in her heart, thinking that thanks to the golden key from Mi-sike, Xiaobai wouldn't go hungry today. Mi-sike was now extremely angry. She silently complained in her heart. To get that golden key, she had waded through the mud pit 5 times. Yet in the end, she lost to Guji-do. If she backed out now, she would become a laughingstock. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, stomping her feet forcefully. Suddenly, Xie appeared unexpectedly, startling her. Xie approached, holding a box of something, and cheerfully said, "Mi-sike, if you're heading to the rest area, could you help me take this there?" Mi-sike heard this and became flustered, saying she couldn't as she still had 2 challenges left. Xie, as if anticipating Mi-sike's refusal, calmly replied, "The plastic box on top is for Xie Huan. It can be given directly to Ji-do." Upon hearing Ji-do's name, Mi-sike paused for a moment. Xie noticed this and continued speaking. "This is Xiaobai's lunch and some seasonings. Be careful not to mix them up." After hearing this, Mi-sike finally accepted the box. She stood there, firmly repeating Xie's words. "This is Xiaobai's lunch and some seasonings. Be careful not to mix them up." Xie nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "That's right, thank you." Now Mi-sike's face looked extremely gloomy. She was thinking to herself that this was a perfect opportunity to get revenge on Guji-do. On the other side, Guji-do's group had already sat down at the dining table. Guji-do raised her chopsticks, ready to pick up food, and said excitedly, "Finally, it's time to eat. I'm starving." But Du-ju, sitting next to her, sighed, "I don't have the strength to eat anymore." Hearing this, Guji-do reminded him, "Shirzi, eat more. We still have training later." "Hani, have some more meat?" Hani felt warmth from Guji-do's reminder. He shyly bowed his head and said softly, "Thank you." Guji-do now called out loudly, "I want to eat more too." But this scene has been Shiryu and Han-sun are preparing to eat. Seeing the two looking at their own lunchboxes, they sighed and said, "At least they should add more meat. They're way ahead of me." But the 2 coaches came over at this moment, interrupting those 4 people over there. Each has at least 1 golden key. Not full yet, but keep trying. Everything is based on your training results. When Han-sun and Shiryu heard these things, they felt embarrassed. The 2 smiled awkwardly. "So that's it, we'll work harder later." The male coach continued to speak firmly. let me give everyone a hint. This afternoon's training will be team spirit training. Supplies and dinner will still be exchanged based on the number of challenges you complete. Moreover, your living quarters and partners will all be recorded. Of course, only for today. From tomorrow onwards, according to the rules, partners' performance will determine the food, drinks, and housing for everyone. So today is a golden opportunity for everyone to bond with their partners. Shiryu and Han Sun just responded dejectedly after hearing the instructions. Meanwhile, contrary to these two, Du Zhu and Gu Jiyu looked very excited. When Du Zhu learned that everything would depend on Xiaoju later, she smiled very happily. At this moment, their pets were also having their meals. Only Xiaobai hadn't eaten yet. It lay there and growled a few times. Gu Jiyu saw this and reminded Gu Jidu, "Sister, Xiaobai is hungry." Gu Jidu's face was now also very worried looking at Xiaobai. She tried to use a gentle tone to soothe it. "Xiaobai, don't worry, it's coming soon. The coach said Xiaobai's food will be prepared separately. I'll go ask right away." But before she could go, Miss CK appeared. She approached and handed over the food box, saying cheerfully, "Trainer Jidu asked me to bring lunch for Xiaobai." Gu Jidu smiled quickly, took it, and thanked Miss CK. But suddenly she realized something. Wait a minute. The person in charge of distribution is at the camp while the other two are here. So the trainer who asked Miss CK to deliver it must be Xiejiani. Thinking this, Gu Jidu lowered her head to look at the box, then asked Miss CK what this box was. Miss CK was now sweating profusely. She nervously explained, "These are seasonings for Trainer Xie." Seeing Miss CK so worried, Gu Jidu sensed something was wrong, so she told Miss CK to go rest, while she quickly went to check. As she left, she turned back smiling and said, "Xiaobai's uncle is in the kitchen. I need to go get it too." When Miss CK saw her leave like that, she felt a bit scared inside. Gu Jidu quickly went into the tent and opened the food box. Looking at the dishes contained inside, she thought uncomfortably. The novel mentioned that Xiaobai really hates spicy food. Eating so many seasonings will surely cause big trouble. Ta Jianai had asked Mei Siko. She was so worried that she broke into a cold sweat, using her to set a trap for me. Not a bad idea. While still deep in thought at that moment, a trainer walked in and saw Gu Jidu, then immediately asked, "Why are you here? Is the bento not to your taste? If you have any complaints, please tell me." Gu Jidu turned around to look and replied, "Oh no, I'm here for Xiaobai's lunch." Observing the female trainer in front of her, Gu Jidu thought, this trainer seems friendly with no hostile attitude. Thinking this, she quickly tucked her hair behind her ear, then smiled and said to the girl, "Could you help me a bit?" Meanwhile, at that time, Du Zhu sitting at the dining table, because Gu Jidu hadn't returned for a while, became worried. She turned to Gu Jiyu and said, "Why is Sister Jidu taking so long? The food is getting cold." Gu Jiyu also noticed this and said he would go check. As for Mei Siku, after delivering the food, was now worrying and thinking to herself, "I put chili in the last piece of meat. She probably won't notice, right?" Ta Jianai, sitting in her chair looking at the screen, saw her like that and said with amusement, "What's wrong?" Mei Sika looked so worried and dazed. "What did you do?" Ta Jianai was thinking in her heart, "It seems Gu Jidu is suspicious, but it doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with me. It was Mei Siku who did it. Even if Gu Jidu notices and removes the chili, the result will be the same, because I added spicy seasoning to each piece of meat. Once Xiaobai finishes lunch, it will happen right away." Thinking of this, Ta Jianai broke into a pleased smile. Meanwhile, Gu Jiyu had stood up. He was about to go look for Gu Jidu when he saw her return. Gu Jidu walked over to everyone. She carried the plate over and said cheerfully, "I want to get some extra prepared food, so it took a bit longer." Hee. She put down the plate and opened the lid. Inside were thick pieces of meat with lots of red chilies, looking very appetizing. Gu Jidu cheerfully exclaimed, "Tada, Sichuan spicy steak." Gu Jiyu saw it and said excitedly, "Did you make this, sister? Must be delicious." Adu, sitting beside, was just as excited. She looked intently at the plate of meat and asked, "Steak? Sister, where did you get the meat from?" Gu Jidu raised her index finger and declared proudly, "This is the meal Xiaobai earned after completing 6 challenges." Everyone at this point, after hearing her, was surprised and gasped, "Huh." But Gu Jidu remained very happy. She continued slowly, "That's the meat basket Sika just brought." Hearing her say this, Mei Siku, who was standing watching, immediately exclaimed worriedly, "What?" While Ta Jianai at that moment angrily slammed her hand on the table. She stared at the screen and thought to herself, "She cooked Xiaobai's portion too?" Meanwhile on this side, Gu Jiyu after learning what happened asked Gu Jidu, "So who's going to eat this?" Gu Jidu reached out her hand and happily replied, "Just consider it a snack." But Du Zhu was now worried and continued to ask, "What about Little White?" Gu Jizu remained very calm and smiled in response, "Don't worry, I've asked trainer Xiaohuan. Little White has always eaten fresh beef every day. I want to take this opportunity to try changing Little White's menu. I still have a golden key, enough to exchange for food for everyone and prepare new food for Little White." "Sorry for the trouble," trainer Xiaohuan just said. Gu Ziju turned to look at Xiaohuan. Xiaohuan has arrived now. She also smiled and replied to Gu Jidu, "It's okay, it's okay." Gu Jidu laughed with delight at this moment. Then she continued to introduce the next dish, chicken legs, chicken breast and French fries. The complete set, all here. Xiaohuan now quickly helped coordinate to open the food dish cover. Gu Jiju looked at this dish. She excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, just looking at it makes me hungry." But Du Zhu behind looked a bit worried. She asked Gu Jidu, "Fried chicken for a tiger? Is that okay?" Gu Jidu smiled and reassured her, "Calm down, calm down. Eating raw meat left in the fridge overnight is actually not good." Du Zhu heard this and immediately exclaimed in confusion, "Jidu, are you stealing Little White's food?" Mei CK, who was standing nearby, heard this, thought that Gu Jidu must be crazy to dare do this. From far away, Xia Jiai had also run over. She was panting and coldly said to Gu Jidu, "Phew, I warn you, you're not allowed to randomly feed Little White whatever you want." Gu Jidu didn't pay much attention to her words. She calmly continued, "Trainer Xiajie, calm down. The food is all from the training camp. There won't be any problems." Xiaohuan sitting behind hearing this immediately agreed. But Xia Jiai again loudly objected. "Little White has only ever eaten premium beef. He won't eat this kind of garbage." But Xiaohuan didn't care about these words either. She slowly placed the fried chicken in front of Little White. Now all eyes of everyone here were fixed on Little White. Everyone was nervous in their hearts, wondering if Little White would eat it or not. Very quickly Little White grabbed a chicken leg. Gu Jidu saw this and laughed happily. "Haha, even tigers can't resist fried chicken." Du Zhu behind instead worriedly exclaimed, "He's never eaten chicken before. I hope nothing goes wrong." Gu Jidu smiled and thought to herself, in the novel, the first time Little White ate fried chicken was when he accidentally ate the female lead's takeout. Just one taste, and he couldn't stop eating. And just as she thought, Little White, after trying a little bit, he immediately enjoyed it and started eating ravenously. Gu Jidu and Du Zhu seeing this both laughed happily. "Haha, Little White likes fried chicken." And Lu Hengyi sitting behind eating rice observed while thinking, "She brings one surprise after another." Shi Yu and Han Sun now looked over. The two drooled and whispered to each other, "Even tiger's leftovers look delicious. Can we compete with a tiger for food?" "Oh, it's already 4 o'clock." She approached from afar asking everyone what's going on. At this moment, Chi Du turned to smile and spoke to Jia Yi. "Coach Jia Yi, it seems Xiaobai really likes fried chicken. Can we allow it to change its meal occasionally?" Upon hearing her question, Jia Yi displayed an annoyed expression and replied, "If anything happens to Xiaobai, can you take responsibility?" In her heart, she was thinking, if young master knows about this, he will surely be angry. Miss Chi Du waved her hand and turned away, saying casually, don't worry, Chi Du, will take full responsibility. If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself to have dinner." At this moment, she was also feeling secretly pleased and laughing inside. Haha, she must have many things to report to Lu Dingxian. Watching Chi Du's retreating figure, Jia Yi angrily complained, "Chi Du, don't be so smug." Then she also turned and left. Meanwhile, Chi Du turned her head back and thought with a smile, "Don't worry, I know him better than you do." After talking with Jia Yi, she quickly returned and together with Xian set the food on the table, inviting everyone. "Everyone, please try this. It might be a bit spicy. And here's the fried chicken for you all. Xiaobai also needs some raw meat." When everyone saw the delicious food, they were all delighted, cheering, "Sister Chi Du is carrying the team again. Let's dig in, everyone." After everyone tasted the dishes, they all felt satisfied. They kept eating while praising enthusiastically, "It's crispy and sweet. I love this dish." Xian then pushed away the food tray. She recalled meeting Chi Du in the tent earlier. At that time when she answered Chi Du, "I'm not sure about fried chicken. The rules only allow Xiaobai to eat beef." After hearing her response, Chi Du had whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, as long as Xiaobai likes it, my husband won't mind." Remembering this, she turned to look at Chi-Du and thought, this girl clearly knows who directs us in Xiaobai. She seems to understand the young master better than anyone. I've watched some shows before. She's completely different from before, confident, intelligent, and warm. Truly worthy of being the Liu family's young lady. Perhaps she is the one who can melt the young master's iron heart. Thinking this, she walked away with a smile. Meanwhile, Mei Sikai looked over and became upset. Chi-Du had used her key to get the food. Not only did she prevent that tiger from eating spicy food, but she also gained everyone's attention. How could she be better than me in any way? Meanwhile, at Lu Dingxian's home, he quickly received Jia Yi's notification. Young master, Chi-Du has violated the rules. She gave Xiaobai fried food without permission. When he heard this, he was surprised. Jia Yi continued speaking. She arbitrarily turned Xiaobai's prepared beef into steak, then exchanged it for fried chicken to feed Xiaobai. Young master, Chi-Du has ignored the rules and acted recklessly. She needs to be punished. After she finished speaking, Lu Dingxian pondered for a moment. Then he asked coldly, you waited until after Xiaobai finished eating to report this? Being blamed by him like that. Ta Jia and I anxiously explained in confusion. No, that's not it. I tried to stop her, but she insisted on doing what she wanted. Lu Dingxian didn't care and continued to blame her. You are the trainer. If you can't make people follow orders, what's the use? Since he said it like this, Ta Jia and I didn't dare to argue anymore and replied softly, it's my fault for being irresponsible. She thought she could blame everything on Gu Zhiju. Unexpectedly ended up humiliating herself like this. Thinking about this, Ta Jia and I continued, I'm really sorry. Please punish me, young master. I will personally take responsibility for this. I will never make such mistakes again. After saying this, she put on a gloomy face. Is young master so disappointed in me? It's so shameful, Gu Zhiju. I won't let you off. After the call with Ta Jia and I, Lu Dingxian continued to observe Xiaobai through the screen. Seeing it eating so well, he smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since this fatty ate so comfortably. This woman always comes up with good ideas. Didn't expect she could cook too. When the camera turned to Lu Hongyi and Gu Zhiju, at this moment he saw Lu Hongyi choking. Gu Zhiju beside him handed water and smiled, saying, Mr. Hung, too spicy? Have some water. Lu Dingxian saw this and became uncomfortable, said, how can anyone eat something that spicy? I'll settle accounts with you after filming. After saying this, he put down the iPad and stopped watching. Everyone at this time, after finishing eating, they sat and chatted. Han Sun happily exclaimed, Mr. Hongyi, the food today was incredibly delicious. Lu Hongyi coldly replied, it's because the training intensity was quite high. Gu Zhiju was now squatting. She offered fried chicken to Xiaobai and happily asked, is the fried chicken good? As for Xiaobai, after eating it fell into a satisfied sleep. Gu Zhiju's face lit up as she cheerfully exclaimed, hee hee. It's all thanks to my sister's cooking skills. Seeing Xiaobai sleeping so soundly, Gu Zhiju also felt more relieved. It seems very satisfied with the fried chicken. Hope the training will go smoothly. An hour passed. Everyone gathered again at the field. Looking at the challenges laid out here, Han Sun's face turned gloomy as he sighed. I want to go home. Gu Zhiju, standing beside him, also worriedly whispered, why doesn't it look easy at all from now on? Behind was having trouble with their pet dog. Be good and listen to sister. The two trainers happily announced. The rules are very simple. You just need to complete the race course with your partner. For each obstacle failure, we'll add 10 seconds to your result. Hearing about running, Han Sun and Sure Yu started feeling dejected. We have to run again? Contrary to these two, Gu Zhiju looked very excited. He clenched his fists with determination in his eyes, then shouted loudly, sounds interesting. I'll go first. Gu Zhiju now looked at Xiaobai and smiled, thinking, in the novel it's written, Xiaobai doesn't like training. Thinking that, she sat down and gently spoke to it. Xiaobai, do you want more fried chicken? Just train obediently. I'll give you as much fried chicken as you want. As she spoke, she pointed forward. A moment later, everyone had started performing the training rounds. Gu Zhiyu and her dog excitedly ran into Area 2. Let's go. Following her now was Yu Zhu. She ran while shouting loudly, come on, Xiaojiu. Meanwhile, Shiryu and Han Sun were also trying to crawl through the nets with their dogs. Both of them were cheering for their dogs enthusiastically. Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, I believe in you. Now only me CK hasn't started training yet. She angrily pulled the dog leash and shouted, you stubborn thing, you have to follow quickly. In her heart, she was cursing. This is so frustrating. Why did I choose this stupid dog? Suddenly Wu Si beside mentioned Gu Zhiyu. She immediately turned to look at that side. Xiao Bai was now standing on the high wooden wall. Then it landed softly, and Gu Jiyu quickly ran up. She excitedly shouted, "Xiao Bai, you're amazing." Then both continued to accelerate forward. While running, she kept cheering, "Victory is coming soon. Fried chicken is waiting for you. Go forward." Seeing Gu Jiyu so passionate, everyone admired her for being able to tame a tiger. Amazing, even luring a tiger with fried chicken. Hearing everyone keep praising Gu Jiyu, Misike became more angry. She's always stealing the spotlight. There must be something suspicious. She must have used some backdoor methods. I must investigate thoroughly and expose this. 10 minutes passed. The trainer now held the key and approached to give it to Gu Jiyu, happily saying, "Congratulations to Jiyu and Xiao Bai. This is the golden key to exchange for dinner." Another trainer beside also smiled and praised, "That's amazing. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Bai train so diligently." Gu Jiyu quickly took the key and smiled in response. "Yes, it's all thanks to fried chicken. No, it's Xiao Bai's effort. Xiao Bai is so good. Here's your reward, a piece of fried chicken for a snack." As she spoke, she patted Xiao Bai's head, and it now looked very happy. Gu Jiyu and Lu Hongyi had now completed all the training exercises. Both quickly ran to their sister here. Gu Jiyu smiled while raising her hand to wave, thinking these are just light physical training exercises, they'll be done soon. When it came to running, Gu Jiyu kept closely following her. He determinedly shouted, "I won't lose to you, sis." Gu Jiyu didn't back down either. She quickly responded, "Don't even dream about it." Both of them ran at full speed. Lu Hongyi standing behind saw this and was helpless. These two siblings are so strange. While Yu Zhu beside was shouting loudly, "Zhuzi believes in you both." After going through all the next training exercises like mountain climbing, sit-ups, crawling, then 4 hours later, they had arrived at the luxury villa. Ta Huan Huan now happily stands up to give instructions. "This is the accommodation when you get the golden key in the shooting challenge. The sharing is only valid for today. Tomorrow is not allowed." Gu Jiyu and Yu Zhu are now lying on the sofa. They look extremely tired. Yu Zhu speaks in a sporty voice, "Finally get to rest. I want to take a bath." While Gu Jiyu pants and thinks, "Too tired today. We'll think about ways to bend the rules tomorrow." But at this moment, Lu Hongyi and Gu Jiyu are touring the villa. Gu Jiyu walks around exclaiming excitedly, "This house is so beautiful." Lu Hongyi behind steps forward and says, "I just discovered something." Gu Jiyu quickly turns to ask when hearing him, "What's wrong?" Lu Hongyi's face now looks very awkward. He says in a low voice, "There's only one bedroom and one bed in this house." When the other 3 people heard this, everyone immediately exclaims in panic. Ta Huan Huan quickly stands up to continue what Lu said is right. After all, this place is only for one person. Gu Jiyu rubs his head. He smiles and tells sister and Zhu to sleep on the bed. "I can sleep on the sofa." But Gu Jiyu suggests something else. "No need, let's sleep together in the living room." Hearing about sleeping together, Yu Zhu immediately blushes and asks softly, "Sleep together?" Gu Jiyu continues saying, "Take the mattress and carpet to make into a big bed. We'll talk through the night." Hearing her suggestion, Gu Jiyu agrees, exclaiming, "Okay, let me do it." Lu Hongyi quickly follows Gu Jiyu. He coldly says, "Let me help." Ta Huan Huan now continues to speak. "Everyone's dinner is in the kitchen. I'll take care of Xiao Bai first." Gu Jiyu smiles and responds, hearing this, "Thank you very much." Then she turns to look at Yu Zhu. "Hurry up, Zhu. Tonight is a great opportunity to build relationships." Being reminded like this, Yu Zhu immediately blushes and replies, "Yes." A moment later, when Gu Jiyu and Lu Hongyi are laying out the carpet, Gu Jiyu happily says, "Brother Hongyi, there's a gaming console here. Let's compete. I'll carry you." Hearing this, Lu Hongyi only coldly utters 2 words, "No." Gu Jiyu has now served the meal. She smiles and calls out loudly, "All right, let's eat." Hearing her call, Gu Jiyu and Lu Hongyi quickly approach. Gu Jiyu smiles with satisfaction. Everything is going very smoothly. She should also relax for a while, but at this moment Mei Sikai is looking at her phone and angrily shouts, "Damn the show producers." When reviewing the shooting competition between her and Gu Jiyu, she sees viewers commenting and cursing at her. But whenever there are scenes where Gu Jiyu appears, they keep praising her. The more Mei Sikai watches, the more uncomfortable she feels. She loudly complains that all her efforts turned out this way because of Jiyu. After saying that, she thinks with a headache, she can't sit still. Going on like this, she will lose. Over here, Gu Jiyu and Lu Hongyi, after finishing dinner, are playing games together. Gu Jiu turns and shouts, "Damn it, Brother Heng must be pretending. How could he act like this?" But Brother Heng looks very calm. He calmly replied, "This is the only game I know how to play." Chidu didn't believe when hearing that. He firmly suggested changing to another game. Duju sitting behind saw this scene and laughed. But Gu Chidu was now lost in thought. Strange. Why hasn't young master Le called me yet? Someone must have reported about Xiao by eating fried chicken. Doesn't he want to warn me? Suddenly she received a message from Mei Siko. She asked if she was free to meet and talk with her for a while. Gu Chidu read it and remained silent for a long time. Finally, that evening, she went to meet Mei Siku. She approached, waved her hand in greeting, and asked Mei Siku, "Do you need my help with something?" By now she had figured out that it might be related to what happened before. Mei Siku smiled. She crossed her arms and spoke, "Just some private matters. Meeting here. We can chat freely." "Chidu, this is your debut, right? I've never heard your name before." Gu Chidu cheerfully replied, "Yes, that's right. I just signed a contract not long ago. I'll soon debut as an actress." Mei Siku touched her hair. She replied in a mocking tone, "An actress, huh? You must be very talented, or rather no, you must have someone powerful backing you up." Gu Chidu frowned. She asked Mei Siku what she meant. By now she also knew that Mei Siku's intentions weren't very good. Mei Siku showed a disgusted face and spoke, "Stop pretending. I've read all your files." After saying that, she lifted her chin, recalling Chidu's information that others had provided her. Mei Siku took out her phone and mockingly read aloud, "An orphan with no father, no mother, yet becoming such a sought-after star. Must have done a lot of shady things, huh? I have to admit you're very capable. Wonder how many beds you've climbed into to get to where you are today." Although she spoke tough on the outside, inside actually Mei Siku was trembling with fear, constantly reassuring herself she's been in the industry for so many years. Why fear some nobody who just debuted? Gu Chidu stepped forward and spoke with annoyance. "What does my background have to do with you?" Mei Siku immediately retorted, "You still dare to be arrogant with me? In this industry, you don't know what I've achieved." Then she angrily shouted, "Competing for spotlight with your senior. Do you even know the rules? Know your place." Facing Mei Siku's anger, Gu Chidu remained very calm and replied, "You called me out just to say these things? How annoying." Seeing that Gu Chidu wasn't angered by her words at all, Mei Siku shouted, "What?" Gu Chidu turned around and said, "The entertainment industry is all about real ability. If there's nothing else, I don't have time for idle chat with you." She thought she had encountered this situation many times before. It's just stupid jealousy. But before she could walk far, Mei Siku started cursing at her again. "Do you even know what respecting seniors means? You dog." Gu Chidu was truly angry now. She turned around with a glare and stern voice. "What did you just say?" Mei Siku crossed her arms and laughed mockingly. "Oh, did I hit a nerve? Did your parents teach you to feel shame when you do wrong, alright? You don't even have parents, hee alright then. Let your senior teach you a lesson tomorrow. You better get the hell out of this program to get rid of trouble. This is not a place for her." Before she could finish her words, Gu Chidu quickly stepped forward and slapped Mei Siku hard across the face. Caught off guard by the slap, she screamed loudly, "How dare you? Do you want to die?" Gu Chidu didn't stop there. She raised her hand and slapped her hard again, making her head jerk to the side. Mei Siku held her cheek in pain and screamed, "Chidu, what do you want? I'll kill you right here, right now." Gu Chidu then took out her phone. On the screen was the recording she had been making until now. "We'll see who dies first." Then she quickly played the part where Mei Siku insulted her and said boldly, "If you want to, go ahead. I won't hesitate to make this recording trend on Hot Search tomorrow." Mei Siku was now speechless. She didn't think Gu Chidu would know she would say such things. Gu Chidu then slapped Mei Siku one more time and shouted, "And what are you? You have parents, but weren't taught proper manners. You better remember the words you said today. Get lost." Mei Siku held her cheek, glaring and threatened, "Just you wait, Gu Chidu." But she was actually very scared because Gu Chidu had caught her weakness, unable to do anything more. This isn't over yet. Thinking this, Mei Siku turned and left. Gu Chidu stood still watching her leave and thought, "It's been a long time since I heard those words, always alone, protecting myself." Thinking this as she walked away, her silhouette now radiating loneliness. Meanwhile, at Lu Dingxian's side, the doctor was informing him, "Mr. Lu, today's treatment is complete. The results are better than expected." Unfortunately, hearing this, Lu Dingxian coldly replied him, then turned to ask Xie Huan, "How is everything today?" Xie Huan quickly answered him, "Young Master Xiao Bai, everything was fine except it ate some more fried chicken." Hearing this, Lu Dingxian said, "Alright Xie Jia, has reported everything. Please step out first. Xia Huan quickly walked out, thinking to herself, isn't the young master angry? It's unbelievable. The young lady is so good. After talking with Xiao Huan, Lu Dingxian called Xiao Bai. He asked Xiao Bai, did you keep an eye on Gujidu today? Xiao Bai happily made a few sounds. You are. Lu Dingxian responded to it. Oh, I understand. How were you bribed so quickly? Such a useless thing. Forget it, kid. You remember her scent, right? Xiao Bai now looked very mischievous. It stuck out its tongue and licked the screen. Seeing it like this, Lu Dingxian scolded it again. Now go take a walk and see what she's doing. Meanwhile, at the villa, Du Zhu was sleeping on the bed. Next to her was Gu Jiyu. He was gently covering her with a blanket. After finishing, he just went back to his seat to continue playing. Lu Hongyi told us to keep our voices down. Lu Hongyi's eyes remained fixed on the screen. He coldly replied, even if you play again, you won't win. Seeing him look down on himself like that, Gu Jiyu immediately objected. No way. I can't be defeated like this. Lu Hongyi knew that there was no other way to stop him. He thought that only when Gu Jidu returns would Gu Jiyu go to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Jidu was sitting alone crying sadly. She remembered the past when she was a child being called parentless by other children, an orphan, and at that time, Gu Jiyu stood beside her, still innocently asking, sister, why do they say mom will never wake up again? Gu Jidu painfully remembered Mei Ck's scolding. You parentless dog, how dare you want to be an actress? She whimpered in frustration, pulling her hair. Shut up, stop talking. And at this moment, Xiao Bai jumped onto a tree. Then it quickly landed near Gu Jidu, startling her to look up. Xiao Bai was now holding an iPad in its mouth. It stared intently at Gu Jidu, and she looked back at it in surprise. Xiao Bai, why are you here? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Bai quickly went inside. It opened its mouth and dropped the iPad. Li Dingxian began greeting her from inside the screen. Gu Jidu looked over and called out in confusion, Li Dingxian? When Li Dingxian saw her red eyes, he immediately asked, why were you crying? Seeing that she wouldn't answer him, he raised his voice again. I'm talking to you. Gu Jidu's face turned red as she awkwardly replied, leave me alone. I don't want to talk. But Li Dingxian still wouldn't let her go. He frowned and coldly said, I don't care. Answer my question, Gu Jidu. But she remained determined to stay silent. Tears now began to fall. Li Dingxian called out again, are you listening? Making Gu Jidu turn and shout angrily, can't you see I'm sad? And this action of hers startled both Xiao Bai and Li Dingxian at the same time. Gu Jidu reached toward the screen. She cried and shouted, I need someone to comfort me, not you talking here. Do you understand? Being scolded like that to his face, Li Dingxian angrily shouted, Gu Jidu. But before he could finish, she had already hung up. Li Dingxian was confused, still not knowing what was wrong with her. Then he thought dazedly. This was the first time he had seen her cry. Last time she dared to run away from the wedding and could still smile. What could it be this time? Women are indeed hard to understand. And at this moment, Xiao Bai, after witnessing her shouting, whimpered sadly a few times. Gu Jidu looked over. She worried, thinking that she had accidentally hung up just now. Hope he wasn't offended. Then she covered her face and screamed ah. Seeing her like that, Little White approached and nuzzled its head against her. Chidu opened her eyes. She smiled at it. Little White, are you comforting me? Knowing this, she was very happy and spread her arms to hug it. Boo-hoo, thank you, little one. You're 1,000 times better than your wicked, evil, and ugly master. That night, everyone was surprised again when Gu Jidu suggested letting Little White sleep together. Facing their questions, she cheerfully said yes. Trainer Xia Huan had allowed Little White to stay overnight. The other three, hearing her say that, had to accept. Lu Hongyi patted his head at this moment, thinking, every time she appears there's always new surprises. Gu Jidu quickly climbed into bed with Little White. She thought at least when near everyone and Little White she felt better. On this side, Lu Dingxian had also received notification from two trainers. Young master, we were patrolling when we discovered Mei Ck quietly approaching the villa area. We checked and found many suspicious scratches, confirming there was a conflict with the young miss. Lu Dingxian immediately spoke up, asking why did Gu Jidu hit her. The trainer quickly replied. She said it was because the young miss was arrogant. She struck without clear communication and mentioned that she had no background, clearly being an orphan. When Lu Dingxian heard this, he became surprised. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, what? The two trainers continued to speak firmly. Everything Mei Ck said was untrue. But it's true that the young miss lost her mother when she was young, although she denies using those inappropriate words. But judging from her injuries, the young miss must have been very angry. Young master, Should we have the young miss confirm this? Hearing them ask, Lu Dingxian coldly replied, no need to stick your nose in. I will investigate myself what happened to Gu Qidu. The two trainers quickly bowed their heads and said to him yes. Their meeting was outside our supervision. Please forgive us, young master. I failed to properly monitor the young madam. I sincerely apologize. Lu Dingxian now also loudly warned them both. Your salaries this month will be deducted. If it happens again, you'll restart military training from scratch. The two quickly responded after hearing this, then asked the young master again, so what should we do now? If Mei Siku has denied everything, perhaps we should ask the young madam directly. But Lu Dingxian told the two of them, this is Gu Qidu's matter. Let her handle it herself. Hearing him say this, they felt a bit worried. Continued asking him, young master, aren't you going to resolve this matter? Are you planning to leave it like this? We were very angry when we heard what Mei Siku said to the young madam. Do you really not care about the young madam? And Lu Dingxian was now very troubled. He sighed inwardly. It turns out she had lost her mother when she was young. That's why she recalled the past events. At that time, when he was sitting in front of the grave, Gu Jiyu worriedly asked Ding Shuyuan from behind, is today the death anniversary of your uncle and aunt? If you're feeling sad. But he didn't bother to listen to her then, and coldly interrupted her and told her to get lost. Gu Jiyu stepped forward trying to explain, but he immediately pushed her shoulder away forcefully, then told her to get out after being chased away like that. Gu Jiyu didn't want to bother anymore, so she lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry for making you recall unpleasant memories. Remembering this, Li Ding Shuyuan felt a bit heartbroken. He put his hand on his forehead thinking she might have cried then, but he couldn't see Gu Jiyu at all. Don't you think because we have similar experiences that's why we understand each other so well? But right now Gu Jiyu was happily hugging Xiaobai and cheering. Ha ha ha, brother Hangi won again. Gu Jiju saw that she wasn't cheering for him and sulkily called out, sister, I'm mad at you now. Lu Hangi beside him also smiled and teased. Still not giving up? Gu Jiju angrily shouted, never. Du Zhu seeing this scene smiled and turned to say to Gu Jiyu, ha ha ha, they're getting closer and closer. Gu Jiyu also happily replied, that's right. Xiaoyu still hasn't grown up a bit. She thought that perhaps as a friend, Xiaoyu would help Lu Hangi quickly recover from depression. Then she moved closer and whispered in Du Zhu's ear, if they become a couple in the future, Zhuzi, it's going to be quite exhausting. As soon as Du Zhu heard this, her face immediately turned red. She shyly replied, no, he will take care of me. After saying that, she asked Gu Jiyu back, what about you, Sister Jiyu? You must also want to experience new things with your lover, right? Hearing Du Zhu's question, Gu Jiyu was a bit startled. Then she absent-mindedly replied, I've never thought about that. She thought that although the original host had imagined a lot, but that was because she loved Li Ding Shuyuan. While still thinking, she suddenly received a phone call. Gu Jiyu quickly stood up and said to Du Zhu, I need to answer the phone. Du Zhu heard this and cheerfully replied, okay. As Gu Jiyu walked away, she thought deeply. She had never understood that feeling, and now Xiaobai was walking right beside her. Gu Jiyu remembered again. After her parents died, the coldness and self-interest of relatives, the conflicts in the entertainment industry, she always struggled to survive to see through people's malice. Perhaps because she had never been treated sincerely, so she couldn't trust anyone, couldn't love anyone. Actually, in the novel, the character she liked was Li Ding Shuyuan, because she felt he and she were very similar. Li Ding Shuyuan lost his parents. His legs were disabled. The circumstances of being the heir of a tycoon family like him were even more cruel, so they were both like hedgehogs, wearing a thorny exterior, curling up to protect themselves. She could understand him, but since being reborn into this body, she seemed to have many unfamiliar emotions, especially towards Lu Din Shuyan. Ko Chi-du thought as she opened her phone. Lu Din Shuyan immediately asked her from the other end, why did it take so long to answer? Ko Chi-du smiled and quickly apologized to him. I was just in the library looking for a place without cameras. Lu Din Shuyan then changed the subject. Where's Xiaobai? Ko Chi-du happily replied. Xiaobai is next to me. Earlier it suddenly appeared and startled me. Then she asked him if he had sent it to find her. Afraid of being discovered, Lu Din Shuyan immediately shouted, how could that be? He blushed, looked away, and slowly answered, while walking, it suddenly acted up. Maybe you still have the smell of fried chicken on you. Hearing about fried chicken, Ko Chi-du thought Lu Din Shuyan was looking for her because of this while he was resting his chin and coldly questioning her. You fed my tiger without permission. Shouldn't you explain to me why you're being scolded like this? Ko Chi-du became worried and explained. I found out there was chili mixed in the beef. Maybe I could feed it, shouldn't change its food. I even prepared it with care. She thought that indeed, compared to being his wife in name, Lu Din Shuyan cared more about his pet. But he on the other end of the phone suddenly shouted at her, "Chili? I warn you, Xiao Bai cannot eat spicy food." His words made Ko Chi-do uncomfortable. She immediately complained back, "If you care about it so much, why did you send it here?" Lu Din Shuyan appeared indifferent as he slowly answered her, "It's been bored lately, so I let it out to play. Also for the show's effect." Hearing him say this, Ko Chi-do surprisingly asked if the tiger appearing on variety shows was to relieve boredom. Was this Director Wei's idea? As soon as she mentioned Director Wei, Lu Din Shuyan immediately asked her, "Director Wei, you know him?" Ko Chi-do happily explained to him, "Of course, he's the top director in the country. Everyone knows him. It's impossible not to know. I didn't expect he works for you." Hearing these words from her, Lu Din Shuyan became pleased and secretly smiled. Ko Chi-do continued speaking, "Anyway, you can arrange things however you want. I'll comply unconditionally." She thought saying this would make Lu Din Shuyan let it go. Unexpectedly, he instead raised his voice to scold her. "Comply? You hung up on me earlier, and you call that complying?" Being called out so directly, Ko Chi-do was speechless. She stammered, I didn't mean to." Lu Din Shuyan knew he was being too harsh. He lowered his voice and gently said to her, "Actually, you still haven't answered my question." Seeing Ko Chi-do confused about which question, he repeated his previous question. "Why were you crying?" Now she realized he was still concerned about that and became embarrassed. Speaking softly, "You want to know why I was crying?" Lu Din Shuyan then answered very decisively, "Yes." Ko Chi-do hesitated slightly. Then she told me that at that time, she just felt a bit homesick. Her mood wasn't very good, but the reason she concealed it was because she thought it would be better not to tell Lu Dingxian. He must hate conflicts between women. Lu Dingxian, now hearing her say this, asked back, "Homesick?" Gu Ji-du quickly replied, "Haven't been with Xiaoyu for a long time, so suddenly remembered the old days at home. Recently I've come to understand, home should be the warmest place." As she spoke, she put on a happy expression. But Lu Dingxian, seeing this, said to her, "Gu Ji-du, you look much prettier when crying than when smiling foolishly." Suddenly being told this, Gu Ji-du angrily shouted, "What, you pervert!" He knew he had slipped up. She immediately changed her attitude and nervously said, I mean, your way of thinking is very special." Lu Dingxian on the other end of the phone at this moment suddenly opened his mouth to scold her. "Stop talking nonsense. If the Gu family was that good, why did you want to marry into the Lu family alone?" Seeing that he seemed unhappy, Gu Ji-du immediately replied, "Oh, because I like you." But Lu Dingxian's face now looked very gloomy. He smiled slightly and said, "Like? Indeed, you must like the heir of the Lu family. Not only can you save the Gu family, but also get everything you want." Gu Ji-du, hearing him say these words, became surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Lu Dingxian still didn't care about her reaction and continued speaking, "But you seem to be mistaken. I'm not the best candidate. The best candidate for the heir was originally my father. Even though he's gone now, the elders of my father's generation have more seniority than me. Once they take power, I will be the first target to be eliminated." And these things he said, actually Gu Ji-du had read in novels and already knew very well. Lu Dingxian asked her again, "You must be aware of this point, right? That's why you proposed divorce." He thought she was just like everyone else. When he no longer had any value to be used, she would leave without looking back. But facing this question from Lu Dingxian, Gu Ji-du showed a mysterious smile. "You think so?" As she recalled the emotional moments that the original character in the novel had for Lu Dingxian, like making cake for him. Moreover, she was very happy looking forward to their wedding. Every night she would always wait for him to come home. As she thought, she put on a sad face and said, "You've never believed that I was sincere to you?" Hearing the word sincere, Lu Dingxian opened his eyes in surprise. Gu Ji-du continued speaking, "To you, everything is just about money and power? That girl who loved you in your eyes was truly foolish and pitiful. You tried every way to push me away, hurting me both because you wanted to escape from me and because you were testing me. If no matter what you do, I still stay by your side, would that prove that I am sincere? But even if there is love, when a heart is hurt too much, it will also die." Before she could finish her words, Lu Din Shuyan suddenly shouted, "Enough." But Ko Chi-do still ignored him and continued, "Am I wrong? You're the one who's wrong. You can doubt everyone, refuse to love anyone. But later when you meet someone you love but can't have, then you'll understand how pitiful Ko Chi-do was. Perhaps all you care about is whether I belong to you or not. So now I'll make it clear to you. I don't belong to you. Saying this, Ko Chi-do wiped away her tears. She thought that this might be the last time she cries for him. Lu Dinshuyan didn't want to hear more. He angrily shouted at her, Ko Chi-do, do you know what you're saying? But Ko Chi-do now appeared full of resentment. She rubbed her eyes and told him, stop being so fierce with me. It's not right. What do you have to be unhappy about? In these 2 years from the coming-of-age ceremony to the wedding, to you I've always been an unimportant existence, even an eyesore. I'm not your lover, nor am I the wife you wanted. So you don't need to treat me like all your possessions, wasting your desire to possess. I'm done talking. If you won't hang up, then I will. And without waiting for Lu Dinshuyan's response, she hung up directly. Ko Chi-do sat down against the wall and thought painfully. Sure enough, he's angry. Perhaps tomorrow I'll receive the divorce agreement. How strange. Clearly we must divorce to protect my life. Clearly I've always wanted a divorce. But why does my heart feel so uncomfortable? Thinking this, she stretched out her arms and hugged Xiao Bai tightly. While Lu Dinshuyan now, after hearing those words from Ko Chi-do, was also deep in thought. She's not wrong. I always wanted to get away from her. He remembered back then he had told her, this marriage contract is just because of the old relationship between our elders. I just don't want to disappoint grandfather. Smile nicely. Anyway, you won't be wearing this ring for long. At that time he had thought she was just trying to cling to the Lu family. It should have been like that. Isn't that right? Returning to reality, Lu Dinshuyan thought again. Since catching her running away after the wedding, things started to become uncontrollable. Is this really just about possessive desire? Thinking this, he looked up. Troubled, he looked out the window. Meanwhile at the villa, Lu Hongyi was standing leaning against the door watching the stars. Ko Chi-do came from afar seeing him. She exclaimed in surprise. Brother Hongyi, you're not asleep yet? Lu Hongyi quickly came to lie down. He coldly replied, I usually sleep late. Ko Chi-do also sat down beside him. She stroked Xiao Bai's face and said cheerfully, is that so? But everyone is very tired today, so go to sleep early. Seeing her eyes slightly red, Lu Hongyi curiously asked, are you all right? Being asked so suddenly, Gu Ji-do didn't know how to respond. But Lu Hongyi seemed to notice her discomfort. He lay down and gently said to her, the cameras are all off now. You can rest assured. Gu Ji-do wished him good night, then lay down beside her with a smile, hoping that something good might happen tomorrow. Meanwhile, on Yi-jin's side, after working overtime, he was about to rest. But while he was changing, he suddenly heard a phone call coming in. Picking up the phone, he quickly asked, Mr. Dingxian, it's so late. Is something wrong? On the other side, Li Dingxian immediately instructed him. The original schedule has been moved to tomorrow. Faced with this sudden request to start work, Yi-jin became confused and asked, but your treatment isn't finished yet. Knowing Yi-jin would ask this, Li Dingxian calmly replied, bring the doctors and equipment along. It must be done tomorrow. When Yi-jin heard him say this, he immediately panicked and shouted, what? The butler, now in the room with Li Dingxian, couldn't find something and asked, strange, where are those new sample shirts? Li Dingxian turned to him with a smile, said they were stolen by someone. Hearing this, the butler angrily shouted, what? How could security allow such a major oversight? Young master, I'll immediately send people to investigate. Before his anger, Li Dingxian just waved his hand and smiled. No need. I'll catch the thief in my house myself. When the butler heard this, he didn't understand what it meant. Li Dingxian now thought to himself with a serious face, it's time to settle things with Gu Ji-do. The next morning at the training ground, everyone was busy preparing for the scene. Du Zhu took the chance to stretch a bit. She frowned and complained that her whole body was aching. And Gu Ji-do, standing nearby, wasn't much better. She shook her shoulders, thinking she hadn't slept at all last night. She could only try to lift her spirits. At that moment, Gu Ji-yu came over. He looked very energetic and said with a smile, everyone's too tired. I originally wanted to battle until morning with Hongyi, but ended up falling asleep. Lu Hongyi, walking behind, also coldly added, and you slept quite soundly. Wu Tu and Mei Siku had also arrived at the field. She happily went to greet Shiwu. Shiwu looked at both of them. He quickly greeted back, then asked Siku, why are you wearing a mask? Hearing his question, Mei Siku covered her face. She nervously replied, I'm a bit allergic to facial skincare products and got some acne. Wu Tu, hearing this, turned and advised, I still think it's better to see a doctor. but Meisika just smiled and said it's fine. Anyway, we can't delay the show's progress because of me. She thought it would be troublesome if this got out. Moreover, now that the show has top ratings, she absolutely cannot be absent. Thinking this, she continued telling Wu Tuesday, "This small issue, I'll wait until break time and apply some medicine, that's all." But these words of Ka were overheard by Ko Chi-do standing nearby. Heard everything. She looked down on her, thinking how ridiculous it was to build such an image, truly audacious. Ka glared at her, harboring resentment towards Chi-do in her heart. "How dare you be so rough with me? You will definitely regret this." The four trainers quickly moved to stand in the middle of the field, giving immediate announcements to everyone. Due to a new guest joining, the initial 3-day training will be reduced to 2 days. The following schedule will be rearranged. Chi-do and Do Truck, hearing this, were very surprised, whispering to each other, "A new guest? How sudden!" Ko Chi-do thought that no matter what, reduced training was really good. Tao Jia, with a serious face, continued to speak. "The new guest will arrive a bit later. Before then, everyone proceed with training as usual." Do Truck now looked very excited as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Who could it be? It feels so formal." Contrary to her, Ko Chi-do became very worried in her heart. She didn't know why, but had a bad premonition. Meanwhile, on the other side, Di-chun was with Lu Dingxian. He came to inform Mr. Dingxian everything has been arranged, and they've arrived. Then he asked in confusion, "But there's a temporary addition of a female guest. Are you changing sister-in-law?" To this question from Di-chun, Lu Dingxian showed a mysterious smile and slowly replied, "That depends on Ko Chi-do herself." Meanwhile, the male trainer continued to instruct everyone must complete each round within the specified time. If not, do it again quickly. When the clock started, everyone immediately started running. "Sure you ran," while exclaiming in confusion, "Why have today's rules changed?" Ko Chi-do, running ahead, turned and said loudly, "This is definitely harder than yesterday. Wu Si and me too. Ka over here, we're now doing sit-ups under Xie command." Do Truck, observing all this, turned worriedly to Ko Chi-do and said, "What should we do? I'm afraid I can't finish." Ko Chi-do had seen everything. She angrily said, "This is really making things difficult for others." She was thinking in her heart the previous items had already exhausted them. Seeing the two still hadn't entered the training field, Xie turned and shouted, "What are you two mumbling about over there? Hurry over here." Ka at this point couldn't take it anymore. She fell down and cried out, "I can't go on." Ko Chi-do quickly approached. She angrily said to instructor Xie, "Isn't today's intensity a bit too high? This isn't a military program." Faced with this questioning, Xie showed displeasure. She immediately retorted, "Are you questioning the instructor's arrangements?" But Ko Chi-do wasn't willing to back down. She moved closer, speaking loudly, "I'm worried. Can we persist in completing the program?" Neither of them would yield to the other. Their eyes met like electric sparks. Xia Huan felt uneasy, so she quickly stepped forward to ease the situation. The training intensity today has increased. Just try your best." Although she said that, but actually in her heart, she also felt that the young master's requirements were a bit too much. Then she smiled gently and said, "Just proceed with the training, whether it's completed or not." Xia Jia crossed her arms at this point. She raised her head proudly and added smugly, "As long as you don't faint from exhaustion, you must continue, understand?" Gu Jiyu remained standing silently. She thought to herself, "Isn't this becoming pure torture? Is this Li Tingshuan's arrangement?" Seeing Gu Jiyu not answering her, Xia Jia became angry and immediately shouted, "I'm asking if you understand." She thought that since she had the young master's permission, there was no need to show mercy anymore. Facing this pressure from Xia Jia, Gu Jiyu's expression had now changed. She coldly replied, "If these trainings are not related to the dating show, I think we can refuse to participate." She thought that if that's really the case, then she would have implicated others. Hearing these words, both Xia Jia and Xia Huan felt surprised. Meanwhile, over at Li Tingshuan's side, Yi-chun was asking him with great interest, "Brother Tingxian, could it be that sister-in-law has realized this was your arrangement? I always felt her participation in this show was very strange. Are they arguing?" Li Tingxian was buttoning his shirt at this moment. He smiled and replied, "Since when did you become so messy?" Seeing his attitude, Yi-chun had secretly guessed it seemed to be the case. Li Tingxian continued speaking, "I want to see what trouble she can cause." On this side, after the tense exchange of glares, Xia Jia spoke again in a cold tone. The training arrangement was decided after discussion with the program team. If you don't accept it, then you can withdraw. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiyu didn't even think and calmly replied, "Fine, I'll withdraw." When Xia Huan heard this, she worried in her heart. Sister Jia always rejects the young madam. This is troublesome now. Xia Jia had now become calmer. She slowly asked once more, "Are you sure?" In her heart, she was very confused, not knowing what Gu Jiyu was planning. Gu Jiu smiled and quickly replied, yes. Continuing like this, my body can't take it anymore. Moreover, it's very different from what was signed in the contract that the program team provided. I only came here for love, she just finished saying. Du Zhu beside her immediately followed, me too. And these things were beyond the program teams. They were now all confused and didn't know what else to say. Gu Jiu now had determination in her eyes. She thought to herself about Li Tingxian. Gu Jiu won't let you bully her anymore. Very quickly, the video of her speech immediately attracted a lot of audience attention. They eagerly discussed, oh my goodness, Jiu is so amazing. Jiu is right, it's clearly a dating show. Why are they setting up these trainings, torturing people like this? They look so exhausted, it's painful to watch. I fully support Jiu. If they quit, I won't watch anymore either. Facing this explosion from the online community, the director was extremely excited and said, this unexpected development will definitely grab several hot searches again. Many viewers raised doubts hearing him say that. The man standing beside then spoke up and asked, Director, is it really okay to air this segment? The director turned around. His face was very serious as he answered, the training is indeed too strict. Dissatisfaction is inevitable. But Teacher Wei said he has arrangements. We have to trust him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tingxian had just finished watching the video. He frowned and thought to himself, just for love? Gu Jiu, this is different from what you said before. He can now quickly approached. He anxiously said, Brother Tingxian. Xia Huanhuan sent a message asking how to handle this. When Li Tingxian heard this, he thought about decisively asking Xie Jiar to teach Gu Jiu a lesson. But he didn't say it out loud and coldly asked instead Yikan, what do you think? Yikan was startled when asked by him. Then he smiled with amusement and said, I think it's time for the shining male lead to take the stage. And these words made Li Tingxian ponder for a long while. Now at the show's filming location, Gu Jiu and Xie Jiani were still standing confronting each other. Gu Jiu spoke up again to propose. The production team should give a reasonable explanation. She thought if the production team doesn't mediate, then they could only mess up this show. Xie Jiani then showed a challenging smile and responded, if that's the case, go tell the production team. If you don't follow instructions, you don't qualify to stay in the training field. Before she could finish, suddenly Xia Huanhuan ran over from afar and shouted the production team announced new guests arriving early. Please pause training temporarily. Gather at the dating room. When Gu Jiu and Xie Jiani heard this, both were quite surprised. Xia Huanhuan smiled. She happily continued, as for your doubts, you'll get an explanation that satisfies both of you. After everything had calmed down, Yu Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Gu Jiu now smiled and thought, I originally thought Li Tingxian was giving me a hard time. Could it not be? A moment later, Gu Jiu and Lu Hongyi also returned. Both tiredly dragged their feet. Though tired, Gu Jiu didn't forget to approach Gu Jiu and Yu Zhu. He excitedly exclaimed, sisters, you two are my goddesses. I also want to protest with you too. But your action has made Du Zhu embarrassed. She replied to me in confusion. I'm just telling the truth. Gu Jiu quickly went to her seat. She turned to look at Lu Hongyi and asked him, Hongyi, are you okay? Lu Hongyi had now also sat down. He slowly replied to her, yeah. Then he showed a worried expression and asked back, if the program team's explanation doesn't satisfy others, will you really withdraw? Well, Gu Jiu didn't expect him to care about this matter. She hesitantly replied, this? Before she could finish, Gu Jiu suddenly shouted. The door opened. A beautiful girl with orange hair waved and walked in. Hello, everyone. With her was Li Tingxian. But now he was wearing a mask on his face to hide his identity. The group around sure you saw this. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, Sister Fu Chun, so the new guest is the best actress. This is the first time I've seen her on a variety show. But who's that person behind her? Hearing these discussions, Fu Chun raised her hand towards Li Tingxian. She announced loudly, this is Teacher Wei. It's an honor to participate in the show with him. When everyone heard her introduction, they were even more shocked and exclaimed, what? Teacher Wei? Du Zhu excitedly. She cheerfully exclaimed, is it really him? He's so young. Gu Jiu still hadn't realized he was Li Tingxian. She pondered deeply. Is he really Wei? Surely Li Tingxian hasn't sent him to deal with me? His figure seems somewhat familiar. While she was lost in thought, Li Tingxian had already stepped in front of her and quickly asked, new here? As soon as he spoke, Gu Jiu immediately recognized him. She raised her eyes to look. This voice was indeed Li Tingxian now. Seeing Gu Jiu's expression, Li Tingxian smiled and said cheerfully, nice to meet you. Gu Jiu also quickly replied, nice to meet you. Teacher Wei. She was confused inside, thinking that Wei was actually Li Dingxian. But why is he standing here? Li Dingxian had quickly walked over to everyone else. When they saw him, everyone was very happy and greeted him. Teacher Wei, hello? Long heard of you. Teacher Wei, welcome. Although everyone welcomed him warmly, Li Dingxian only coldly replied with a Then he turned and walked away. Seeing this, Fu Chen quickly came over to explain to them with a smile. Teacher Wei doesn't like interacting with others. Moreover, since his identity temporarily can't be revealed, I hope everyone understands. Hearing this, Wu Si and Shi Yu smiled and replied, We understand. This is Teacher Wei's first public appearance in the open. We'll try our best to cooperate. Misika now looked over. She thought uncomfortably. But why did he actively greet Chidu? Based on what are you trying, Chidu was also looking at Lu Din Shuyan at this moment. According to what she remembered from the novel, he shouldn't be able to walk right now. That would be correct. This situation is getting more confusing the more she thinks about it. Ko Chidu sighed and rubbed her forehead. Hangnot sitting beside saw her expression like that. He immediately glanced toward Lu Din Shuyan, lost in his own thoughts. The director finally arrived. He cheerfully spoke up. There are quite a few changes in this program. Let me explain. We will be filming at a scenic spot, a developing tourist area nearby. The training in these 2 days is to prepare physically for this activity. Doi Vu and Han Tuan, hearing him say that, quickly responded. So that's it. Why didn't you say earlier that we need physical strength? It's not like it's in the bag. The director raised his index finger and seriously instructed. I heard it's a rare scenic spot, newly discovered, not yet announced to the public. In short, most of the route requires walking. We're still researching the route. Han Tuan and Doi Vu had now changed their attitude. The two cheerfully exclaimed. So that's why it was kept secret. This feels amazing. A scenic spot no one has been to before is so romantic. Du Thap Geo was also very excited. She smiled and said, as expected of Teacher Noi. Ko Chi Duk sitting next to her immediately asked, It sounds very interesting. So when do we depart? The director immediately smiled and answered him. Tomorrow, everyone should rest first. There's still some time before lunch. We'll announce more this afternoon as soon as he finished speaking. Mitu Ka also let out a relieved sigh. Finally can relax freely walking beside, she happily exclaimed. Right now I just want to lie down. Meanwhile, Han Tuan took advantage while others weren't paying attention. He quickly approached Fook Chan, shyly whispered, Sister Fook Chan, I'm your fan. Fook Chan heard and thanked him, but her eyes were worriedly observing Lu Din Shuyan. Du Truck and Ko Chi Duk now came to Ko Chi Du and excitedly told her, Chi Du, Teacher Noi seems to think very highly of you. I guess he joined this variety show this time to scout for talent. He wants to invite you to collaborate on his next film. Hearing Du Truck say these things, Ko Chi Du felt a bit shy. She blushed and replied, If there really are such good opportunities, then that's great. Though she said that outwardly, but actually in her heart she was thinking, although not knowing what Ladin Shuyan ultimately came for, but he certainly doesn't have good intentions. Meanwhile, Mitu Khan now was also immersed in her own schemes. Absolutely cannot let her seduce Teacher Noi. Otherwise, I won't have any more chances myself. Ko Chi-du suddenly discovered all the cameras had been withdrawn. She was having a bad feeling when Ta Jai-ne rushed over to her face. Ko Chi-du barely managed to dodge. She laughed mockingly and said, It's you. I'm at least half your owner one way or another. You dare to block my path? Hearing her say that, Ta Jai-ne became angry and spoke loudly. What did you say? I only take orders from the young master, let alone a shameless woman like you who doesn't even feel embarrassed to call yourself young madam. Gu Jiyu now displayed a mocking smile and said to Xia Jiani, So you like Lu Tingxian more than I imagine. Your intentions toward me, hidden or not, are clear. I can't think of a more reasonable explanation. The more Xia Jiani heard, the more irritated she became. She frowned and asked loudly, What are you trying to say? Gu Jiyu turned to face her. She looked straight into Xia Jiani's eyes and said seriously, Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Or are you saying that Xiao Bai's lunch that day was simply me making trouble? Xia Jiani said you never put chili with beef. I specifically asked her to keep photos as evidence. These words from Gu Jiyu really frightened Xia Jiani. She didn't think she would be tricked like this, but still tried to maintain her composure and replied, Are you threatening me? That's useless. Gu Jiyu stepped forward. She interrupted Xia Jiani's words. Really? I know you've prepared a way out, but if Lu Tingxian becomes suspicious of you, can he still keep you by his side? Between you and Xiao Bai, you should know who Lu Tingxian will choose. As she spoke, she walked past Xia Jiani and moved forward. Xia Jiani watched her. She pondered for a moment before speaking again. Gu Jiyu, don't be so smug. To the young master, you and I are the same. Neither of us can compare to Tiger. Gu Jiyu paid no attention to her words. She continued walking and asked Xia Jiani to lead the way to see Lu Tingxian. Meanwhile, in Lu Tingxuan's room, the doctor was standing at the door instructing him. If there's any situation, please contact us at any time. After speaking, he closed the door and left. Gu Jiyu and Xia Jiani were now present. She told Xia Jiani to wait outside and quickly walked toward the door. Xia Jiani saw the doctor. She quietly asked him about Lu Tingxuan's condition. Meanwhile, Gu Jiyu had opened the door, making her startle and turn around shouting, "Stop! You can't enter without young master's permission." Inside the room at this moment, Lu Tingxian was sitting on the bed petting Xiaobai at his feet. He irritably said, "It's so noisy out there." Hearing this, Xia Jiani anxiously apologized, but Gu Jiyu now showed no signs of fear. She said loudly, "Can't I see my own husband?" These words caught Lu Tingxuan's attention, making him look up. Gu Jiyu still wouldn't stop as she turned to tell Xia Jiani, "Hurry and get out. Outsiders shouldn't hear matters between husband and wife." Xia Jiani was left speechless by Gu Jiyu's words, not knowing what to say. She quickly turned to Lu Tingxian for help, but he remained very calm, telling her to go out to the hallway. He also added not to let anyone come near. Xia Jiani finally retreated. She sadly walked out and closed the door. Feeling resentful in her heart, she complained, "Does young master really want to be alone with her? This woman is indeed still too irritating." As soon as the door closed, Lu Din Shuyan began to speak. "Ko Chi-du, you're getting bolder and bolder." Ko Chi-du stepped closer to him at this moment. She frowned and said, "It's better that I came here myself than you asking Xiao Bai to bring the meal through my window." Hearing her words, Lu Din Shuyan, he was about to stand up, but she was one step ahead. She reached out to keep him seated. Ko Chi-du asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your legs?" "Stay still." Lu Din Shuyan broke into a smile. He gently replied, "I expected you'd have many questions, but didn't expect your first question would be about my legs." As he spoke, he took her hand that was on his shoulder. Ko Chi-du's face now turned red from his action. She quickly withdrew her hand and seriously said to him, "Why shouldn't I ask?" Ko Chi-du suddenly remembered that person from earlier wasn't the one who cured him in the novel. The appearance didn't match. She bent down to pat Xiaobai's head and slowly asked, "I just wanted to express that you finally found a good doctor. Can you really walk now?" She was confused inside, thinking his legs still couldn't walk. But why did he have to force himself so much? Lu Din Shuyan's expression now looked somewhat sad. He softly answered her, "This has nothing to do with you." Ko Chi-du looked at him with a troubled heart. "How is it not related to me?" "Because the one who helped you find that doctor is the female lead." They remained silent for a long while, neither saying anything to each other. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Ko Chi-du lowered her head and glanced elsewhere. She thought that if the female lead appears, she could divorce him. But perhaps there's no need to wait for her appearance anymore. Seeing her remain silent, Lu Din Shuyan couldn't wait any longer. He quickly called out to her, "It's rare to see you quiet for so long." Ko Chi-du finally looked up at him. She replied nervously, "It's just that suddenly seeing you stand up, I couldn't adapt quickly." And at this moment she realized Lu Din Shuyan was unexpectedly so tall. Seeing Ko Chi-du's slightly embarrassed expression, Lu Din Shuyan bent down slightly. He smiled and said in a teasing tone, "Ha, from now on you'll have to look up at me." Ko Chi-du awkwardly avoided his gaze. She slowly replied, "What do you mean from now on?" But when she said this, she felt something wasn't right and quickly asked him, "Do we still have a future together? Yesterday I had a fight with you. Aren't you angry? Didn't you come here to divorce?" Before she could finish her words, Lu Din Shuyan had already covered her mouth with his hand. He looked straight into her eyes and seriously warned, "Come to your senses. There are still many debts to settle." Ko Chi-du, how dare you act so casually in front of me? You're the first person whose mouth I've covered like this. Ko Chi-du felt a bit of pain. She tried to pull his hand away but couldn't, and Lu Din Shuyan still refused to let go. His face now looked extremely frightening. He spoke loudly to her, "Who do you think I am? You think you can just marry or divorce as you please? You think you can just divorce whenever you want?" In response to his question, it was the bite mark from Gu Jiyu biting his hand. Lu Dingxian let out a shout. Then he stepped back and yelled, "You dare to bite me?" Gu Jiyu wiped her cheek. She couldn't hold back anymore and immediately retorted, "I bit you because you don't know right from wrong." Lu Dingxian was stunned by her scolding, not knowing what to say. Gu Jiyu's face turned red. She raised her voice again and shouted at him, "You'll drive me away sooner, or later anyway. I'm taking the initiative to give my place to the one in your heart. Isn't that better for you in the future? Lu Dingxian finally understood. He rubbed his hand and gently asked her, "What nonsense are you getting angry about, Gu Jiyu? Do you think I have someone else outside?" Gu Jiyu stood looking at him and sadly replied that you will have. Hearing her say that, Lu Dingxian laughed and quickly replied, "I really understand less and less. What is a woman like you thinking? As for who will be the future mistress of the Lu family, I haven't really decided yet. But lately I suddenly feel that keeping you might not be such a bad idea." As he spoke, he moved closer to her. Now their eyes met in an enchanting gaze. Gu Jiyu worried he would do something to her, so she quickly asked him, "Are you confused from anger? Haven't you always hated me?" Lu Dingxian looked at her with a smile and gently replied, "I still hate you now, but the engagement was arranged by grandfather. I don't want to upset him." Gu Jiyu now put on a mocking face and replied, If you want to break off the engagement, of course there's a way to get past that obstacle." Lu Dingxian, seeing her arrogant appearance, couldn't help but pinch her cheek and warned loudly, "Gu Jiyu, you'd better not act like you understand me so well. Do you know what I'll do to you if you bite me again?" Gu Jiyu tried to dodge as she angrily replied to him, "At most you'll arrange more devil training. Let go of me." After Lu Dingxian finally let go, she rubbed her cheek and complained uncomfortably, "I still have to film later. What if it swells up?" Hearing her say this, Lu Dingxian smiled teasingly. "Then learn from the person whose face you made swell. Just cover it up. Problem solved." Hearing him say that, Gu Jiyu immediately startled and exclaimed, You know everything?" Lu Dingxian then questioned her, "You dare ignore my question and hang up the phone? Shouldn't I know why you're so agitated?" Being confronted like this, Gu Jiyu knew she couldn't argue with him anymore. She softly replied, "You still remember?" Lu Dingxian then continued to tell her, "Gu Jiyu, I don't care what trouble you cause." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiyu immediately shouted, "Why don't you care?" But these words of hers made Lu Dingxian confused. Gu Jiyu also knew that she had slipped up, so she quickly said that Mei CK must be planning some way to get revenge on me. "If you're here, help me solve this." Lu Dingxian's face gradually turned cold. He replied in a low voice, "Yesterday when I asked you, you didn't indicate needing my help." Hearing him say that, Ko Chi-do felt a bit shy. She blushed and asked him, "So you'll help if I need your help?" Lu Dingxian firmly stated, "Of course. I won't make you angry with blame." "What nonsense are you talking now? It's because I just found out you're no if we create conflicts and ruin the show that you carefully planned." "What then?" "Actually, you specifically came here. It must be for this show, right?" Lu Dingxian lifted his head to look at her. He coldly replied, "If not for you, then what?" Ko Chi-do turned her head away and calmly answered, "How could that be?" Lu Dingxian closed his eyes. He slowly said to her, "Anyway, considering you comforted Tu Bok happily, I can let you stay in this show for a while longer. But during this time, manage yourself well. Stop flirting around." Ko Chi-do heard him say this and immediately interrupted, "But this is a dating show." But he didn't let her continue. Lu Dingxian continued to instruct, "Don't make me say it twice. We'll discuss other matters later. You can go now." His body was now starting to tremble violently. This was noticed by Ko Chi-do. She turned around and spoke coldly, "Then I'll go out and conveniently call Dr. Kwa." Lu Dingxian, "Maybe I talk too much, but you'll get better." Lu Dingxian watched her back, then painfully collapsed beside Tu Bok. Even at this point, he still remembered to open his mouth to blame her for meddling. After Ko Chi-do left the room, she quickly took out her phone. She thought she could try to find that doctor around here when Father Ko received her call. He quickly answered and cheerfully exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, my dear daughter, Dad watches your show with Tu Duk every day. Dad is about to ask all company employees to go cheer." Faced with his enthusiasm, Ko Chi-do awkwardly replied, "Dad, that won't be necessary. Can you help me find a neurologist? They're probably abroad now." Hearing her say this, Father Ko immediately reacted strongly. "What do you need such a doctor for? Is it for that Lu family boy? You've already joined a dating show. Weren't you determined to divorce him?" Ko Chi-do now used a gentle tone to explain to him, "The matter of joining this show has nothing to do with him. Anyway, just help me find the doctor." Father Ko stopped blaming her. He slowly replied, "All right, but if you really want to dump that Lu boy, I'll support you unconditionally. The company is doing well now. You don't need to worry. As long as both of you are healthy, I have nothing else to wish for." Saying this, he showed a satisfied expression. Ko Chi-do also happily agreed with him. She believed she would be the protector of this family if she helped Lu Dinshuyan with such a big matter. After the divorce, he won't be so heartless towards her and the Gu family. Meanwhile, Lu Dingxian in the room is now being helped by the doctor with a pain injection. He slowly raised the hand that Gu Qiju had just bitten to look at it. Her teeth marks were still quite visible on it. Lu Dingxian worried and thought to himself, this woman bites quite viciously. Does she hate me that much? He recalled what Gu Qiju had said to him and thought that perhaps she was afraid that he would have someone else in the future. After giving him the injection, the doctor stood up and seriously instructed Mr. Lu. Your recovery condition is not very ideal. I don't recommend you walk for long periods. If it causes injury again. Before the doctor could finish his words, Lu Dingxian immediately interrupted him, brushing his hand and coldly telling the doctor to leave. You think the effect is not ideal. Don't recommend walking. I've heard it too many times. After walking, it's endless medication and surgeries. Is it the same this time? Do I really have to be in a wheelchair for life? Thinking of this, his face showed a hint of melancholy. Suddenly at this moment, there was a call from Xia Huan. Lu Dingxian quickly answered to hear from the other end. Xia Huan reported that according to his instructions, she had monitored Mei Sika carrying a plastic bag running into the kitchen. After hearing this, Lu Dingxian coldly instructed further. Watch carefully what she's up to. Xia Huan replied yes. Then she worriedly looked towards Mei Siku. She could feel that Lu Dingxian's mood was very bad, afraid that Mei Siku was about to have bad luck. In the kitchen at this time, the chefs were preparing lunch for everyone. He was kneading dough while chatting happily with Wu Si and Mei Siku. The production team requires lunch to provide nutrition for everyone, so the food is arranged according to each person's condition one by one. Hearing this, Mei Siku spoke up to instruct. So that's it. But due to my facial allergies, I can only eat light food unless Wu Si standing beside her also quickly called out. Try to make low-fat food for me, plus an Americano. After the chef agreed to both their requests, Mei Siku, not wanting to trouble the chefs further, offered to help deliver the food. Wu Si smiled at this moment and asked if the men's portions were ready. The chef pointed to the dishes on the table. He cheerfully replied, some are still not ready. Take these portions on top first. After observing the dishes displayed on the table, Mei Sika started to develop a dark intention. She thought to herself that the opportunity had come. This time she must make Gu Qiju lose face. Wu Si, while carrying a portion of food, reminded Mei Siku. Siku, my dear, be careful. Mei Sika replied okay. Then she quickly went to a hidden corner where no one noticed and there were no cameras. Then poured the liquid she had prepared beforehand in her sleeve into another portion of food. After finishing everything, she picked up the food and happily told Wu Si to go as if nothing had happened. In her heart now, she gleefully thought, just this amount is enough to keep Gu Qiju in the bathroom all afternoon. If the image is destroyed, how could Teacher Wei be interested in her? And all these behaviors of Mei Sike were observed by Xia Huan from the side. She immediately reported to Li Dingxian. Young master, she must have put something in young madam's food. There's undissolved powder in the egg soup, but not in other dishes. When Li Dingxian heard this, he couldn't help but curse how stupid it was. Then he asked Xia Huan to handle it properly. Xia Huan immediately replied, I understand. Just to be safe, should we remake all of young madam's food and not tell young madam about this? Being asked so many questions, Li Dingxian impatiently told her, just do what needs to be done. Why so many questions? After talking, he quickly hung up and slowly lay down on the bed. Lying on the bed, Li Dingxian muttered to himself, this silly woman just bit me. Even if I tell her, would she obediently say thank you on this side? Gu Jiyu suddenly sneezed. She closed her eyes in discomfort, thinking, wondering which bastard is talking bad about me. Gu Jiyu, who was sitting at the table, saw her and quickly waved sister. Gu Jiyu walked over when she heard and saw Zhu lying tired at the table. She worriedly asked, are you okay, Zhu? Eat something later. Hearing this, Zhu quickly smiled and replied, After lying down for a while, I feel better. I'll try. Lu Hongyi now coldly said, Teacher Wei doesn't seem to be coming down. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Zhizhu sitting beside immediately agreed. Yes, I wanted to talk to him too. Gu Jiyu showed a mocking smile and said to them, that big shot is too busy. Mei Sike now brought food to them. She cheerfully called out Zhu. This is yours. Zhu tried to sit up and smiled. Thank you, Mei CK. Gu Zhizhu saw this and curiously asked, oh, why is Sister CK bringing the food? Hearing his question, Mei CK quickly replied happily. Wasi and I went to the kitchen to order some light food and helped along the way. The other portions aren't ready yet. They'll be here soon. Gu Zhiyu stood aside observing Mei CK. She thought, is this also building up character image? And Gu Zhizhu, now knowing his food wasn't ready, started to slump onto the table. Seeing he wasn't well, Zhu suggested he eat her portion first. But even so, Gu Zhizhu firmly refused, saying she was tired too, so she should eat. Mei CK had left, but Gu Zhiyu still stood silently watching. She thought that since Mei CK had suffered greatly, she probably wouldn't cause trouble for now. A moment later, Xia Huan with delicious dishes arrived in front of everyone. She carried a bowl of food and passed it to Gu Zhiyu. Gu Zhiyu said thank you, then happily accepted. She thought that since it came through Xia Huan, it should be safe. Gu Zhiyu's desires have now been satisfied with a full stomach. He held a chicken leg in his hand and ate with delight. Brother Hongyi, would you like to try some? Seeing Gu Zhiyu's appearance, Hongyi smiled slightly and declined. Du Zhu had now recovered. She happily turned to speak to Gu Zhiyu. Seeing little you eating so happily makes me feel my appetite has improved too. Gu Zhiyu immediately agreed with her. That's great then. Little you is always helpful. As soon as she said this, it made Du Zhu feel embarrassed. She blushed and protested. No, sister, don't tease me. Sika looked over from the other side of the table. She slowly removed her mask while laughing gleefully. Go ahead and eat, Zhiyu. I can barely hold back my laughter anymore. I'm keeping this face on while eating here, just to see the fun later. Gu Zhiyu was still teasing at the table. Eat more, Sister Zhu, just like little you. When Gu Zhiyu heard this, his face started turning red. Hongyi saw this and curiously asked him, you get shy too? When Du Zhu realized he had heard, she also became embarrassed. Gu Zhiyu observed the expressions of both of them. She smiled with satisfaction. Looks like this couple is okay now. This time there will definitely be a good outcome. Hongyi then turned to her. He seemed hesitant to say something. Gu Zhiyu quickly spoke first to Brother Hongyi. Would you like anything? Feel free to choose, teacher asks. Hongyi's expression changed. He shifted his gaze to the phone in his hand, then nervously replied, I'm not a glutton like Gu Zhiyu. What he was concerned about now was the news about her and Teacher Wei that had topped Weibo's hot search. Mei Siko had been quietly observing her. Zhiyu, she bit her chopsticks and thought angrily, how dare she ride on Teacher Wei's fame? A newcomer isn't worthy. Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? I want everyone online to see her messy appearance. Lost in thought, suddenly her stomach growled. Mei Siku was startled, not knowing why her stomach suddenly hurt. She trembled holding her stomach, wondering to herself, she clearly put it in Gu Zhiyu's food, but why did she eat it instead? Unable to bear it anymore, she quickly stood up wanting to go to the bathroom, but Xia Huan came up to her and asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face looks very serious. Mei Sika quickly covered her face with a mask, then moved away, trembling as she answered, I'm fine, just suddenly need to use the bathroom. But Xia Huan kept approaching and grabbed her hand to pull her along. Let me take you to see a doctor. Mei Sika clutched her stomach while trying to take each step, repeatedly answering no. No need, please move aside, please Wu. Fuchin in box 4 now. Seeing Mei Sika like this, everyone became worried. What's wrong, Siku? Are you okay? Oh my goodness, your body. Mei Sika only discovered at this moment that spots had appeared all over her hands. She screamed in fear. What's happening? Don't look. The camera crew saw her condition and became worried, whispering among themselves. Should we cut the camera? No time. Then the director said lunch was being live-streamed. Hearing this, Mei Sika became even more frightened. She pushed Xia Huan away, covered her face, and ran away quickly. Everyone who saw her like that became confused, not knowing what had happened. Fu Chen worriedly whispered, she might have eaten something wrong. But Xia Huan no longer had the worried expression from earlier. She calmly glanced around, remembering what Li Dingxian had instructed her to do. It was to switch the food of Gu Zhidu and Mei Siku, then put all the things Mei Siku was allergic to into her food. Thinking of this, she smiled. The show wasn't over yet when Gu Zhidu quickly ran to Xia Huan. She anxiously asked what had happened. Xia Huan looked at Gu Zhidu. She said seriously, Jidu, could you come with me for a moment? Meisika might need some help. Hearing this, Gu Jidu immediately agreed. After Meisiku ran to another place, she quickly opened her phone to watch the show's recording and read the viewers' comments mocking her. They said she was the first celebrity in history to participate in the show who had both allergies and diarrhea. Being insulted like this, Meisika cried bitterly. She gritted her teeth and cried out, "It's over. I'm finished now." Suddenly, someone called her name. That person was none other than Gu Jidu, who had now arrived with Xie Huan and stood before Meisiku. Meisika froze for a moment seeing the two of them, Jidu, and even the female instructor from before. Then, as if realizing something, she shouted loudly, "Ah, it was you who went to the kitchen to switch the food. So you're all in this together." Gu Jidu couldn't hold back anymore and quickly replied, "Switch? Really? So you're saying you were the one who poisoned me first?" Meisiku was now consumed by anger. She screamed hysterically, "Stop acting. You came to watch me make a fool of myself, didn't you? You deliberately investigated my pollen allergy. How vicious." Gu Jidu didn't bother arguing anymore. She slowly turned around glancing at Xie Huan behind her signaling, and Xie Huan immediately understood. She quickly nodded. While Meisika continued cursing at them both, they didn't pay attention to those actions. "How dare you hurt me so badly out of nowhere? I will definitely kill you all." As she cursed and was about to lunge at Gu Jidu, Xie Huan moved faster. She rushed from behind to grab Meisika and threw her to the ground. Meisika screamed in pain from the fall. Then with a twisted face, she screamed furiously, "Just you wait. I will definitely expose your actions to everyone. Let's all go down together." After Meisiku finished screaming, Gu Jidu slowly approached her. She looked at Meisiku with an extremely calm expression and opened her mouth to speak. "Mituku, do you know where Ta Hon's surname Ta comes from? Where does it originate?" Mituku tried to prop herself up to sit. She frowned and thought, could it be a coincidence that the instructor also has the surname Ta? Wait, they're all military personnel with the surname Ta. Thinking this, she slowly answered, "Is it the private military branch of the Lu family? This can't be possible." She knew that they specialized in handling matters for the Lu family that couldn't be made public, but didn't understand why they were here. Hearing Mituku's answer, Gu Jidu smiled and spoke. "So you know about it. That makes things easier then." Seeing Mituku's fearful expression, Gu Jidu also realized that she had no backing. Mituku only now realized that she had made a serious mistake. She was dazed like a lost soul. Her mouth continuously mumbled, "Spare. Please spare me. I didn't know you were from the Lu family." But Gu Jidu ignored her pleas and directly turned to leave, calmly answering, "Spare you? That's not my decision to make." Mituku still wouldn't give up. She reached out her hand and shouted loudly, "Wait, wait, I was truly wrong. I beg you." Seeing Mituku about to chase after Gu Jidu, Ta Hon immediately stepped forward and kicked her down. Then she glared and said sternly, "Mituku, this is your own doing." Mituku knew she couldn't fight against Ta Hon. She screamed in fear, "Oh no, don't come here." Now, Gu Jidu walked while thinking about everything that happened. So, it seems Mituku was just a participant in that story. Wonder if we can follow her lead to find the mastermind. After a while, seeing Ta Hon return, she quickly asked, "Is it handled?" Gu Jidu thought that Lu Dingxian for the program truly meant what he said and did what he promised. Fortunately, the person sent wasn't Ta Jianai. Ta Hon, hearing her question, immediately replied, "Yes, young madam, please rest assured. We will handle the follow-up matters. Ensure she keeps quiet and will never appear before you again." Gu Jidu now felt somewhat worried. She knew that although Ta Hon seemed friendly, she was also a villain just like Ta Jianai. She looked at Ta Hon and then asked, "In the future, if there are any more troubles, can I find you?" She thought that although the Ta army was frightening, they were very loyal. They would absolutely never betray. Ta Hon tilted her head and smiled in response. "Of course, you can trust me." Gu Jidu also breathed a sigh of relief. She hoped that in the future, she wouldn't fall into any helpless situations. Otherwise, she wasn't sure if Lu Dingxian would still help her. Meanwhile, In Lu Dingxian's room, Yijin was eating when he suddenly shouted, "What? Sister-in-law bit you? Wow, that's brave." Lu Dingxian was sitting, wiping Xiao Bai's mouth. He coldly replied, "Humph. This kid might not be as brave as her." Yijin continued to ask curiously, "Brother Dingxian, but why did you two fight? He specifically rushed here. Don't tell me you want to make up with sister-in-law." Lu Dingxian felt annoyed when hearing Di Can ask that, "Are you turning against me?" "Which eye of yours saw?" Di Can immediately put on an adorable face. He said excitedly, "At this rate, sister-in-law might actually run away with another man." These words of his had stirred up more jealousy in Lu Dingxian. He spoke irritably. "How dare she?" Deacon then moved closer. He put his hand on Lu Dingxian's shoulder and said very seriously, "Brother Dingxian, you should comfort your wife with actions more than with words." But Lu Dingxian still looked very annoyed. He coldly said to Decan, "Your body needs discipline just like your mouth." Decan was startled hearing that. He quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back with a smile. "I was just joking. Don't mind it." "All right, about that matter you asked me to investigate, there are some leads." This program originally had no issues. Everything follows proper procedures and laws, but some guests behind the scenes are involved with certain forces quite troublesome and not easy to investigate openly. I heard they play quite loose when they're in private. They even specifically target newcomers. Lu Dingxian thought to himself hearing this. Could the reason why Lai Chi-du insists on staying here be related to this? Deacon then continued saying, "Brother Dingxian, sister-in-law is very famous now. If you're worried about her, you should definitely send more bodyguards to protect her." Hearing these reminders from Deacon, Lu Dingxian laughed and replied coldly, "Even you dare to bite her? What can't she handle? Besides, she insisted on coming herself. I can't clean up after her every time she causes trouble, unless she comes begging me." Hearing these words from Lu Dingxian left Deacon speechless. He cursed silently to himself. "Serves you right getting bitten." At the filming site, everyone had just learned that Mi Tu Kai had withdrawn. The director looked very troubled. He explained anxiously, "Yes, she had a severe allergic reaction, had to get treatment, so she actively chose to leave." Miss Tu seemed a bit sad hearing this. She replied softly, "Is that so? What a pity." Du Truck, who was at the table, also asked about Mi Tu Ka. "Chi-du sister, did you help? Is Sister Tu Ka okay?" Miss Chi-du cheerfully replied, "I just helped bring some medicine. It's complicated. The next period might be quite sad." The director now continued to announce, "Next we will invite another female guest. Due to personnel changes, the original dating plans have also changed. You all need to choose your dating partners again." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone there was very surprised and exclaimed in unison, "What?" Seeing everyone looking so worried, he quickly explained, "After deep discussion between the production team and Teacher Noi, we think guests should be given more time to interact, so the initial date should be postponed. Wait until they finish touring the scenic spots. Then there will be a confession scene to confirm their love interest." After hearing his explanation, everyone now smiled happily. So that's how it is. Teacher Wei indeed understands Gu Jiyu well. At this time, someone asked Lu Hongyi, "Brother Hongyi, I feel Teacher Wei wants to shift to the romance topic." Lu Hongyi, hearing Gu Jiyu's question, coldly asked back, "You want to act?" Gu Jiyu smiled and said to him, "Don't you want to?" Perhaps Teacher Wei wants to see the king and queen of acting perform. Du Zhu, sitting beside, immediately happily continued with reason, "It's my first time seeing you and sister perform together." Deeply, Lu Hongyi turned his face away. He crossed his arms and told them they're overthinking. They didn't come targeting me. Gu Jiyu heard him say this and asked confusedly, "How do you know? From their eyes?" Du Zhu now showed great interest and said to Gu Jiyu, "But I still feel Brother Hongyi and Sister Jiyu match better." When Lu Hongyi heard these words from her, he shyly blushed. But Gu Jiyu didn't seem to agree much. He rested his chin and stated his view. "Although Brother Hongyi isn't bad, I feel no one is worthy of my sister." Gu Jiyu heard this and was helpless about his thoughts. She worried, thinking, is it really okay for someone to speak like this about their sister in a dating show? Suddenly, at this moment, Lu Hongyi turned to ask her if she wanted to act. Gu Jiyu was startled before she could react. He continued speaking, "Teacher Wei's romance film. You understand what I mean?" She quickly replied, If he's directing, of course I'd be begging for it. The condition is that the great director can see us." Gu Jiyu and Du Zhu, sitting opposite, hearing the conversation between the two, quickly joined in. "Teacher Wei's I must be good. Speaking of which, Jiu debuted as an actress, but hasn't had any works yet, right?" Hearing Du Zhu's question, Gu Jiyu slowly replied, "Yes, I'm also really looking forward to my debut work. In her heart now, she was full of worry, thinking, would Lu Dingxian let me act in his film? No matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. Over here, Yijin and Lu Dingxian had also heard those words from Gu Jiyu through the recording. Yijin quickly turned smiling and said to Lu Dingxian, Brother Dingxian, why don't you take the initiative? But Lu Dingxian remained very determined. He crossed his arms and coldly replied, Me? On what basis should I let her act, just because she wants to? Is my film worth that little? Yijin, hearing this, also agreed. He smiled and said, That's right. You always value acting skills when casting. By the way, does sister-in-law know how to act? Lu Dingxian responded indifferently. How could she know? It's just a temporary impulse to be addicted to being a star. Yijin was a bit confused. He wondered and asked Lu Dingxian, Is that so? But when I watched the show, didn't feel like she was a newcomer at all. Even Lu Min said she's like a big star. Right now, Lu Dingxian picked up his iPad to watch the recording of Gu Jiju. He replied somewhat shyly, What if she actually knows a thing or two? Then giving her a role isn't entirely out of the question. About an hour later at the show's filming location, another female guest has now appeared. She stood in front of everyone and cheerfully said loudly, Hello. Everyone, I'm very happy to be able to join this show. And this girl was the 22-year-old Mai, a hot singer-actress. Her appearance stirred up the atmosphere here. Everyone was very happy to have her on this show. Dujua excitedly whispered to Gu Jiyu, It's Mai. Her new song is super popular. Gu Jiyu curiously asked her back, I heard she's preparing for a concert, yet she still has free time. Shiwu approached him at this moment, chatting happily with Mai. I bought your new album. Mai smiled and said thank you. Gu Jidu stood silently observing. She thought characters who never appeared in the novel probably won't cause any trouble, right? Mai suddenly turned her head around searching. She spoke up asking, Oh, isn't Teacher Wei here? Shiwu immediately told her that he would be arriving a bit late. Hearing this, Mai turned and broke into a delighted smile. Is that so? I'm his biggest fan. Can't wait to meet him in person. She thought to herself, if she could catch Teacher Wei, her life would be set from now on. A moment later, Lu Dingxian finally arrived. The director went first. He smiled and announced Teacher Wei. All guests have arrived. Everyone here saw him appear, and all showed happy faces while calling out, Teacher Wei is here. Did Teacher Wei rest well this afternoon? Gu Jidu looked at him. She didn't think he would still be so welcomed. Lu Dingxian quickly raised his hand in greeting. The director standing beside also started speaking. Then I'll start announcing the task for this afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll head to the scenic area. Therefore today, everyone needs to buy the necessary items for the journey. Gu Jiyu looked at the paper distributed by the show. He said softly, this scene is quite familiar, Duju excitedly exclaimed. This time it's about shopping. The production team probably won't be like last time. But when she carefully read the paper showing only 300 renminbi, her excitement from just now completely disappeared. Gu Jiyu, seeing her reaction, burst out laughing. Haha, I knew it. Everyone now immediately turned to complain to the director, What can we buy with this little money? Faced with these complaints, he nervously replied, Oh, don't rush. Everyone can get additional money through completing various tasks as supplements. There are many types to choose from freely. Hearing him say this, everyone finally happily accepted. That's great. The production team finally had a conscience to read the types of tasks on the board once. Shiryu and Han Sun started complaining again. What are all these? Either training or cleaning. Gu Jiru stood silently on the side observing them. She had already guessed that the production team couldn't have a conscience. The director now continued to stand up and instruct them. Then you can start doing the tasks now. At 5 o'clock, there will be a private car to the mall. Note that the production team doesn't provide dinner. Hearing this, Han Sun immediately held his head and cried out, Too unlucky. Shiryu pondered for a while, then said he felt housekeeping was the best option. However, they could also try answering questions. Gu Jiru urged this side was asking for Lu Hongyi's opinion. Mr. Hang, are you interested in the coaching section? She and Du took photos thinking cleaning was quite suitable, so asked Gu Jiru how she felt about it. Gu Jiru glanced at Tanmi and Li Dingxian while happily answering yes. I think so too. Tammy at this moment, after approaching Li Dingxian, acted coquettishly and said to him, Teacher Wei, you're the director I admire most. Can I shake hands with you? Li Dingxian immediately refused, leaving her bewildered. Seeing the situation, Shiryu quickly stepped in to explain to her. Teacher Wei doesn't like contact with outsiders. Hearing this, Tammy became embarrassed and apologized to Li Dingxian. Han Sun suddenly stepped forward at this moment. He smiled and asked, "Excuse my boldness, Teacher Wei. Are you here to direct the show or to participate in the dating show with us?" Li Dingxian smiled slightly at this question. He coldly replied, "Does no contact mean I can't participate in a dating show?" And this response of his left Han Sun speechless. Sure, you in the back also showed agreement. It seems it's not impossible. Gu Jiru now laughed out loud. She thought this person was really arrogant, not afraid of being cursed to death by netizens. Hearing Gu Jiru's laughter, Li Dingxian glanced at her and asked if there was a problem. Du Zhu feared Gu Jiru would anger Li Dingxian. She worriedly pulled her sleeve to stop her, but Gu Jiru remained very calm. She smiled and stepped forward saying, "Teacher Wei, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious if you also avoid contact when dating. Don't you like holding hands, hugging, and kissing?" Looking at Gu Jiru's challenging face, Li Dingxian softly asked, "Seems like you really like it." Gu Jiru immediately replied to him, "Of course, if it's with someone I like." Li Dingxian now suddenly moved his face closer to her. He smiled and said, "Seems like you already have someone you like." Gu Jiru quickly backed away. She blushed and glared at him. Li Dingxian remained very calm and asked back, "You want to hold hands, hug, and kiss that person?" Seeing the two of them like this, Sure Yu and Han Sun exclaimed in amazement. Wow, this dialogue feels very daring. Feel like there's a mysterious spark between them. And Tanmi now, seeing this scene, started to become jealous. Could it be that Teacher Wei likes this type? Hatefully robbed before, standing beside glancing at Damn Mai's expression, she thought to herself her intention to seduce men was written all over her face. Then she looked toward Ko Chi-du and Lu Din Shuyan. She thought Damn Mai wasn't anything special, but this Chi-du seems to have sparked his interest. Ko Chi-du was now cheerfully talking to Lu Din Shuyan. "Teacher Noi, everyone's here for romance. Who doesn't have these little thoughts?" Hearing her words, Lu Din Shuyan responded indifferently, "Is that so?" Seeing his reaction, Ko Chi-du became a bit worried, wondering why he wasn't happy. Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, Lu Kang not approached from behind calling her name. Ko Chi-du turned around to look at him, wondering what was happening. Lu Kang not paused for a moment, then pointed toward Ko Chi-duk and spoke up. "Ko Chi-duk wants to try the Q&A mission with you." When Ko Chi-duk heard him say this, he became confused and shouted. When Ko Chi-du learned of this, she quickly waved goodbye to Lu Din Shuyan. She cheerfully said to him, "Yes, all right. Teacher Noi, I won't take up any more of your time." She secretly rejoiced that the mediator came at just the right time. Since Ko Chi-du had said that, Lu Din Shuyan didn't stay any longer. He quickly turned and left. "Damn, I seeing this scene." She anxiously called out, Teacher Noi, I originally wanted to invite you to do the mission together, but it seems I'll have to find another opportunity." Now on the side of Wu Si's group, they were also starting to carry out their mission together. Miss Chi Julie looked at Damn Mai. She thought the more clingy she was, the more Lu Din Shuyan would dislike her. Fortunately, there are many opportunities in this dating show. Just take it slow. Ko Chi-duk now appeared somewhat annoyed, saying to Luke Hang Not, "Brother Hang Not, if you're using me as an excuse, couldn't you at least notify me first?" Hearing this, Luke Hang Not calmly replied, "An excuse? Don't you want to do the mission with Chi-du?" Ko Chi-duk immediately changed his attitude. He excitedly exclaimed, "I want to." Luke Hang Not then coldly said to him, "Then I just asked on your behalf." Ko Chi-du heard the conversation between the two of them. She laughed and spoke up, "Haha, all right, little Duck. For the Q&A mission, you can try it with Truck Tuesday. Most are couple-related questions. You two can try talking more." Ko Chi-duk and Du Truck now both became shy but eventually agreed with Ko Chi-du. After they both agreed, Ko Chi-du continued saying that for other items, they should also try their best to do more. As for their partnership matters, she'll leave it to herself and Luke Hang Not. She was ready to make a big profit. Later at the training ground, the male trainer now confusedly asked, "Oh, counting by these numbers?" Ko Chi-du cheerfully replied, "Yes. One training round is 400. Moreover, Xiao Bai's value should be different from police dogs, right?" Hearing her question, the trainer quickly said Xiao Bai's is 800. Learning this, Ko Chi-du smiled and exclaimed, "That's great. Then let's do one round first. 3 police dogs and a little white one." The trainer seemed to disagree with her. He said confusedly, "But each person should train with their own partner." Chi-du immediately added, "That's just the first round, meaning there's more after that. But there's no rule saying we can't train multiple dogs at once, right? Besides, each person is only adding one more dog." As she spoke, she put on a pleading face. The male trainer was now speechless because he knew it was best to let it go. After all, she was the young madam. Besides, these were rules that Lu Dingxian set up, so he probably wouldn't be blamed. To avoid being sent back to the military, it's better not to provoke Chi-Du. Thinking this, he reluctantly accepted her request. Chi-Du happily thanked him. Everyone quickly got the dogs to perform their tasks. Chi-Du was very excited, raising her hands to cheer for them. Little White, Little Nine, go for it. Charge forward for fried chicken. Seeing Little White and Little Nine easily overcome the obstacles, Lu Hangyi's two dogs became worried. Seeing them like that, he sat down and patted their heads, saying it's okay. Later we'll ask her to share some fried chicken with you guys. After a while, Chi-Du finally had the prize money in her hands. She cheerfully exclaimed, 2,000 in the bag. Let's go find the next round. Lu Hangyi, now walking slowly behind, tiredly asked her, want to train again? Chi-Du quickly turned to answer him. Of course not. We need to rest for a while. Besides, the little ones are now both tired and dirty. They definitely need a bath. Also, Hangyi, do you have contact information for the other guests? Lu Hangyi heard her say this and anxiously asked, are you targeting other police dogs now? Chi-Du now put on a cute expression. She excitedly exclaimed, if I help them take care of their police dogs, split the bonus money, do you think they would refuse? When Lu Hangyi saw her like this, he blushed and lowered his head, muttering softly, who could refuse you? After they left the training ground, Chi-Du continued telling him that Shi Wu's group all agreed. Sister Fu-chan and Sister Dam, my couldn't add partners. The production team will arrange other tasks for them, so we can take care of all the remaining police dogs. As she spoke, she pushed open the tent door in front of her. Inside at this moment were Lu Dingxian and the male trainer from earlier, who heard the noise. Both turned to look at her at the same time. Chi-Du, when she realized Lu Dingxian was here, started speaking in a mocking tone. Why are you here? Lu Dingxian, hearing her question, quickly replied, do you need to ask that? Of course I'm here for training duty. Seeing him answer so calmly, Chi-Du confusedly spoke up, but don't you not have a partner? Lu Dingxian couldn't hold back anymore and immediately responded, you guys, aren't you also very dedicated to others? Besides, do you remember those in the kennel? Guji-Du didn't expect him to say that. She stammered in response, just wanted to bathe the puppies together, or you can go first. Li Dingxian now broke into an amused smile. He gently asked her, all right, by the way, can I give you both a hand? After hearing his words, Guji-Du became confused and exclaimed, what? Li Dingxian continued to tell her that according to regulations, only dogs that are dirty to a certain degree need a full bath. Hearing him say this, Guji-Du became even more confused. Is there such a regulation? The male trainer immediately chimed in, yes, to avoid wasting resources. After training, whichever dog gets dirty can proceed with bathing and grooming. But actually, there's no such regulation at all. He was just afraid of Li Dingxian, so he didn't dare say. Lu Hangyi, hearing this, quickly advised Ji-Du. Ji-Du, we're not familiar with those police dogs. Training will be quite difficult. Guji-Du, hearing this, found it reasonable, so she agreed. Unexpectedly, training and bathing care are a package deal. Then forget it. But Li Dingxian suddenly interrupted, cutting her off. Isn't that easier to do? You two can wait until I finish training. By then they'll need a bath. Guji-Du actually immediately agreed with him. Then we'll bathe the police dogs at that time. The bonus will be split half. She didn't expect Li Dingxian would want to help her. Has he developed a conscience now? Li Dingxian now pointed at the dogs and called out, no need for exchange. Just hand them over to me. Guji-Du, somewhat confused, replied to him, but they've just been trained. Moreover, you can't train that many alone. Li Dingxian smiled and said to her, you don't need to worry about that. I know my limits and won't tire them out. He thought to himself that she cares quite a lot about these little ones. Since Li Dingxian had said this, Guji-Du didn't ask further. She handed the leashes to him. All right then, you must keep your word. Now she was feeling worried that he wasn't as well-intentioned as on camera. She could only go along with him. Li Dingxian then turned and walked away. He didn't forget to add a few words. Yeah, I won't film you guys. Wait at the bathroom. But the male trainer following behind had roughly guessed what he was about to do. Half an hour later at the bathroom, Guji-Du was now preparing to bathe the dogs as she had said. But looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but be shocked. How many times did they roll in the mud to get this dirty? The male trainer hesitantly stepped forward, explaining to her that due to the large number, it got a bit chaotic when crossing the sandpit. But deep down in his heart, he knew everything was done by Lu Dingxian. Chi-Du still couldn't believe her eyes. She was confused, thinking that this was Lu Dingxian's way of setting boundaries. The male trainer, having completed his task, didn't stay any longer and quickly opened the door to leave. In the room now, there were only Chi-Du and Lu Kang, not along with the dogs. She approached him to apologize, but Luke Hang not calmly said it was okay. Then he gently asked her which dog she wanted to bathe first. Let's see who can wash them cleaner. Ko Chi-do pondered for a moment when hearing his question, then smiled and replied, I'll definitely choose the biggest one. And after her choice came a wrestling match between her and Xiaobai. Ko Chi-do was now covered in soap. She shouted tiredly, Xiaobai, do you want some fried chicken? Finally, Xiaobai agreed to lie still for her to bathe it. Ko Chi-do let out a sigh of relief. After about an hour, they had finished bathing all of them. Luke Hang Not was using a towel to dry the yellow dog, while Ko Chi-do was using a hairdryer to dry Xiaobai. She smiled while drying it and teased, bathing you alone equals 7 others. She thought that the initial plan was to do several more tasks. This time there definitely wouldn't be enough time. It's all because of Lu Din Shuyan. While lost in thought, suddenly Luke Hang Not came closer and put his hand on her hair. This is the messiest you've ever been. Hearing him say that, Ko Chi-do quickly turned to look and realized that he had just removed dog hair that was stuck in her hair. Luke Hang Not held up his phone and smiled at her. Isn't this worth remembering? Ko Chi-do immediately understood his meaning. She quickly hugged Xiaobai, then posed for the phone camera. After Luke Hang Not took the photo, he smiled and told her, surprisingly, this tiger is quite cooperative. Hearing him praise Xiaobai like that, Ko Chi-do suggested he take a photo with Xiaobai together. This is a rare opportunity. Luke Hang Not agreed and handed his phone to her, but he added that taking a photo with her would be safer. Ko Chi-do and him now sat so close they were almost touching. Even the dogs around were very cooperative, gathering to take photos with them. She blushed, thinking that this felt somewhat intimate. Is it because we're filming a dating show? Indeed, he's still very professional. Outside the door, the trainer was standing and smoking. He was pondering about recent events. Lately, the young master hasn't been quite right. Seems like he's been hesitating. All because of the young madam? His newlywed wife went to join a dating show, so the young master got angry and made things difficult. But will the young madam really realize her mistake this way? While thinking, he moved closer to the door to observe and saw Ko Chi-do and Luke Hang Not happily chatting with each other. How about this one? Some dogs aren't in frame. Let's take a few more shots. Seeing this scene, the male trainer was startled. He worried, thinking that maybe the young master had miscalculated. After taking photos, Ko Chi-do and Luke Hang Not led them outside. He turned his head to tell her, I'll take them back first. You hand Xiaobai to the trainer and go take a shower. Ko Chi-do quickly replied to him, okay. Mr. Hang Not should rest too. Anyway, we've probably earned enough money. After Luke Hang Not left, she sighed. I'm so tired. In her heart right now, she was secretly glad that all tasks were completed. This time they could be ahead of others. Although Lu Din Shuyan came to disturb, the show's effect might actually be better. While happily immersed in these thoughts, suddenly the trainer behind her ordered to stop filming, startling her, not understanding what happened. At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly rushed forward, making Ko Chi-do unable to hold on, causing the leash to slip from her hand. Looking up ahead, she understood why Xiaobai acted that way. Lu Din Shuyan was slowly walking towards her. He spoke coldly. Seems like you're in a very good mood. Ko Chi-do became very worried. She nervously asked him, Teacher Wei, why are you here behind me at this moment? The show's cameraman, following the trainer's order, left. He glanced at Lu Din Shuyan and Ko Chi-do, thinking that if he had notified earlier, he felt his little life wouldn't be safe. Sorry, young madam. Lu Din Shuyan had now removed his mask. He frowned at her and said irritably, I'm sure I've warned you before not to use honorifics with me, right? Ko Chi-do dared not look directly into his eyes. She nervously turned away and replied softly, Aren't we filming the show? That status difference thing. I'm covered in dog hair and need to shower first. After saying that, she immediately turned to leave, but Lu Din Shuyan grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Her hand was pulled up high. Ko Chi-do cried out in panic. Ouch, what are you doing? Lu Din Shuyan looked down at her frightened expression and spoke warningly. You think you can escape? Ko Chi-do's story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like. Share it to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all an energetic day.